Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Just wait and see.
till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome everybody to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is now day 6 and I am so excited to see how the competition is going to continue to shape up. We are of course in the Europe and MENA region for Brawl Stars. I am Mark, joined today by Trav and Teddy as always. Great to have you guys here. Let's start with you, Trav. I mean, day 6, we're almost at the final day now. Has it gone the way you thought it would?
Honestly, not really. There are some teams that I thought would be higher, there's some teams that I thought would be lower, but the storylines are built, and we're going to see them play out today.
Teddy, we got 5 teams, right? I think it's 5 at 2 and 3, or 4 teams at 2 and 3 now. SK and Reply Totem have already locked themselves in, of course, for the challenge finals. Out of the teams that have won that 2 and 3, who do you think's got the best chance?
It's a tough goal, man. As Trev said, there's some teams that we didn't really even expect to be there. You know, teams like Navi, teams like Tribe, that we have maybe some higher expectations towards. But, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point. And today is going to be a very important day in, you know, kind of setting things up for our final match day.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting because ultimately we've got a really amazing matchup on the last day with Reply Totem up against SK Gaming. So their results today won't necessarily affect things. It's going to come down to that tiebreaker on the final day. But for everyone else in that 2 and 3, it's going to get very, very interesting indeed. But if you are potentially new to the Snapdragon Pro Series, let's talk a little bit about the format first and foremost, so you guys can kind of see how we got to this stage because it has been quite a process. In the Open, we have obviously the splits 1 and 2, where you have 6 cups in each. That's where we're looking for teams to qualify for the Open Finals. And then from that point onwards, we're looking for 8 teams for the Challenge season. And that is where we are at the moment today. In the Challenge Finals, we will whittle it down to 4 teams. We saw last season Reply Totem come out as the victors. This time round, we've seen them qualify along with SK Gaming for the Challenge Finals of Season 2, but we're looking still for 2 more teams. And then once those points have been correlated all together, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Masters stage, where we'll be combining regions of EU and MENA, as well as North America, Asia Pacific, and India in what is going to be an absolutely epic LAN. Cannot wait for that. But again, first, we've got to see who's going to be qualifying for the Season 2 Challenge Finals, as again, we've got SK Gaming, we've got Reply Totem, we still need 2 more. Let's take a look at the prize pool, Trav, and maybe you can talk the viewers through exactly what is on stake today.
50 big ones. That's what's on the line for now, and the challenge finals going forward as well. $20,000 for first place, 10,000 for second, 7,500 for third, 5,000 for fourth, and then 3,000, 2,000, 1,500. And even if you come last, you're taking home some cash as well.
Yeah, I think it's already looking like that might be reserved to Team Queso already on the 1,000. They are actually out of the running, of course, as we know. But again, that is no short amount of change. That is life-changing money there, Teddy, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, supporting those players towards achieving their dreams effectively, and making this a sustainable, you know, source of income and just a serious business for those players.
Everyone takes it incredibly seriously, as we know, and that's what brings us the best of Brawl. Let's take a look as well at the leaderboard and see how things have been shaping up, because again, after last stream, Teddy, we saw some really big shifts, big changes, and now, look at that middle block. So tight, so closely bunched together.
It's a crazy leaderboard, because right now Reply Totem and SK Gaming, they are locked in here for this challenge season. With already 5 wins, no one can catch up in only 2 play days, but Tribe, Navi, Mystic, Chasmac, and Panafresh effectively all tied up right now, fighting for the 2 remaining spots. And as you rightly mentioned earlier, our Team Queso are out 0 and 5. There's no catching up from here on.
Yeah, sadly for Team Queso, they just couldn't quite get a win under the belt. Not yet. Maybe we'll see something towards the end of the season for them, but nonetheless, even if they do get some wins, they are out of the running. But FA Panafresh, after a huge pickup win over Tribe Gaming last week, well, last day, Tuesday, in fact, this week. Chasmac as well, Mystic, Esports EU, Navi, as well as Tribe Gaming EU, all still in contention for those last remaining 2 spots. And we might even have a 5-way tie on the final day, Trev. Who knows?
It's scary to think about as well. Tribe Gaming, I believe they're the actual only team who can actually drop into 8th place. And looking at this, they're in joint 3rd right now with another 5 teams, yes, but they are sitting pretty high on that leaderboard. They've got a few head-to-head victories against a couple of these teams, and they'll be looking for a few more. And that's why these last couple of play days are so influential, because it's all about those head-to-heads, and there's a lot of teams facing each other still.
It's looking pretty scary. It's looking pretty scary. We must also take a look at the schedule for today to see what matches we've got coming up, because there are some absolute bangers. Teddy, maybe you want to talk the viewers through what ones sort of catch your eye and who's where?
Well, I mean, no matter what, I want to see if Totem managed to keep that win streak up. Now, they're facing Team Queso, so there is a chance that goes well for them. But all around, I mean, Chasmac versus Tribe, very important, because both teams, they're in that middle of the pack. Likewise, for the bottom side, Panafresh versus Mystic, also both 2 and 3. So, taking a win today means that other team can no longer get to 4 wins. So maybe a tiebreaker will save them on the final day. But that's just, an extra level of security you want to have, and by winning their match today, they're getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Panafresh again have got some serious momentum. That huge upset back on Tuesday that we saw against Tribe is surely going to give them something to be going with. And if Navi can pick up a win today against SK Gaming, although it won't affect necessarily SK Gaming, it will definitely make a huge impact for Navi. But our first match of the day, Chasmac Gaming EU up against Tribe Gaming EU. Trav, let's talk about this one first and foremost, because again, we saw Tribe take the loss on Tuesday. It was quite a surprise to all of us. On the other side, Chasmac Gaming EU took the win against against Team Queso rather. So they've got the momentum in their favour. How do you think this was going to go? Who do you think is going to actually kind of come out on top?
I mean, I've just still got to keep my faith in Tribe, I think. They're just too much of an accomplished team to let, 1 or 2 scrapes along the way affect them as much as certain people would think so. They've taken 3 losses. 2 of them have been against SK Gaming and Reply Totem, so you can't put that past them either. They have taken some losses you might expect to see along the way. I still think they've got what it takes to beat Chasmac Gaming here, and as I said, it is massively influential because those head-to-heads are so meaningful at this stage.
This is a very good shout as well, and let us know in the Discord, guys, how you guys are feeling about today, and give us your thoughts, give us your comments. There is the link down in the bottom of the screen for you there as well, and of course that's where you can go to sign up for the seasons as well. So very, very important that you are, of course, in the Snapdragon Discord server. Teddy, could I ask you the same question? When you've looked at how Chasmac have fared so far up against the competition, they've been growing, as we've seen, but also sometimes are a bit unpredictable at best. But as we saw with Tribe, they've also had some unpredictability come their way too. Who do you think is going to be able to shake off the defeats? Who's going to come out on top today?
I mean, if you go with the odds, you'll have to go with Tribe, and, it's going to be Tribe. But I think they come from pretty different perspectives here, because Chasmac, it's been a tough start of the season. It's about trying to, save it and get some redemption, whereas Tribe, they've been a little disappointing so far in this season. In Season 1, they were looking incredible, and really fierce and competing with the likes of SK and Totem. This season, it just feels like there's that much more of a gap. So I'm kind of hoping for Tribe to show their and bring their A game today, but Chasmac, they've been playing better and better every playday, and I feel like this could be one they could honestly take against Tribe.
Well, hoping for Tribe to bring their A game, but someone who's always got their A game in our eyes is the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, because without them, we would not be behind the desk. You would not be able to watch from home, and of course, the players would not be able to compete. And that is obviously why we are all here. It's great to have brought so many incredible teams into the positions that we see and get to watch them compete, because it's just been so enjoyable, and it wouldn't be possible without them, Trev.
It really wouldn't, and this is what I love. You see, bringing sponsors in like this allows competitions like this to be a thing and bring that extra level of Brawl Stars, along with the Championship and some other third-party tournaments that you wouldn't get to see otherwise, and it really is just great to see these kind of sponsors backing a game like Brawl Stars.
Absolutely so. Well, without further ado, we should check out the Chasmac Gaming roster for anyone at home who may not be familiar with the team. There we have it, Rama, Gero, Navi, and they've actually got their names back in game, so it makes it a lot easier for us to see who is who, Teddy. But again, Chasmac have been getting some momentum along the way. If they get this win today, it would be so big for them, especially, this is a team that's qualified for BSC World Finals. They're looking to go into that looking strong. They're up against Zeta there, so they really need to make sure that today is a good result for them.
Yeah, absolutely so. And as I said earlier, it's their chance, right? This could be a huge match for them if they take it, because not only do they take a win away from Tribe, when it comes to head-to-head, that could be huge in case of a tiebreaker on the final day. So this is their chance to really strike hard and knock down one of their fiercest opponents. It's going to be a challenge and a half because, yes, Tribe is a favorite, but Chasmac, they've been looking better. They played really well on Tuesday, so I really want to see some more of that.
Yeah, Trav as well, same question. How do you feel like this team is fared in your eyes? Do you think they've got what it takes to come out with a win here?
I agree with Teddy, the fact that they did look good, but we've also got to take into the fact that it was against Team Queso. Like,
wow.
It's just fact. It's just fact. It's straight up. They're 0-5. Anybody who says anything else is completely wrong. They might have been looking good. You've got to question it because of that matchup that they had, and I think that's got to be a big part in it. Whether they can kind of bring this in charisma or an attitude to this game against Tribe, then I definitely think they do have a chance. I'm looking at maybe a 60-40 in favor of Tribe, so not swayed that much, and I think they've got what it takes to maybe get an upset in here.
Good to put a number on it, Teddy, as well. Where is your head at? Where's your mind thinking? Do you think that maybe we can tempt you in to make it even closer?
I think I'd go 65-35. There's reasonable doubt that, something could go wrong here for Tribe, and Chasmac can take it. But, more likely than not, Tribe should be able to make this happen, as long as we don't see the same sort of disaster that we saw against Panafresh just a couple days ago.
Well, speaking of them, let's check them out now, the Tribe Gaming EU roster. It was a tough day for them on Tuesday, but Drage, Lenan, Tom, and Yoshi back again today, trying to better themselves and to put themselves back on top. Imagine possibly Yoshi on the bench here today, as it has been Lenan kind of taking the forefront with Drage and Tom. But yeah, got to say, this is a team that we have all known for a very, very long time, Trev. Like you said earlier, very, very accomplished, very experienced. It was unusual for us to see them that light against FA Panafresh on Tuesday, but a team that, because of those reasons, are able to shake things off fairly easily, you would hope, at least. But, what is it about Tribe Gaming EU that makes them so good in your eyes?
I mean, I feel like they have been somewhat consistent throughout this year, right? They had a great first half of the year in terms of getting to the finals again and again and again in those BSC monthlies. Second half of the year has been a little bit more shaky. They've had some hiccups, a few roster changes here and there, bouncing in and out. But at the end of the day, they always come back, and you always feel like they've got a chance against any team, whether that be SK or Totem. They've always got a chance to get them, and they did come close to them. The mechanics on this team are just purely amazing, and I think that's one of the main reasons why they're able to be a fierce opponent against near enough anybody. And they're definitely the favourites coming into this.
Yeah, Teddy, we can't forget, Tribe Gaming EU came off the back of a Grand Finals win in the BSC in the final monthly final, and we were there for those reasons, expected them to really explode in this season so far. But is it a surprise to you to kind of see them on the same kind of like scoreline, 2-3 as their oppositions here today?
Now, I've been a bit harsh so far on Tribe Gaming, but to be fair, two of their losses are against Totem and SK. Yeah. And those are teams that, it's fine if you lose against them because everyone else has. But Panafresh, this is where it could have been a bit of an outlier, right? And something that should not be happening again. If it's that, then it's all good for Tribe. They should have this one. They should probably win their match in 2 weeks as well. And then we're good, they qualify. The thing is, we don't know that just yet. And so far, we have seen some of that, I'll use your vocabulary again, flakiness on their side.
Got you on their side, great.
Yeah, I'm hoping they kind of figure that stuff out. They've had 2 days, and it's a new team they're facing now. I'm confident in Tribe.
I think that many at home were on Tuesday, gotta say, but we know how it went. But again, a team that are able and capable to shake things off. Trap. This is their head-to-head, and it looks pretty close for me. I mean, there's not really that much in it. Does that say a lot about these two teams in particular and how close this match could potentially be?
I think it does. Tribe have got more kills, and that might be because of this kind of more aggressive playstyle that they have been adopting as of recent, and that kind of goes hand in hand with the amount of deaths they've got as well. Chasmac looking at, just that little bit more passive. They still have quite a few deaths for, you know, a fairly passive team. But the kills just aren't matching anywhere near Tribes, and they are a little bit behind in the damage as well. But you know, I do think they're very similar in terms of skill here, and that's why I think, you know, I said 60-40. Teddy added a little bit more onto Tribe's side, and I'm, you know, sitting pretty comfortable with 60-40. And, you know, Chasmac, regardless of possibly having arguably slightly worse statistics in terms of just Brawl Stars, because kills is, you know, a lot more beneficial, being the aggressive game that it is. I think that I'm going to just be sticking with what I said, and, you know, the head-to-head hasn't really swayed my opinion too much in my eyes.
Yeah, I could tend to agree. I think that, you know, when I look back at the history as well between these two teams in particular, I mean, it was back when I think Tribe won their first monthly final in the BSC back in April, where these very two teams in front of us faced off, and it went all the way to the fifth and final set. You know, yes, for sure, there's been a lot of back and forth since then, a lot of roster changes too, Teddy, as well, we can't forget that, but it does feel for me like it would feel fitting for Chasmac to take this win today. I just don't know whether I'll be on the side to put numbers in their favor. I think that's kind of fair, because simply, you know, Tribe, as any team, do have their off days. I think it's only fair to say, unless, you know, of course, you know, you're reply Totem, but SK as well, doing fantastic this season. But nonetheless, you know, I just kind of feel like today could be the day that we do potentially see Chasmac Gaming EU take the win.
I think things are setting up for it potentially happening today, because even though Trav, and he rightly said that Team Queso, they were the team that Chasmac faced on Tuesday, I did think Team Queso played quite alright. It was some of the better Team Queso we've seen. Yeah. Now, it was still a 3-0, which, you know, says more about Team Queso than anything else, but that does mean that Chasmac had still quite an outstanding performance. And yeah, if they can translate that today, is still, you know, a bit of a question mark. But if they bring the level of play they did just a couple of days ago, and Tribe bring the same level they brought against Panafresh 2 days ago, I can see this ending quite poorly for Tribe Gaming, especially considering, you know, how momentum heavy both teams are, how emotional, you know, sort of players they are. I think that if the first set, you know, is very convincing, very good draft from Chasmac, I can see Tribe, you know, things getting to their head and things really going south from there on.
Yeah, you raise a really valid point, because we were chatting after the show, right? And Team Queso looked great on Tuesday. They didn't look like they were playing bad, not like, you know, necessarily in previous play days. They looked like they were giving a good run for their money. The scoreline potentially not, you know, kind of doing justice on what we kind of saw. But, you know, Trav, you know, when we saw Tribe Gaming, you know, in the challenge finals last season, you know, they were able to, you know, get the win actually over SK in day one, and then they took the loss on day two. But nonetheless, taking it to match point, we saw that closeness between that particular team all last season. But then we saw them take the loss with a 3-1 just a few challenge days back, and, you know, that was, for me at least, where the kind of decline started. And then with Panafresh obviously on Tuesday, what have they got to do to sort of shake themselves off of this kind of like streak that they're on at the moment and change their path, take control, you know, of their outcome here against a team like Chasmac?
You know, I'm going to take my, you know, my insight and friendship with Drage into, you know, I'm going to abuse it here a little bit, because, you know, I was speaking to him and he said they just don't know if they put the same amount of preparation in. And I think that is a fair point. You know, if you're not preparing as much as you would do for a Brawl Stars monthly finals, then you are going to be coming in a lot less prepared off the back of it. And that is always going to be a worrying thing, especially if the other team are just focusing on competitions like this, like Panafresh were and like SK Gaming have been, because, you know, they've been in a good position as well. It's just difficult. You need to prepare. You need to come in strong, no matter what competition it is.
It's yeah, a really, really solid point. I mean, you know, you've got to make it your number one, Teddy, as well. You know, that is, you know, such an important thing. And, you know, when it comes to that preparation process, you know, for a competition of this magnitude, I guess it could be kind of simply, you know, something that you could maybe overlook for Tribe. But today, there can't be any overlooking. They've got to have looked back at what we saw Chasmac on Tuesday doing, and some of the ideas that they're implementing. They had some really strong, aggressive drafts.
No, they certainly did. I'm expecting very solid preparations on both ends, because this is arguably their most important match yet in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Sure, I mean, they faced tougher opponents, Totem, SK, etc. But back then, there was still that, you know, room to make some mistakes and, you know, catch up later. Right now, there isn't a whole lot of that. None of the teams today are going to be out by losing their matches, but they can get themselves in tricky situations where you need to hope that other teams lose tomorrow and that you need to win tomorrow. I don't think either teams want to get into that sort of situation, so this win is going to be super important for it, and I'm sure both teams are very ready for this battle.
A lot on the line for both of these two teams. As you rightly say, Tanner, you do not want to be going in a position where you are behind into the final challenge day. Well, Chasmac EU banning out Surge, Griff, and Gene. Oh, sorry, rather Gale. Tribe Gaming EU banning out Ruffs, Janet, and Otis. Pretty decent bans, I would say, so far. Kind of interesting to see Tribe actually banning Otis because they do love it, but obviously not having the coin toss makes a big difference on how things go. And it's the first pick for Chasmac EU bringing in Poco Trap.
Yeah, it's a solid pick. I think it kind of does play well into Tribe Gaming, taking off their hands, and also, you know, banning out the wall breaking Griff, the pushback in Gale. Surge also as well going to be able to get a lot of stacks off a comp that does include Poco. So I think they've played this pretty well so far, and having Poco as that brawler left open is, you know, exactly what they were hoping for, I feel, because of their bans. B coming in though, we know how capable Drage is on this brawler, and it's really scary running a Poco, and this could even cut off the tank routes as well just by having the singular brawler.
Yeah, it's just very high DPS, right? And that enables you to actually close out those kills, which can be the big challenge when you're facing a Poco, that you get a lot of chip damage, you're going to get a lot of supers, but if you don't take them down, they are going to cover a lot of ground and get you into a tricky situation. Carl, I think it's an interesting route here. I don't mind it per se. I do feel like recently, every time we've watched Carl, it's been a bit underwhelming. With that being said, the only team that has still managed to impress me with Carl was Tribe. Lennon's Carl, I think it was on Shooting Star on Tuesday, was phenomenal. So if it's in the right hands and in the right composition, I can see it work.
Yeah, I don't mind it, especially because the Gale is already banned out by Chasmac EU. I mean, that's going to provide a lot more of an advantage point. I think you're right. I think it'll probably be Lennon on that particular brawler because he does have a way with it. You know, he's very, very aggressive and is also very good at just forcing things out, but that's another aggressive response. I actually really like the way that Chasmac EU have been drafting recently. Bringing in the Max is a great way to go on the aggressive. With Poco as well, would they be potentially combining Gene with this or something along those lines? I mean, that would be such a great thing to see. Poco, Max, and Buzz. It's not Gene, but it's something aggressive. I really like the way that has gone. And Tribe are going to have a solid response for this, Tribe.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking possibly the Daryl would have been the pick that I'd have suggested, just because obviously you're running it into that Carl, and if you can stay out the way of the B, keep all the map closed down as well, and there's no wall breakers so far. Ruff's banned out, Griff banned out, you know, all of these wall breakers that were so capable on a map like this out of the way, and, you know, Chasmac, they've read that. They've brought the exact comp that's going to be able to counter out a B, no matter, you know, you can just push and push and push into a B. You've got gadgets with the Buzz going straight away, and the speed available, obviously, to dodge it out quite nicely as well, and they're going to go with an Ems. They need to double down on these tank counters because of the Buzz. I'm just not sure if it's the right route.
Yeah, Ems is in a bit of a weird place. There's a couple maps where you do still see her make some appearances, but it's very rare. And besides Hot Potato, I feel like she just doesn't really have much of a place in the current meta. Now, we did have some balance changes very recently. She did not get affected by any of those, so I'm not entirely sure here about the game plan. It does kind of feel like Chasmac dictated the pace of this draft, and Tribe were forced to adapt, which I think does put Chasmac a bit in the driver's seat, at least when it comes to the draft. Early on, Navi going to go for a gadget play onto Lena, not one that pays off as Rage is there to helping out. The pass to Lena does get the ball in the end, and that's going to be a beautiful early goal here for Tribe.
The start of dreams then for Tribe Gaming. Coming back out now, Navi, I believe he used a gadget which kind of resets his supercharge that he would have got over the left-hand side instantly against Lenane. You can see Lenane going just that little bit more aggressive because of it. Tom playing over the right-hand side, and it's actually not Drage on this B, which is quite surprising to see. Putting Molasses place down, which did get that decay value on it now. Heal over the right-hand side, though. Nice knockback from Drage to keep Lenane in the mix and take down Navi along the way. Instant pushing now from Tribe, trying to capitalize on this. Lenane's going to fly in. He gets the trick shot, and they take the game. Really solid start for Tribe Gaming. 44-second game is a beautiful way to go.
I mean, you know, I had some doubts on the Ems so far. Drage done an amazing job playing it, and I love as well how he was just there to make sure that Lena was never really in trouble against the Buzz. There were some close calls, but he was there, and that made a huge difference. Lenado getting pinched already early on by Rama, and Navi going to be getting dangerously close to that super. And that is something that can be quite threatening for the side of Tribe Gaming. Ball put forward as Drage gets stacked up quite a bit. Now he confirms the elimination. The follow-up on Drage. He does manage to pick it up, and it's only Tom left alive. The slow onto Rama should not make it enough here for the Tribe defense. Chasmac this time around with a goal 35 seconds in.
risky shot though, as it did seem Lane was almost in that goal mouth. We've got a bit of a switch going on now as Tribe realised that Chasmac have made some changes since the previous game and really been able to win those lanes a lot nicer. And Drake now picking up that mid. Tom got his 3k in hand as well, but now he has the super, which is just always got to be very cautious on the side of Tribe when he does pick that up. Drake, damage gear activates and some raining down some hefty damage onto Giro there. Too much of a late super there from Rama as well. Might get the effects of this slow, but managed to dodge it accordingly. And Tribe now in control, but a goal down.
Things looking quite all right, positioning-wise on the side of Tribe. As soon as Lena comes back, might be able to attempt some sort of assault near that blue goal. Pull from Navi is questionable, as there's going to be no connection whatsoever on that one. And things still rather slow on the side of Tribe. Chasmac happy to play defense right now with that goal lead. That is something they absolutely don't mind doing. Lena does have a super, but with the boss super in hand as well, needs to be very careful how he utilizes that.
Tribe constantly amending lanes, and it's kind of burning down time, which Chasmac aren't going to mind. Nice heal coming in there, and spin away from the names. Not going to be there in time. Drage down the right side. Slow comes in from Tom. Follows up the shot as well. 3k in hand. Drage has got this walk here. Giro is too slow or too switched off to even think about it. And Tribe even things out, making it 1-1 in this second game of Brawl Ball.
Placement mistake there from Garo, and Chasmac are going to have to pay the price for it. 20 seconds left. Navi was a great grapple onto Tom. Picks up that elimination. That should be a goal here, surely, for Chasmac. Stun onto Lena. He goes down as well. And Navi can just walk it in. Chasmac do manage to make it work in the end and tie things up 1-1 here in this opening set.
I mean, Chasmac came into this one very, very strongly. Clearly had some talks in between the games, made sure that the lanes, and even though they didn't switch lanes off the start, they knew how to counter it just that little better. They were definitely, keeping their eyes on Drage a lot more and allowing Navi to have that 1v1 interaction against Lenane over the left-hand side. And, Tribe, they were making changes during the game as well, but it just didn't pay off soon enough. There'd already been a goal down as that was happening. Navi getting hit pretty heavily over the left-hand side by Lenane, and Tom, unable to do too much, has his 3k in hand, has that damage gear activated, but Giro just playing it patient, playing it slow, and just waiting for Tom to waste his 3k before he makes his move.
Yeah, that buzz pick is such a challenge here for Tribe, because even though Lena does get his super, so does Navi, and I mean, value-wise, I just feel like that buzz super is just quite a bit better right now. Lena might try to go for a play here, and he's going to go for it. The pull from Navi is actually going to be on the top side of the map. Does manage to get the follow-up. Drage, can he get the kick and pull? Oh, doesn't quite get it in, but the follow-up super somehow. Garo can't quite save it in time, and Drage is going to bring the lead back to Tribe.
There's no sugarcoating that. Auto-aim is the savior of Tribe as he tries to pop his super. He gets given the ball, and there's an opening in the goal mouth. I'm not going to say nice stuff, but lucky stuff from Tribe Gaming there to take the lead. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and Chasmac need to fight back with a max speed. They might be trying to do that quite quickly here. Tom missing a few shots over the right sides. 3k still in hand. Knockback comes in from Drage, but a gadget straight back in from Navi. They provide the ball to Tom here. I'm not sure if that was actually Tribe or if that was Chasmac who gave it to him, but Tom doing a good job of delaying this. Do they have enough DPS to fend off this Poco? I believe they've still got a friend zone or a Drage there, which allows that defensive measure, but Chasmac in a great position. I'm
not sure about that super from Garo there. Not all that much value off it. Garo's one shot now as well. Tom is low too, and the solo Screech is going to claim that elimination. And now trying to go for a play again. He did make it happen earlier, but at least he gets the ball away and make sure that Chasmac can't just score immediately, as another great super from Navi. Big value there, and a solid push from Chasmac coming in. A stun from Navi, and yeah, surely that goes in. Chasmac tie things up with only 25 seconds left on the clock.
Great play from Navi there, knowing Drage still has these knockbacks available, wait for a super and the prime opportunity to get it. Goes in again, but this time not back. Gadget straight off the back of it as well. Lenane needs to take this left-hand side, but Tom's hung out to dry on the right. Flying hook back to stop the shot coming through from Navi. Really nice from Lenane there to account for his teammates' mistakes. Great shot from Tom to follow up onto Giro, though. Drage passing the ball over to the right-hand side and then doing the same thing again. Getting the ball out, waiting for their teammates, and allowing this kind of slowdown of play, but great takedowns coming in from Chasmac. No supers available, though. Believe this should still be a goal. Giro phase shift to the wall, and the score. Chasmac Gaming go one set up.
Wow. Wow. What a beautiful way to end it here for Chasmac. They needed to do so early on in overtime.
It's so close. So close. I mean, I know that it possibly was a button press on Drage's goal, but I don't care. It was so enjoyable to watch it go in. And like, so many of the goals in that game My jaw's literally on the floor. Great stuff. Great resilience there from Chasmac. Just showing that they're able to keep the pressure on Tribe, and I love the way that they brought it back down after that first game was over, because that was a convincing start, Trav. I mean, that first game for Tribe really made a statement, an opening statement, and I was worried about, for Chasmac's sake, how that was going to fare. They slowed the pace. They started just to kind of collect themselves, and then it just looked like a bit of a different team.
Yeah, and you see, we're just seeing that replay there as well, and Lenane's aggressive super, and just as the walls were going down in overtime, definitely wasn't the right play to make. I think maybe defensive, running away and waiting for his teammates to come up might have been a little bit better. Stats here now, though, a lot less healing for Tribe. Bit more damage, though, on that side of things, and I just genuinely think Chasmac Gaming, they were just adjusting better. After that first game, they knew a change needed to be made, and I mentioned it during the game. They were just isolating Drage that little bit more, and when Tribe was swapping lanes, Chasmac were following suit and just doing the exact same, ensuring that they were going to be on those favourable lanes. And it was just Chasmac got that early goal in the second, and as they were swapping lanes, it was just burning down the timer.
Yeah, they just seemed to have more control over the whole situation and looked like they were less concerned, actually, just focusing much more on their gameplay. Well, new draft coming in for Layer Cake for Bounty. Of course, the third set will be Heist and Safe Zone. And obviously, we could go to Minecraft Madison, Gem Grab, Hot Zone for Dueling Beetles. The draft coming in, bans for Penny, Janet, and Piper for Chasmac Gaming EU. Bans for Jean, Piper, as well as Penny for Tribe. So Gus being the first pick, and we haven't really spoken too much about Gus, over since Tuesday, really. But we expected to kind of see a bit more of Gus, in all honesty, simply because it's been a substantial buff. The shield now goes through walls. The shield has been buffed in itself. It's bigger hit marker for being able to connect it at a faster speed, to be able to connect it to your teammate as well. Keeping with the call for Tribe, Teddy. Otis being picked by Chasmac, which is normally a brawler which Tribe really like to just lock in themselves.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's an interesting approach here from Chasmac. I don't blame him. Otis is still in a very strong place, so if they have a game plan with him, and Max definitely sounds like one to me, I can see the come from Chasmac doing a lot of work here. Tribe Gaming side, I mean, I agree. Gus is in a really good place. He was already in a good place before the balance changes, especially at a professional level. Right now, I can see him being an absolute threat. He can, get that shield down through walls as well, which enables a lot more aggressive possibilities, which might be, what justifies that pairing with a Carl.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot more effective on a map like Layer Cake with the vast amount of walls there is. Piper out the way, not only is it going to keep the walls up with no break, but also Gus is heavily countered by Piper on a map like this, and that's something they've got to be cautious about. Bo going to be the last pick of Chasmac Gaming EU here. I think it's pretty solid. Bo mine's always going to be pretty good, and the just damage that is going to be able to rain down on these brawlers like Carl and Gus as they come in more aggressive. It's not going to have the biggest amount of range, but it's pretty solid all-round pick.
Yeah, and again, just to reiterate, we have got some bans with the new reload gadget, so we're not going to see that on the bow. All the same, also for the Sprout on the super buff of that 10% as well. But I do like that last pick Sprout here as well by Tribe. As Layer Cake is a map that can really benefit from having that particular brawler. It's going to come down a lot to how Chasmac wants to utilize that bow, how much of the walls they should decide to break, and how much they can really use the max to push back Tribe into that spawn side area. Gus is very, very strong, but I just don't necessarily feel like there's a great combo of the shield. I mean, obviously, if Lenan gets the super, if they can kind of communicate that effectively, and then have him go on the aggressive with that shield, that's going to go a long way for Tribe.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm expecting with that pairing, right? Go in with a flying hook or a super and get that shield to just give you that extra sustainability in the fight. Garo finding on the left-hand side. A blue star was easily picked up by Tribe Gaming. Not much of a challenge there. The Carl could have got it pretty safely as well. That might be actually why Chasmac decided not to necessarily fight for it. HP-wise, they lost a lot, and a good gadget from Drage here gonna secure the first elimination onto Garo.
Great start for Tribe then. I believe shield maybe missed there from Drage, didn't manage to provide it, but now he is low over the left-hand side. Tom throwing it out a wall on the right, and being the thrower specialist, as we know he's going to be able to play this pretty well, but I just feel like Tribe don't have that many defensive capabilities against something like a Max Speed. Aggression coming in from Navi down on the left-hand side, though, onto Lenane, not able to really do too much there, but gets the kill now. Tribe still in the lead by 1, though. Blue Star in the hands of Chasmac.
Yeah, things looking better here for Chasmac. Their positioning is solid as well. Shield was popped onto Lena. He's trying to break through, create an opening, and successfully at least gets to the right side. More aggressive, and that is going to give a lot more space here for Tribe to feel a bit safer. Now we overextending a little bit there on the right side. Does get punished, but not quite taken out just yet. So far, it's still just that 1-star lead in favor of Tribe Gaming. A super from Navi is not really going to do anything.
Yeah, you would kind of expect Chasmac to burst into an aggressive state when that connects, and it's a 2v3 pretty much because he can't hit back. Rama throwing some mines into the spawn, now going to break up some walls as Lenane baits them out. But Jiro needs to be cautious that he doesn't go too aggressive. Tom can replace this. He throws down a wall, maybe even hoping to get Jiro in, but blocks him away and allows the Gust to heal up nicely for Drage. Jiro coming aggressive now, and all three members of Chasmac closing in on the Tribe Gaming defense. Wall yet again as he uses that transplant, places it once more, but he's in a bad position. Protective pirouette from Lenane, gets the trade. 2 seconds still, but he's falling low. He gets the takedown, and there's no trade from Tribe. Chasmac Gaming move another game up as they take the first game of Layer Cake.
Man, I mean, that's when it pays off, right? Pushing in the last second. You don't need to get out of there. If you manage to survive, a little bit of luck, perhaps there on the side of Chasmac, that somehow they have 2 players with less than 1,000 HP up close in Tribe Gaming spawn surviving. But, I mean, luck that's welcome to them. What? Rama off the bat just getting 2 kills there for Chasmac, and now suddenly, despite losing the blue star, they're up by 3.
Not only that, but they're getting supers off this bow totem, and they've got positioning on the map as well. Bow mine's down, and I'm not sure if Tribe even saw that they were placed. I'd imagine Drage being a little bit cautious because of it, but he does bait it out. I'm not sure if he was maybe aggressing a little bit too much and got a little lucky with how the bow mine was baited out, but Lenane sees the second one and gets rid of that. Drage looking for the third now, and still this 3-star lead, which might not seem like too much, but they are pretty much going to have to target Rama or bring down 2 others. Shield going to be used and not get a lot of value out of it. Jiro aggressing Tom, and there's no real defense, as I said, to this max aggression. They do get a little defense now, though, with that gadget from Drage, and a lot of damage rained down on Jiro, but no kill in return for Tribe.
Yeah, things still looking quite good here for Chasmac, and just from that one play at the start, they've picked up such a big advantage. Let's see if in this final minute Tribe managed to turn things around. Otherwise, Chasmac might just be taking the set as Lenane is shut down, but does manage to hold on to his positioning with the help of his teammate as well. Some aggressive sprout walls from Tom to try to gain some more control on that left-hand side. No more gadgets for him, though, so needs to be careful. Tom does find Navi on the right side. They still need another kill, though, and Tom surely should be going down here, but somehow manages to stay up. Eventually, now he does find it. There is a trade, but still 3 stars in favor of Chasmac.
Yeah, Tom was doing God's work there. No real help from his teammates over the left-hand side. He did go down because of it. 3 stars and the blue now needed, and Rama's still looking like the prime target for Tribe Gaming to take down. Any of the other 2 isn't going to cut it. Flying hook available from Lenane, and he goes in, protective pirouette's there, he gets the shots in, but no follow-ups. Takedown on the top side from Drage, but bow mines are going to take him down, and even if Tom gets one, it doesn't matter. Chasmac take the Layer Cake set, 2-0 up against Tribe, and a reverse sweep is required, and they're looking defeated right now.
Wow. Wow, wow. I mean, I don't think any of us expected Chasmac to be 2 sets up at this point. I feel like we're kind of having deja vu of Tuesday a little bit. I mean, I did say going in that it would feel fitting for Chasmac to get a win, but I don't know that even saying it that I would have believed it. I mean, they look fantastic. They look like they're drafting very smart to me as well. And I kind of agree, Trevor. I think the Max is definitely providing them, in that instance, a lot of utility that Tribe is struggling to go with on the defense. Tom did amazingly on that left-hand side. I don't know how he survived as long as he did, but more often than not, you know, we see that Chasmac are kind of working as a unit. Tribe are kind of working as individuals. And when there's those sort of aggressive motions being made and some damage being taken by Chasmac, it's not ready to follow up in that instance. And Tribe are going to work a bit more on that. I mean, the stats kind of, Teddy, for me, say very much that same story.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I did say it in the beginning. You know, if the first set goes to Chasmac, I can see some tension rising up on the side of Tribe and things starting to get out of hand. And so far, it's kind of what we're seeing here in this second set. Chasmac just, I mean, honestly, the first game was very clutch. Some luck involved as well. That second one, I mean, just to start, like, ridiculous stuff from Chasmac, and Tribe kind of feeding into it and letting it happen. And as Trev pointed out earlier as well, some moments were just a lack of teamwork or communication or just overall synergy and not quite playing as much together as a team as we'd expect from the #1 seed in EMEA.
I mean, you know, I just don't know whether the Carl idea is working out. I mean, we saw it on Tuesday as well. It's played very well by Lenane, don't get me wrong, but it just feels like the chemistry around having that particular brawler for whatever reason, just doesn't seem to be cutting the mustard for me, at least more often than not. I think they have to kind of either, sort of mix up their strategy or play something else and just kind of experiment. And this might not be the right time to do that now. They might be going in with that idea, but I just feel like if it's not working, you have to make a bit of a difference, a bit of a shift. Safe zone up next for Heist then, and Tribe are banning out Otis, Brock, and Daryl. Daryl also being banned on the side of Chasmac EU along with the Max and the Bonnie. And that's a great first pick for Tribe, bringing in Colette very, very quickly. I mean, it's such a dominating brawler, especially on this kind of map and mode. Of course, Gotcha Gadget going to provide a lot of healing along the way as well. And the ability to hold firm in that mid whilst getting damage, consecutive damage, potentially as well on that safe is going to go a long way here for Tribe.
Yeah, it's evaded so many balance changes as well, and that Gotcha Gadget's just so strong. Even if you're in the worst possible position, one pop of that and a few connecting hits, and you're pretty much straight back in another good position. Super's on safe, obviously dealing around 12% damage each time as well, and it's just absolutely massive for Tribe to pick this up early on. Bell going to be the next pick from Chasmac, their first pick from Chasmac, as I should say. They're going to have another one as well. I like the Bell, going to be playing through mid, got the range, and that means Tribe are going to have to take a bit of a ranged approach through mid as well. Brock being banned, it could be a Piper. Bonnie out the way, it kind of limits that range in the mid as well.
Yeah, I like the Bell here as a response. That Mark is going to help a little bit as well to try to deal with that Colette potentially, that just can survive on forever with the Gotcha Gadget, that can go in and out quite easily. And I think Bell has an easy shot with the Mark onto Colette going back from her super, for example. But Griff here for me was pretty much a must, to be completely honest, on either side. You want that destruction, especially looking at the bans right now and stuff like Bonnie and Brock out of the way. You want to go for that Griff, and I think Ruffs is a decent response. I think it's a little bit riskier as Griff overall. I would say it is a bit better rated for safe zone. But B is something I really like on the side of Tribe Gaming. A good way to get that sharpshooter duel against the Bell, but also just provide a lot of damage overall against any sort of target.
Penny coming in then as the final pick for Chasmac Gaming EU. Again, I'm surprised that Penny was actually left until as late as that. I think it's quite a solid one to have. Griff, love that. In terms of the comps, it's pretty close, to be honest. I mean, having the wall break on both sides will go a long way. With the Griff and the Ruffs, definitely going to help shape the map as to how they want to play it. But these B-taps are going to have to be on point for Drage, if he's assumingly still on that particular brawler. Normally it's on the Colette, Drage on the B, and then B Tom on the Ruffs. But again, this could be the set that Chasmac tie this one up in a straight sweep. So Tribe really have to up their game here.
Yeah, they can possibly close it out, and I don't think, like the other ones, they could have had that excuse of composition being the issue. This time, as you said, I feel like it's very even between these two teams. Obviously, Giro going to have a little bit of an advantage with this early wall break, but Tom is capitalizing on that and using it for himself, getting a little bit of aggression down this right side and using his bounces to his advantage.
Well, so far, that right side is going to be, well, actually the mid especially is going to be going better for Chasmac, as now it picks up an early kill, a gadget pump by Tom on the bottom right. Going to find all that much, as Drage is now marked as well, and Chasmac are building up some nice control. Navi again, 2 kills so far in this game, and both from Navi, popping off in the mid and getting some extra damage on safe. Now 19% in favor of Chasmac.
Great stuff by Tom there over the left-hand side, sorry, really picking up some kills. But look at all those traps down in the mid from Bell. It's dangerous. Good connecting shots from both Drage and Tom, though, and a power-up has been gathered as well by Drage, but a couple of shots followed up from Rama, but no connections on that slow. Super comes in from Colette, and that's pretty much almost evening out already. Is marked, though, by Navi, which is a dangerous position, but Tom over this left-hand side in such a commanding spot.
Yeah, things looking better here for Tribe. Now 9% in lead, make it 19 with another super from the 9. Tom getting into that tricky positioning on the left, but not going to overcommit. Is going to dish out another buff here for Drage to pick up. Actually, Lena, which is smart, so I don't know if I love that decision per se, but it is going to mitigate for that a little bit. Yeah, it gets absolutely shut down on the right-hand side with that pinch from Garo and Navi, and it's going to be Chasmac back in control of the mid. Mark missed by Navi this time around. Things are looking slightly better now for them, but they're still behind by quite a bit. They need more shots to connect onto that safe, and they can't afford to lose control of the mid.
Lane grabbing that power up now and throwing down some shots onto Jiro. A little bit of a wall break further over the right-hand side. Slow comes in from Drage and some follow-up shots hit as well. Nice stuff from him, takes him down. Tom pushing the left-hand side now, but Rama places that salty barrel, gets some connecting shots. Tom wall breaking, getting rid of the petty turret, but the takedown's there. The possibility that CMG can bring it back is there also. Jiro following up some shots on the right-hand side, but Lane going to avoid them nicely. And it's just not going to be enough from now. Soup comes in, takes it down, mortar thrown up, but not enough damage for Chasmac. And the first sign of life since the first set is there for Tribe Gaming.
Better on the side of Tribe. Very much better, but I feel like, you know, if that mid part of the game went a little bit better on the defensive side of Chasmac, that could very much have been a game for Chasmac. And was a match point. I mean, I would have been scared for Tribe. An important game for them to pick up. Let's see if they can turn some of that momentum back in their favor.
3k already accumulated by Drage in the mid there, looking to try and get some value out of it, but does miss it, using Honeycoat, so only has one as well, but gathers another one quickly after. Collective the left-hand side still, waiting for this wall to be broken up by either Tom or Jiro if they can navigate over to that side at some point. Tom trying to get some bouncing shots as well, but Navi and Drage in the mids. Just a bit of a stalemate. Few shots from Navi did actually connect on Drage, and another one does as well. No bounces across, though. Actually, it did bounce across to the left over there, but it's not really making a difference to the general matchup.
Super from Drake. Not gonna find a connection. Rama quite low HP. So far, still 0 damage on either saves. As that mark is gonna be missed by Navi as well. Drake is one shot. And a nice follow-up shot from Drake that does connect onto Rama, keeping him low HP. Navi mid HP around the center as well. And Garo giving up on the right side. Lane swap called in as Rama moves to that position.
You better hope this pays off for Tribe now, as CMG did the same, but maintain all control of the map. Lenane going to be taking down that salty barrel, a little bit of assistance from Drage, but can't get the follow-up kill. Tom breaks the left-hand side, and there is a little treat there to pick up as well. The supply drop placed down, and Super comes through from Lenane. Salty barrel placed on his return, though, and that's the takedown for Chasmac. Jiro pushed back once more, though, but a couple of these mines placed in mid by Navi. He gets the takedown on Drage, and 10% lead already in their favor. Added a little bit more with that mortar and some shots from Rama.
Yeah, Lena is going to get a great super off. Both Mortar and Penny out of the way. Drage follows up with a kill onto Navi. Still 2 nest eggs down in the center, and Drage not triggering them just yet, but the second one triggered now. Might cost him his life, but it does seem like he's going to live for now. Lena gets a super off on the save. Only 9% now in favor of Chasmac, but they have Tom on the left-hand side able to get some nice connecting shots onto the save. So is Rama for the side of Chasmac, and with about 15 seconds left here, it's going to be an intense final battle.
It's a close game, but Lenane coming forward with the super, which means that Chasmac are going to have to go forward and get some kills, but they can't even get Lenane. They're just leaving him at this point, but Drage holding up the mid nicely. Rama following up some shots. Now he can't get there in time, and Tribe Gaming are going to take this set. They're going to move 1 back, and only 2 required for this reverse sweep now.
We can take a little bit of a sigh of relief if those who are watching at home for Tribe there, but it almost went to match point. I mean, that last game, Tribe were behind for the majority of it. I didn't know whether they were going to bring it back, if I'm completely honest. It just didn't feel like the same kind of chemistry as we saw in the first. But nonetheless, getting that set is going to provide a lot, well, hopefully for them, a lot of momentum, Tribe, because, you know, this is, like you said during the cast, the first sign of life for them since that first opening game.
It is really, really worrying for Tribe, even winning this set, because it's got to be another 2, and yes, the reverse sweep is definitely on the cards now, more than it would have been prior to this one as well. I'd have expected, you know, Chasmac maybe to even finish this one out, and they were looking good throughout this set as well, so they're definitely not going to have their heads down or anything like that. They'll be looking to finish out in this next one, but if Tribe can take this next one, they're going to have all momentum on their side. It's going to be 2-2, and they've got a couple of good maps coming up as well.
But looking at how we saw Chasmac respond when they were under intense pressure, Teddy, in that first set, this is kind of what you'd expect for them to kind of have this bit of downtime now to come back and look, you know, potentially even stronger. I mean, statistically, there's a bit of a divide there, let's be honest. They had a lot more healing, double the healing of Tribe there, but, I mean, you know, they definitely were behind when it came to damage.
Yeah, they were, and overall, I mean, it was a better set for Tribe Gaming, but I don't feel like Chasmac were that far behind, and 1 or 2 fights going different, that set could have been a 2-0 for Chasmac. Yes, there is still, like, both games at 20-30% damage difference, but that's not a whole lot, and maybe a bit of a lack of damage dealers towards the save on the side of Chasmac could be the reason of that. It was a tougher set for them, and Tribe did a really good job at capitalizing and punishing them.
Well, Wildcard Madness, they're coming up, and Tribe banning out Crow, Penny, and Sprout. Chasmac Gaming EU banning Janet, Otis, and Bell. First early draft in for Tribe is Gene, and I mean it's a solid first pick. You can't really go against that. I mean, interesting as well that Chasmac, banning out Bell. I think it's one that's not tend to often be banned here, but one that can get some good value. So in response to that, they're going to have to kind of consider greatly how they want to go about their first picks. But I think that Max would be a pretty decent shout. I mean, it's a great thing to have to come back into the mix quickly, and obviously if they allow it to get paired up with Tribe to have Max and Gene, I kind of worry in that regard, Trev.
It's a dangerous business if they do. They've picked up Ruffs though. Obviously don't want to give that to Tom again, as he is very, very strong on that brawler. But as you said, Tribe picking up Gene as the first pick not only is a very solid pick for any team, but specifically for Tribe, I feel like they just thrive with it that little bit more. It is their playstyle. This is what they do. Drage on that brawler, the same as B, really is a thing to be scared of. Chasmac have this second pick now. They've got the ability to either further counter this Gene or even take some of, as you said, Max that's going to be used further down the line in Tribe's composition. It's a dangerous position for them to be in because, sandbags are still available, and they do take Max. They take the sandbags to counter the Gene pull if they choose to go that route, or they can rain down some meteors and Max just purely because they don't want Tribe to have it.
Yeah, I think they had to go Max at that point, and I think it's all right. Yes, sure, Tribe kind of forced them to go into that pick, maybe throwing a wrench into Chasmac's plans here, but it's a perfectly fine brawler to play on Minecart Madness, and a decent way to deal with Gene in general. That speed gonna make it harder for any sort of pulls to connect, and a great way to really get back into the action in a very quick manner. Bonnie as a second pick here from Tribe is an interesting one that is going to be more often than not be played on lane here on Minecraft Madness, especially paired with a Gene, just because you have that long range. Right now, you outrange everyone on the side of Chasmac, so depending on what their final pick is going to be, you could have some pretty promising matchups on lane.
Yeah, I was thinking Bonnie or maybe B, actually, for Tribe, and they might even just double down on the range idea. Up next, they actually do. Okay, interesting. I mean, it's going to be great to be able to have the slow there when they got the Max on the other side of things for Chasmac, but there's still some potential here for them to choose something really quite aggressive, to have some HP, to have the Max drive everything further forwards, and then place Tribe in a vulnerable position in the back spawn, because with all this range, in that back spawn area, if Tribe are pushed back, you've only really got the Gene Magic Hand to relieve that kind of pressure. So, it could be something like a Buzz or something tanky, but at the same time, they might want to have a bit more range on their own side, because Bonnie and B, it's quite a troubling thing, and they're going to go with that. 8-bit though, I mean, I can see it working. I mean, obviously, cheat cartridge is a great way to kind of come back away from the mid, those perilous positions, grab some potential gems to get the win, even if they want to get on that countdown and come back, safe and sound. But it is a bit of a weird one, Trav. We can't lie. I can't really remember the last time I did see an 8-bit on Minecraft Madness.
It is very, very weird. I feel like it's definitely going to go one way or the other quite heavily. If Tribe can get that early control and keep them at a range, which is the game they clearly want to play, then they're going to be thriving. But if Chasmac get that early control and establish themselves in a good position, they've got the max speed, they've got the Ruffs, which is going to be providing, power-ups to his own teammates as well, and it's a dangerous situation for them to be in. We'll see which way that Minecart favors, and I believe that favors Chasmac to start things off, which might give them the lead needed off the start to close this one out.
Well, so far, all good as Lenan jumps in. Actually does get the kill as the sandbags get destroyed by his landing, and the follow-up shot do the job. Yeah, it's what scares me a little bit with 8-bit is I've already mentioned it on a couple other broadcasts here at the SBS. I don't love any sort of placeables on Minecraft Madness, because there's no really good spot to put them. That's probably going to be the better one for 8-bit, but it is fragile, and it's already down to 900 HP.
I mean, they've got all the control in the world right now, but Gene has this pull. Tom can't get too much value over the left-hand side, gets the slow, but not the follow-up shot to bring him down. And Jiro, obviously, he's the one carrying the gems. He's got this cheat cartridge there. Well, we'll believe he does. He might have extra credit still. I haven't seen him use it yet, but I'd imagine cheat cartridge will be there. He'll be able to avoid out this Gene pull when he chooses to. And now he's got the power-up as well. This is looking good for Chasmac.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good so far, and that pickup onto Drage is going to help furthermore. Garo can afford to go for another gem. There's 7 now in their pocket, and now he goes for the 8th. 1 away now from a countdown on the side of Chasmac, and Drage falling again. Lenan with the jump in on the flank, but gets shut down. Chasmac, a countdown, and only 13 more seconds to hold on to those gems.
10 seconds between Chasmac and a match point. Looking good for them now. They've got all these spawnables down. Sandbags placed also, tanking a lot of these Tom damage. He goes down. Power-up thrown to no avail, really, as Tribe Gaming not going to be able to get this reset. Jiro retreating to the back right and staying out of harm's way. Match point for Chasmac Gaming.
Wow, that was beautiful, honestly, from Chasmac. I do think that if they lose control completely, it's going to be harder to recover from that sort of position. But, I mean, they didn't lose control once, really. Once they got it, they were just a solid foothold in the mid for the entire process of that game. And that was a match point in their hands. Tribe, they have their backs against the wall, and now needs to be careful with that minecart approaching and give away some space, as now he takes down Tom on the right-hand side. Lena jumps in, 2-for-2 trade. It's only Rama versus Drage now, and a find that Drage is going to win.
Nice, and then has this pull as well, so if it does get turned around, he has that capability to flip it back. Gadget pop from Lene over the left-hand side, looking to try and get another super. They've been the real saving grace for Tribe at the moment. He's the one who relieves this pressure. He's the one who gets it when they need it as well. Tom following up with some shots, really nice, but Lene falls down. Slow comes in, double slow, not quite there, as he just affects Navi. Speed pops, and Jiro going to get back in the mix fast because of that.
Yeah, now control back in favor of Chasmac, really for the first time in this game. And we'll see if they manage to hold on to it now as well, as the jump in from Lena is dangerous, nearly cost him his life, but instead it's going to be Navi to go down on the right-hand side to Drage. Garo, somewhat trapped here, but still able to make things work either way as Lena goes down. The left wall destroyed as well, which I don't even know if Garo necessarily minds on this lane.
Yeah, well, Rama's sitting quite nicely on the left-hand side now, has power up for himself, and Lene not able to get his super just yet. Drage has this pull, but the gems are quite quickly evened out by Chasmac, as they had a poor start, but they bounced back really quickly. Cheat cartridge there, trying to avoid this pull from Drage, but he doesn't use it anyway. He's locked in now because the minecart was behind him, and some good shots coming in, bringing them low, and this might be what Tribe need to bounce back into the mid.
Yeah, this is a close one. 8 gems for each team. Garo is one shot, though. Kill going the way of Chasmac, but HP-wise, it's miserable on the Polish side of things, as Tribe now are a gem ahead. Another one has spawned. Don't think they'll be able to really do all that much with that, as Garo actually is able to pick it up, get the kill onto Drage in the mid, and a countdown should be secured now by Chasmac, but gems are spread out, and that is way less than ideal. The pull is going to be dodged. That is going to be a big blunder here for Tribe, as Chasmac are sitting on 11 gems. Just one kill here from Tribe could end the countdown. Does the gem spawn in time? 1 second left. It doesn't. Oh, it spawns on the wrong side. That is something they should have been ready for.
Oh, my goodness me. Wow, what a day for Chasmac. Huge result for them. I mean, and deservedly so. I mean, I've got to be honest, it was a really smart draft. What can you do when you've got a Gene on the other side? Well, I mean, Rafts, A-Bit, but the thing as well for me, though, is like, don't you just have to just like utilize those gene pools in any way you can, try and bait out those gadgets and just kind of over time exacerbate them? Because we didn't really see much, did we, on that Tribe side? I wouldn't necessarily have minded, even if they just were always countered, you know, ideally by the 8-bit, because you want to, you know, break down those cheat cartridges, but I don't think I even saw one being used at all by Craze the entire game, really. I could be wrong, but, you know, ultimately, that's just kind of where I felt for me, like that could have been, you know, targeted in some way, but again, you know, Chasmac read it like a book. They really knuckled down, did the homework, and with smart drafts, again, you know, added to the losing streak of Tribe Gaming, and it's such a surprise to see. Again, this is a team that came third in the Challenge Finals of Season 1. Statistically as well, you know, they dropped obviously a lot more gems, but the damage was much more in favor of Chasmac EU and gems as well. I mean, Trav, I mean, what a huge result.
I mean, all I've got to say, surely, if you're waiting for that last gem, you've got to know which side it spawns on to start with. Like, I'm not sure if they even could have got it with the timer. I'm not sure if either of you guys saw that. But I think it spawned maybe just bang on it, and there was a possibility slightly if they'd have got the timing bang on that it could have been. But they were on the wrong side of the minecart anyway. They were looking for the wrong side of the gem spawner. And that's a mistake you can't make when you are gambling on that in the first place. You've either got to completely commit for the reset or know perfectly which side the gem's going to be spawning on. Big mistake from Trial, but it was just mistakes all day long. It wasn't just that one.
Yeah, it wasn't really Tribe looking their best today, Teddy. You know, where do you think it kind of originated from, you know, escalated out of control? You know, it's unusual to see a team which, you know, in the BSC is the #1 seed in EMEA going into the World Finals. Where did it all go wrong?
I'm not sure, you know, when they showed up here in the challenge season, their first match was a 2-3 loss against Totem. And honestly, that's fine. You know, it's Totem. Everyone else has been losing to Totem so far, but then they pick up 2 wins where they look better, but still maybe not against the strongest team. And ever since they faced SK, and that was a 1-3 in favor of SK, it kind of feels like there's not much left in the tank for the rest of the season. And right now, this means that the next playdate, they're gonna need a win. And even then, I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, Trav, in Season 1, they were very comfortable going in to that challenge final stage. And that last match against SK came down to the wire on that last challenge day of Season 1. But now they're going to be hoping for others' downfall, effectively. And that's not a position that you tend to find Tribe Gaming.
It's really not, and honestly, I don't know which teams need to lose for them to be able to win. You'd have to have a more in-depth look at, previous results and head-to-head matchups, but their chances are looking so slim right now, and, could they even be cut off by the end of today? I don't know, but that could genuinely be a possibility because of how tight this mid-section of the table is. You can't take any gambles. You've got to win every single game you can, and the most wins they can get in this season now is 3. And that is really disappointing considering how prestigious of a team Tribe are.
Insane start to the day, and of course, we're far from done now. Next up, Reply Totem versus Team Queso. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then
to the Snapdragon Pro Series of Brawl Stars. We are in Challenge Day 6. Only one more after this, and already we've started off with a huge bang. Big upset, huge upset. Chasmac Gaming EU take the win over Tribe Gaming EU, and that Teddy was not what we were expecting. We discussed it, we talked about it, we said that Chasmac are on the up, but I think it's very different from talking about it to actually seeing it occur.
Yeah, Tribe are falling. They're absolutely falling down right now, and man, what a crazy season so far. They were looking amazing in the previous one. Now it's going to be a challenge to even qualify. So yeah, I have no words, honestly, to describe what happened in that previous match. But I mean, Chasmac are going to be ecstatic about that win.
Yeah, I mean, coming into today, we had 5 teams on a 2 and 3. So, you know, Tribe would potentially lose the head-to-head against Panafresh now, and also Chasmac Gaming EU. Not necessarily going to bother them to have, like, Reply Totem and SK there as losses, but definitely it's going to make that final challenge day very, very interesting, Trav. I mean, any of the teams that are in that 2 and 3 today, you know, we can't say whether they're out or still in the competition. It's going to come down to the wire, but again, no, a huge upset. I mean, this next match is not necessarily going to make the biggest of differences to that final day, but nonetheless, I mean, what a huge loss for Tribe.
Yeah, it's really surprising to see, you know, how strong they've been throughout the entire year, to see, you know, pretty much the downfall during the SBS, and it's really worrying going on to further tournaments. You know, they've got Worlds coming up, they've got other tournaments that they're playing in, and if they're performing like this, they're losing against Panafresh one week, losing against Chasmac, and they're both games they should win, and they're just not winning them, and it doesn't even look close in quite a lot of encounters as well.
Well, one team that really are the polar opposite, really, of, you know, making it not that close. Reply Totem. I mean, they're so convincing. So, well, it's a 21 win streak now, I believe, as well, up against Team Queso. Let's take a look at the Reply Totem roster. Joker, Maru, and of course Inso from the sidelines. I mean, what is there to say about this this team, honestly? Since, you know, Season 1 Open Finals, 21 wins, consecutive wins, 0 losses. I mean, it's a first. It's a first in history, really. I think this could be genuinely one of the longest streaks we've ever seen in any season of competitive across, you know, the birth of Brawl Esports, Trap.
It's definitely something. It really is. Across SPS, with 21 wins in a row, you said. Absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, you've got to think, can anybody rival them? Never mind Team Queso. It's definitely an issue that, you know, they're coming into it. It's the least influential of any of the games in pretty much the entire season. But it's still going to be a bit of a show match.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, you've got a team like Reply Totem, who have just been on this absolute tear, and Team Queso have been on the opposite kind of path. But regardless, let's take a look now at the Team Queso roster as well. SSJ, of course, Boss and Navi. Boss coming in to the roster after, you know, we waved goodbye to a couple of the former Team Queso members, and it has been a bit of a struggle since then. Of course, yet to get a win here so far in Season 2 of the SBS, but, I mean, Teddy, I'm just going to throw it out there because we've already seen one upset today. What if, what if Team Queso are that team that, while on this fantastic losing streak that they've been on, they come out with a win against Reply Totem against all odds?
No.
No? not even gonna tickle the idea.
I said earlier, you know, that their performance on Tuesday was the best we had seen all Snapdragon Pro Series challenge season long. But it was a 3-0 that they lost. That's not good, Arne.
I'm just saying. So in that respect, is it 100% to 0% in favor of Reply Totem feet then?
Well, you know, if maybe Joker broke one of his thumbs and Mari lost both his eyes, I could see something like that happening. God, am I rude? But really, no. I don't think this is something that should be possible. But it is Brawl Esports. We've seen crazier happen. but I think I've had my share of crazy for today. So no, 100-0, yeah.
Teddy's had his share of crazy for today. Trev, where are you at in terms of your level of sanity? Are you looking for something that could also, tip you over the edge, or do you feel like it's a safe bet just to keep going with, again, Reply Totem with such a fantastic win streak?
Well, I mean, if you're asking me for a prediction, I say Reply Totem. But if you're asking me the same question as you asked Teddy, I honestly think it might be like an 80-20. There's never a thing where two... And, as bad as Team Queso have been doing, they're still a top-tier team in Brawl Esports. They're still capable of these upsets. It can never be 100-0, like, it's all down to drafts. It's down to how people turn up on the day. And I think that, Team Queso do have somewhat of a chance, whether that be 20%, it's a pretty small amount. But still, you've got to expect at least something from them this season, and this might be it.
I do like your enthusiasm. Teddy's face tells a different story altogether, but the head-to-head, I mean, it is a convincing amount of kills greater than that of Team Queso, Teddy. And Reply Totem are that kind of really super aggressive team. But what I will say though recently is that they have had a couple of drafts that we've all looked at each other and gone, huh? I think Ash, they were trying to counter Daryl in Kaboom Canyon with Lou, which makes a lot of sense, but it kind of did lead to a more troublesome game against Chasmac EU. And then we saw just even on Tuesday, bring the Meg on Ring of Fire, which that did have its time. I mean, it's not a bad pick, but obviously, Meg's had a lot of changes since then. A very, very small buff of the most recent update, but nothing that would really have warranted necessarily the pick. I mean, when it comes to those stats in front of you there, and also like how they're kind of faring at the moment, with some of those ideas in mind, what kind of Reply Totem can we even expect today?
That's a very good question. I mean, as Trav kind of said earlier, there's never like a zero chance for a team to make something happen, right? As unlikely as I think Team Queso is taking this match, I just think it would be so wild for Totem to end their 21 win streak to Team Queso. That, just as a reminder, Team Queso, out of 18 sets they've played this season, they've won 3. That is, that's really close to 0%. Like, it's getting close to it.
You're basically asking for the team that is bottom of the leaderboard to get as many sets that they've had all season against a team that have not conceded a loss over the course of 2 seasons. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot to ask. I can understand why maybe some watching in the chat might not feel like it's going to be the day today of Team Queso. I got to be honest, when I woke up this morning, I didn't necessarily feel like it was going to be Team Queso's day today. But like you guys say, in Brawl Esports, you never necessarily know what is going to happen next. And, if by some magic, Team Queso have got some ideas up their sleeves, which they've been hiding a little bit, or just the chemistry is on point, maybe some mistakes from Reply Totem proved costly. We've got to remember, Reply Totem are not invincible. We have seen them take losses in other tournaments. BSC, most comes to mind most frequently when we think back to that final month where Bax EU got the win in that best of 3, and that's what I always kind of bring back around, is that it was a best of 3. This is a best of 5. So, Team Queso, Trav, undoubtedly, they're going to have to pull out all the stops. And we do have to ask ourselves the question, are they incentivized? Because they are out of the running going into this season's Challenge Finals.
I mean, some people would even question if they'd show up. It's just that kind of thing. They're completely out of the tournament, right? The best they can get is 7th, and that's if, Tribe lose next week again, and then they win 2 matches in a row, this and another one next week. And it's a big ask for them to get off that bottom. But, the incentive is $500 extra. Yeah, $500 extra, So it's a bit of a bigger cut to each player, and I'm sure they'll be pleased about getting some wins on the board as well, because it's not only just about getting to the finals. It's not only just about the money, but momentum into Worlds. We can't forget, SBS is one thing, Worlds is another. There's 0-5 in this, but they've qualified to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, with that in mind as well, Teddy, Reply Totem do, obviously want to keep going forwards the way they are, but Team Queso, they need a lift. They need to come into the World Finals of the BSC, showing us that they've got what it takes to take on some really big contenders. Their first match, I believe, is against Stalled Esports in that as well. But our first map and mode coming in thick and fast. Canal grinding for Bounty, followed by Backyard Bowl for Brawl Ball, Open Zone for Hot Zone. Out in the open for Knockout will be our 4th set, and Hot Potato for Heist for our 5th. If we get that far, again, we might not get past Hot Zone. Let's see how it fares. Bans coming in for Reply Totem are Penny, Ruffs, and Sprouts for Team Queso, banning out Janet, banning out the Gene as well as the Max. And already we're seeing the drafts start to take its form of the Gale and the Bell for Reply Totem, the Carl and the Otis pick there for Team Queso.
I mean, I think no matter what, when you're a Carl, which is already a brawler that is not in the greatest of places right now, if you're facing a Gale, it's already a troublesome draft. Otis is a pretty decent pick, but I wouldn't say necessarily the greatest one on Canal Grande per se. So far, I like the draft from Totem. It's nothing wow, nothing out there, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like on Team Queso's side, that Carl, yes, it does get you the blue stars for free. And it is probably one of the better maps for Carl right now. I still don't know if that's going to be enough to justify that pick and to make it work on the side of Team Queso. But oh, they're going to go for the Eve, which it is the map to do so, right? But I don't know. I've yet to really see the success of it. And even though the damage buff is going to be there, the reload gear is not. So losing out some of that value from that pick here off the bat. I
mean, it's just Team Queso Eve. That's just it. It is just their pick. You know, they played it when it was awful. It might still be awful without this new gear, and I genuinely think it probably is. I don't think that they really have the best composition here. Totem being the team they are and the composition they've got the Gale against the Carl. They've got countermeasures to pretty much everything. They're going to be looking very good coming into this one. They're going to be feeling confident. But Maru off the start, not in the best position. He goes down and gives a 3-star lead to Team Queso.
Well, I mean, it's a good start on the side of Team Queso. Can't deny that. Let's see how time might change that around, maybe. As Maru is quite low HP again. Navi getting a lot of value all around on both Maru and Maori. The iconic Italian duo do lose one of its members, as now it's going to be 5 stars in favor of Team Queso. And so far, I mean, I have no complaints. 9 stars. Okay, I mean, go Team Queso.
Team Queso clearly showing up today to fight and off to a great start. Joker not able to get that early positioning against that Carl, which has definitely been really tough for him. He's had to switch lanes and go against that Otis, which he's now been muted by and should be taken down by, and he does. He burns down, and first kill comes in from Totem. It's 4 stars, and you know, they're only 9 stars behind. As good as this has been for Queso, it can all fall apart so fast.
Well, another kill for Reply Totem. They are catching up, but still behind by 5 stars. That's quite a significant amount in a competitive level. As alias SJ, I mean, they're just passing each other the bell shot there, as eventually Joker confirms the elimination onto Ale. The mark is going to be missed, so some lost value there. That is going to help the likes of Team Queso a little bit. Only 3 stars in it, though, so they need to be careful about how things go now. If Boss ends up going down, that would be a disaster for Team Queso, as Mari is connecting some very nice shots onto him. Joker pushing away the Eve. Not sure if that was the way to go here, as Javi has a 1v1 on the left-hand side where no one really overcommits. Maro gets muted, so he can't really fight either way. Boss ever so barely dodges that shot. I mean, a great game from Team Queso, but it should never have gone that close.
And to be honest, as it did get that close, you know, Reply Totem should have won it. Easy as that. They had him pinned in spawn, and Team Queso, they got off to like a 14-0 start, but then it all started to crumble down, and then just Totem weren't able to finish off those final kills, which they definitely should have been able to do. They want this early control a bit better. And with 2 over the right-hand side against this Carl, they might be able to do it. Fast splatter over the left, and Mori falls low. Maru puts himself in a terrible position yet again just to get this wall break, and it might not even be the most beneficial one.
Yeah, I'm questioning a lot. Like, I mean, Mari goes in there. I was going to say, why is he going so aggressive? He does get the kill, but he does end up going down. So, still very much 4 stars in favor of Team Queso. Not the end of the world. It's definitely better than the previous game. But at the same time, Joker is isolated again. Might just get caught here, as, yeah, he does go down. And that's another 2 stars added to the count for Team Queso.
Nice Superman Maru though, and you can see his star power taking effect, giving him some heals. Mark comes in and just connects onto Eve as well. Nice from Mori there, as he has that range advantage. Boss fairly low, 2-tap to Mori, but the spin comes in. He can't get the trade. Mori takes that one. Javi going aggressive. Silver Starfish placed onto Joker, and he does get the kill as well. Maru might be looking for a break here with his piggy banks, and he does go for it. Super in hand as well. Javi might be in a dangerous position, but he actually gets the kill. 7 stars over his head, and it's all him this game.
Yeah, he's popping off for Team Queso. 45 seconds away from winning the set. Unless Reply Totem have something to say about it, as Maro is incredibly low HP. And again, a super from Joker that creates a little bit of space, but I feel like it's still not the most value as, wow, Ali SSJ and Boss get a nice two-piece on the left-hand side. A kill from Mari on the right side, but it's still a massive gap right now, and they need more kills. Ali able to dodge that shot with a well-timed gadget. Is very low HP, but still alive, and so far, it seems more and more unlikely that Reply Totem can turn this one around.
I mean, a team kill and it's theirs. Boss swoops in, he gets the kill, and Maru pretty much on his own. Mori gets one, but we got to see over the far side here, Javi just sitting nice and comfortable up top, and they take the first set. We might have a 10% prediction clutch here from me.
Are we absolutely certain that today is not going to be the day that the Reply Totem streak comes to an... I mean, it is the first set, but I still feel like that was a first set that we felt would go the way of Reply Totem. They tend to end in 3-1s, like historically, in the SPS with any team against Reply Totem. It's almost like they give any team the first one for free, Teddy. But I'm just saying, Team Queso looks better.
I think I'm going to take back my 100-0. I'll make it a 99-1. All right?
Okay.
And more seriously, I mean, that was a great draft from Team Queso. I think that Reply Totem honestly didn't really play well either, to be completely fair. Team Queso doing a great job with the Eva. Obviously, the Otis on Javi was kind of the star of the show for this set, getting just tremendous value all around. And yeah, the stats really just, you know, reflect very nicely what we saw in game. Team Queso very dominant in this opening set. I'm still kind of seeing so far, again, some sort of an outlier, an exception to the rule, as I don't think this necessarily should reflect the rest of the series quite as much, and I still have plenty of faith in Totem making things right.
I'll be honest, when I looked back at the draft at the very beginning to what I saw, it didn't seem like it was supposed to go the way of Team Queso, to be honest. I mean, they were carrying a Carl up against the Gale. I mean, that's not normally going to ever go your favor. I kind of expected to see, for that reason, a bit more of Joker sort of remaining on that Carl pick the entire time, which never really kind of translated. But you're right, you know, Javi did play an absolutely incredible Otis, and I feel like that would be a high ban up the... yeah, and it is going to be exactly banned out by Reply Totem this time round. I think that's the way forwards, which shows, again, learning from some of those mistakes. Back your bowl for Brawl up next. Banning out the Janet alongside that Otis, as well as the B for Reply Totem. Team Queso going to ban out the Jean, the Max, and Janet as well. Both teams valuing the Janet ban there. First pick coming in, Stu for Team Queso.
I kind of like it. Obviously, they're going to be able to use that speed zone, but it does decay now, which means it's going to not be as valuable on a map like Backyard Bowl, where you intend to play so passive and just wait it out. It's not going to be there for as long as it would be, as you know, you'd have had to have Reply Totem aggress to get rid of that, and then they'd have got value off the back of it by taking advantage of the aggression. Ruffs and Gus are the two picks coming in from Reply Totem, and Ruffs, you're always going to be pretty happy about that one. You're going to be able to break up the map, and you know, Gus, now that he doesn't even require break up the map to be able to get the value out of those supers, is definitely going to be good. He's got the range, got the ability to provide a shield, but they're going to be looking for a pretty versatile last pick here, as I think, as I just don't think their comp is that well rounded, doesn't have too much DPS, and it's going to struggle defensively.
It's a double support pick on the side of Totem, even though those players, those brawlers rather, can really stand on their own as well. They will, yeah, indeed need something a bit more aggressive perhaps, or higher damage to seal the deal. On the side of Team Queso, they'll go Bell as their second pick, and it's one that's very standard on Backyard Bowl, really not too much special about it. I don't mind it though. I think as well the mark is something that can help you deal a little bit with someone that is shielded up by Gus, or even buffed up by Ruffs. So I think the difference here as well is going to be setup time, at least so far when it comes to this draft, where, you know, if you start seeing more buffs being handed out, and that means walls removed and players getting stronger, a shield comes in, and suddenly that might be enough to overwhelm the defense from Team Queso.
Great pick there. Draft coming in for Team Queso with the Penny. I was thinking in my head, it's going to be Bo, Brock, or Penny, surely, and Penny was the pick, and I don't mind that at all. I think Wall Break now could potentially be on the cards for Reply Totem. They've already got Ruff, so they don't have to, but it always helps. Botany could be coming in for them to have the range they need to have up against this Bell, and I think that's a pretty smart idea. And also the ability to go in and assassinate, you know, whoever they need on that side of things. I imagine the Botany going to be focusing largely upon the Penny. You've got a bit of a problem there as well, though, with the Salty Barrel and also Bell's Mark. It's going to be tough to make that Botany pick work, but ideally, yeah, going up against a Stu, it's not going to really work out too well at all in that respect. I do like this comp, Trav, from Team Queso, to be honest, but it is going to come down a lot to control and keeping Reply Totem back in that back spawn area. Ultimately, that's where the penny turret is going to be able to, get the most amount of value. And I kind of wonder, for the reason that you said earlier with the speed zone, whether it was going to be in play or maybe breakthrough coming back in. Is speed zone coming through for Boss? Yeah, that nerf is going to show itself.
Yeah, we can see up top now, and Boss off to a good start, getting it super nice and early on, and we got the bell from Javi, not able to connect too much just yet, but Mori playing through the mid and Joker on the lane there. Double range, and the Boss just aggressing so nicely. Nice pitch coming in from Javi as well, but still just not connecting those needed shots, and he's dashing forward, dashing to the left as well. Nice stuff, but double gadget comes in from Mori. He might be able to clean up here, gets one, but not the second just yet, and Maru having a real tough time against LSJ, but with a bit of help, might be able to clean this one up nicely. Does it on his own, but traded out.
Yeah, I feel like at least early on it was kind of wrong lanes on the side of Reply Totem. They're not swapping so far, so that is not necessarily going to make their journey any easier here as Boss gets into a more aggressive position. Joker does have super, goes for the jump in onto the penny and easily dispatched by Team Queso. Great teamwork to make that happen. Mari should be dealt with ease as well. The trick shot super pass to Boss, which is going to go in. And, I mean, that's a goal for Team Queso.
I mean, I kind of like it. There wasn't a direct angle to a position where he could have got more value, and to be fair, another follow-up shot from Joker, and he would have gone down, so definitely needed the speedy pass that he did provide. Boss now on the left-hand side, getting some dashes, getting some shots in as well. Maru's low, and they did actually swap, and it doesn't seem to be paying off for them still. The bounce is going to be avoided by Mori there as he moves further to the left to avoid giving Maru this bounce from the bell, and not looking bad so far for Team Queso. They're consistently doing very well against Reply Totem here, which is worrying for Totem.
It definitely is. It definitely is. To jump in there, again, it does manage to help Maru find a kill. The walls will be opened up, but still no opportunity to score just yet. Javi is low, however. Joker trying to get those HP back. Kill from Maru onto the left-hand side is going to be close to another super now as well. Does get it now. It's going to open up the wall on the far right side, but it's only about 15 seconds left, and Team Queso, they are still up by a goal. Reply Totem need to find a quick way to open things up, and it's looking more and more unlikely. Only Mari left alive, and not a chance. That is going to be Team Queso now with 3 games in a row, and I mean, 98-2 now for my odds, Trav. It's looking more and more likely for Team Queso to actually make it happen.
Slowly moving up then, and this is the Team Queso we've been wanting to see all season, but it's also not the Reply Totem we've been seeing all season. They don't seem to be playing too well, and Team Queso do seem to be playing well, which is definitely a little bit worrying for Totem in this kind of position, but still, it doesn't actually matter the result of this game. They're kind of, just playing out for Team Queso's value, as the head-to-head versus Totem and SK next week will decide who gets that first place no matter what, but they have this streak to uphold, and they're in a tough position to be withholding that at the moment. As Team Queso getting some nice steps forward onto Joker, bringing him down to 1 shot. Maru's low as well, but the wall break nice and early on this time. Definitely a bit of a better start for Totem as they're not too far back in spawn early on.
Yeah, a better start, but not an excellent one either. At least not just yet. Boss does get shut down, actually. I might be eating my words again for the 5th time just in this, in the 2 first sets here. But it's going to be a nice goal from Totem and a welcome change here as well, as I've been making a bit of a fool of myself for this matchup. As Boss tries to enable the left side a bit more and is able to get a really big pickup there onto Maru. Boss does end up going down. Javi does have that mark, but he's going to keep it. He knows Joker is low. It's going to be at the expense of his life, though, but still, super was used for that kill, one that is not going to give them much more value besides the successful defense for now.
LSJ was trying to maintain control but couldn't quite do it as the wall break came in. Nice gadget from Mori over the right-hand side, getting the takedown there, but Joker has control of this ball, and Team Queso can't quite push this forward just yet. They've got time on the clock, though. There's a minute left, and they still have the availability to try and force in a goal before this burns down. Joker going to be provided with a power-up and a shield, buffing up really nicely. Javi trying to go forward and take down Maru, does not quite manage to do it, and it's just LSJ again. He seems to be the only one who's actually surviving.
45 seconds left on the clock, and Team Queso slowly but surely pushing up the map here. A jump in from Joker is result in a kill, traded up rather quickly by Boss, as Maru is now very low HP as well. Gets taken out. Is there a chance here in the last 20 seconds for Team Queso to tie things up, push things to overtime? It's not seeming so likely, as Javi gets shut down, and so did Boss just earlier. Alias is J next in line, and that is very much going to be a game here for Reply Totem.
Reply Totem finally showing us something worth value, and Team Queso definitely not now in the best position because they're one game away from tying this out, and Reply Totem starting to look just that little bit better. Couldn't quite force the goal in at the end there by Team Queso as they had the mortar established. Give them another 20-30 seconds and something might have happened, but it all did kind of collapse towards the end, and Reply Totem was still holding on strong on the defense. Need this better start yet again. We need the Team Queso from the first game, getting an early goal and playing this control comp as it should be played.
Early on, it's going to be Reply Totem trying to dictate the pace just a little bit more here, as Boss is so low HP. He's still alive, so we'll get to slowly reset. So far, oh, that jump in from Joker gets greeted by a nice barrel from Ali SSJ. Javi does have a mark, the supply drop to open up the wall, but this man advantage for Team Queso, building up some nice control. The pass to Boss, it's questionable. I think that bell mark would just have been better value as Joker goes in for the kill and jumps out to stay alive. Some interesting plays here on both sides, and I mean, so far it seems to be favoring Reply Totem, and they're slowly building up more mid control.
Definitely with some questionable stuff going on, but still 0-0, and Boss actually advancing up this left-hand side just a little bit more. Gadget going to hit though, but no takedown just yet. Gasser heal there, Super as well. Takedown for the side now of Team Queso as Joker falls down to his knees and heading back to spawn. Javi got the Super as well. Boss also got that, and they're looking quite good for overtime. Gus might be quite strong, but Joker's going to be slow. Maru gets the takedown, and power-ups need to be provided soon enough because they're just not doing too well, and they're forced on the defense.
Yeah, this is a struggle here for Reply Totem, forced into that defensive position. Now, removing those walls in the mid helps prevent any sort of spawn traps, and Team Queso are very much respecting that so far to jump in. I don't know if he dodged the mark. He did. Is going to get the pickup as well, and this is a big opportunity for Reply Totem to completely turn things around. Another kill as Ali SSJ falls down, but the nest egg going to connect on both Joker and Maru. 35 seconds left on the clock. Boss cornering up the ball. And this is a big kill that Boss finds onto Maru. Joker in a tough position as well, slowed down, but still alive. A mortar plays down, and it's looking like right now Team Queso, they just want to go to overtime.
Another shield being on Mori there, and he's been doing a great job of using these effectively so far. LSJ just trying to keep Boss alive for this overtime period. Jump comes in though, and it's just Boss. Can he get the dashes off? He doesn't get the goal, but I'm not sure if that's even going to go in. It just slides in, and Totem score the goal, and there's no time for a Team Queso reply as they do fall down in this set. 1-1 now between these teams, and Team Queso are looking so strong, but instantly turned round.
Oh man, I was really looking forward to coming back in and saying, is this the day? But, you know, Reply Totem took it slower. It did look questionable at the beginning. I mean, but the comp was the right one for me to win it, at least, in terms of the range that they had at their disposal. And again, the fact that they can kind of just sit back and play it slow. But again, we can't take anything away from Team Queso. It's great to see them have something of some resolve. We've yet to kind of see them really thrive at all again in most of their matchups, the closest being up against FAE Panafresh last week. But it is looking better, Teddy. But now that Reply Totem have got one on the board, is this where it ends?
You know, I mean, either way, props to Team Queso for getting to this point. But my problem here is I think Totem played an awful set of Brawl Ball, and they still won it. Which, you know, is kind of a problematic situation because you don't expect Totem to play badly. And yeah, Team Queso, this was really their chance to go 2-0 in sets because I feel like they had the opportunity. And if you look at how close those stats are as well, overall, I would argue better for Team Queso. Yes, a little bit less damage, but quite a bit more healing. And overall, Team Queso had a better set. It's just that Reply Totem managed to get a couple impact kills that gave them some goals, and that ultimately made the difference. Overall, though, Team Queso, they were dominating on every single one of those lanes. I think the defense was solid, and if Reply Totem were not able to destroy those walls and prevent those spawn traps, I think it would have been an easy win for Team Queso.
Yeah, there was moments where, you know, Reply Totem just had a better handle on things in terms of their control. Team Queso, had some moments where they were pushed up against the goal, but then just kind of struggled to keep everyone in the mix. I mean, more often than not, it was kind of just Alias SJ on his own, and then things kind of went downhill progressively from there. But nonetheless, I mean, we're all tied up. I don't think many of us expected Team Queso to get a single set, realistically, in this matchup, but they did just that. I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe get two, just simply because Reply Totem don't seem to be, for me, at their best today. Let's just put it that way. But open zone for Hot Zone up next. The bans in already for Reply Totem being B, Otis, and Janet. For Team Queso, banning out Poco, Otis, and Max. And an early draft of Stu.
Nice early draft then of Stu, and clearly liking it from the previous one as well, because it was working quite nicely for Boss. Return pick of Amber coming in from Reply Totem then, which is yet another really solid one, I feel, down one of these lanes. You've got the bushes for cover to start with, but then obviously you're going to burn them up and try play that range game and, you know, kind of take advantage of that. They're adding further to that fact by taking this Crow. Instead of taking something with a vision gear, you're just going to be able to shoot down that lane and scout them out for a few seconds anyway.
Yeah, I think Crow is an interesting one here. It's a brawler that has fallen off quite a bit, to be fair, ever the slow got nerfed from 5 to 3 seconds. I think 3 seconds most of the time is still plenty enough at a pro level to make it still very impactful, because, you know, pros react quickly with good communication and synergy. You'll still make quite a bit of value out of that slow, but it does, you know, leave a bit more room for your opponents to try to escape and deny some of that value. Gus in a very good place, one that still is yet to be debated exactly where their place is. It feels like it's a strong brawler, but we still see it also sometimes being played and feel a little bit underwhelming. But maybe you have a different take on it, Art.
Well, Gus is going to work out well when Team Queso lose control, if they retake control, because those spirits are going to be left kind of on the zone where you want them to be, and therefore in a position to be able to heal you up whilst keeping you there. But it might not go according to plan if they actually do have control, because the spirits can be on the other side of the map. Bonnie coming in as well for Team Queso to combine with Stu, and Stu's going to be great here, but Pam combined with Crow and Amber, I really like what Reply Totem have got here. I feel like, you know, Pam more often than not coming in as that kind of final pick or second pick, it can cause so many problems, and especially because they didn't kind of give Team Queso a chance to go for a wall break idea. Once a healing station is down behind that wall, because I imagine Stu's going to be bringing the speed zone again. We've seen that kind of decay coming in now with the full 34 seconds it takes to completely decay down to 0 if left untouched. I just don't see Breakthrough coming in. I think it might be the time to consider it. Let's see what they're going with, but that Pam is a great final draft from Reply Totem.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the Pam's a really, really solid pick, and, you know, especially against the Stu, who's usually able to avoid so many shots. It's hard to avoid the spray that Pam brings to the table. Brought quite low off the start now, and getting some good chains off it, though, and staying in the mix really nicely, with Joker eventually shooting back with a double kill from Team K, so allows them to take full control of this zone, and they're going to advance into quite a nice lead now.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward super as well there from Mari. I mean, it covers a lot of ground, but not really useful ground. So yeah, sure. It is going to help him reload his next super for quite a while. The jump in, though, from Javi is big, and Joker falls next. Javi can even take down the healing station, and that's an amazing start here for Team Queso. And I don't know if I'm as much of a fan of Totem's draft. We'll see once they recover the mid if they can make things work here. So far, that start was a little bit poor on their end, as Boss is down to 160 HP. Gets reset nicely by Mari. That is going to really help cement their position in the mid, as he does go a bit over-aggressive, gets punished, and no, Joker is left in an awkward situation where Boss can just easily take him down, and the Crow Poison will claim the kill, but that jump in from Navi, Mari survives, but ever so barely.
Only just, and he does go down now, as Joker can't tank that with either his healing station or his own body. Boss gets a shield provided to him, and it tanks so much, getting massive damage down on Joker, trying to bring down this healing station now as well. Mori falling low as he just can't contest at this body range. Boss staying alive as well, 20% needed to finish this game out, and Gasser heal providing so useful for the side of Team Queso. Alice J sitting on the zone, and Joker knows he has to throw that aggressive turret, so he does just that, and they need all the control from now until the end.
Yeah, there's no room for mistakes here for Reply Totem. They are coming back quickly. Only about 25% now separating both teams, but Team Queso are so close to the finish line. That shield onto Boss as well, it's going to make it really hard for them to push them back out, and they nearly did it, but it's not quite going to be enough here from Reply Totem, as Team Queso take another game here. That's their 4th in this match. And honestly, I mean, it's very impressive.
Where has this Team Queso been all season? I want to know, because they could have really been a contender for these top 4 spots if they brought this kind of gameplay to every other game. Speed Zone placed early on from Boss, trying to go through once more, but instantly slowed. And Totem changing up the game plan. Pam down the lane, Maru through the mid, using these slows pretty early, I would imagine. Jump comes in, and Navi gets the takedown, trying to follow up on Maru as well, but he's getting pitched in heavily, and they are there yet again. Pretty much the exact same start from Team Queso as a 3v1 is what's happening on the map.
Yeah, at least this time around, Maru did not waste his super immediately. Does have it now available and gets the connection onto the Gus. Quite a bit of damage to follow up as well. And now decent mid control for the side of Reply Totem, as Boss is very low HP, gets reset again and eventually taken out by Maru. Things looking better than in the previous game. Still not an ideal situation. They know they don't have all that much room for mistakes, and I don't think they want to let Team Queso run away with this one, as Boss is quite aggressive to jump in from Maru. He's going to claim the kill. Follow up from Maru onto Boss, and he might even find a third, as the burn onto AliSSJ is going to be, whoa, yeah, just barely enough to take him down. That shield was popped on Navi instead. And right now, Reply Totem are running away with this one. Navi trying to get a kill there. Instead, it's going to be Boss to take down Joker. Maru is very low HP, so is Boss. Boss doesn't quite burn to his demise, but AliSSJ might just.
How did he survive for so long there? The Gasser heal keeping him in the mix, but now Joker's going to shut down that idea along with Maru, take him down, and they're starting to advance towards a position where they're going to even this one out. 87 now, and there's just no real signs from Team Queso that this one's going to be flipped around. Boss coming in with the shield now, but Maru's going to jump in onto AliSSJ. Boss low, and they can't get the damage through. Reply Totem even things out, making it 1-1, 1-1.
This is what I was expecting from Reply Totem in the first game, to be completely honest. Just very dominant, played very well, and Maru as well, spotting some really strong opportunities here and there. As soon as a Gus super goes out, he just jumps on the Gus. He knows he doesn't have the value to actually take him down. Love what I'm seeing from him right now, but this final game of Hot Zone is going to be an important one, because either way, someone is going home with a second set here, and it might very much be Team Queso, looking at how good a start they're getting now.
Nice start from Team Queso once again then, but this is the exact same as it's been throughout the last 2 games. They won one, they lost one. They need to mirror what they did in the first. Little ghost over the right-hand side there, waiting for a good gadget pop, but unable to do it just yet. Gadget pop from Joker, but to no avail whatsoever, as Boss managed to juke out a lot of that. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3, and Team Queso with another team wipe once again to add some more percentage to this zone. And Totem are really not looking too good.
They're really not. They're really not. Maru struggling on the right-hand side, as I think they just swapped lanes, and Boss is just shining. That shield from the Gus is so strong. Boss does take a lot of damage in the end, ends up going down, but the damage has been done. So much of a lead for Team Queso, despite Totem getting the team wipe. They're not going to be even able to fully reset by the time they come back to the mix. Actually, they might just, and yeah, Joker just about gets back to full HP, and Boss getting a bit over-aggressive there. Going to get punished by Maru. Team Queso still in the lead, but might not be for long, as Reply Totem have a solid foothold down in the mid. And Team Queso, they really need to push them back.
Yeah, Reply Totem have really answered well to Team Queso's early control. They're getting kill after kill now, and it's just AliSSJ alive. Reply Totem bounce back, and they are looking very good in this game. Aggressive healing station there, which is going to be dealing damage on AliSSJ when he comes, Boss when he comes in. Gasser heals there, but there's just not enough damage once again. Reply Totem, they really are looking strong, but Team Queso are looking very good too.
And again, I can't come back in saying, is today going to be the day? Where it looked like it was going to be. It looked like Reply Totem were taking Team Queso rather were taking that set. I felt, to be honest, as if the comp that Reply Totem had should have fared better, in all honesty. And they almost fell back into old habits. Got to shout out Boss as well in that game, because he was doing phenomenally well. I mean, sometimes I don't know how he managed to stay on his feet, but nonetheless, Reply Totem take the lead, but it is looking shaky at best, Eddie. I mean, this is not at all the kind of matchup that we expected to see.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that, to be completely honest. You're absolutely right, though, and it could be a little bit of a matter of Reply Totem. Yes, sure, Team Queso don't have a whole lot to win. Team Queso have nothing to lose at this point, right? But Reply Totem, they don't really have too much to lose besides just a win streak. So there's not much of a money incentive or any sort of incentive besides just the bragging rights and the win streak, which might be more important to us than it is even to them. But stats-wise, it's very even. More damage on the side of Team Queso, but more healing, more kills on the side of Reply Totem. It was, again, a very messy set. Not one where I felt like Reply Totem played excellently or anything along those lines. I just feel like they struggled, but Team Queso struggled just a little bit more.
I think you raised a valid point, actually, because, yeah, like you say, there's nothing really for Team Queso to lose. There's nothing necessarily for Reply Totem to win in that respect, because their tiebreaker decision is going to come down to their match on Playday 7 against SK. If they lose this, it doesn't necessarily affect anything. It's that match which is going to make the biggest difference. But the win streak, Trav, the win streak, it's 21 wins since Season 1 for Reply Totem. Do we care about that win streak more than they do at the moment, from what we're seeing?
Clearly, it doesn't matter to them, I don't think. I mean, to be honest, though, right, I'm usually the first one to jump on the bandwagon of, Queso having a bit of a downfall.
Really?
But to be
We
honest,
hadn't noticed.
To be honest, you guys are being more brutal than I would be. Team Queso are just playing well. They're playing very, very well. Boss is really showing up today. He's got some great assistance as well. LSJ providing some great shields, and Navi jumping in at some really influential moments as well. And, I'd be the first one to usually roast him, but today I'm feeling like Team Queso are actually just playing well.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, it's again, a great thing to see. The question is just kind of like how and why it's taken this long to see it, I mean, they had obviously their best match against FA Panafresh, but I mean, who would have thought that they'd even be able to be in this position where it could be 2-1 in their favor, Teddy? Picks and bans will be coming in shortly for Out in the Open for Knockout. And of course, if we see Team Queso take this one, it could go to the final set potentially, which would be hot potato, but a very important third set for Reply Totem to secure themselves for, because ultimately now they could end it here. Team Queso going to ban out Max, Gene, as well as the Janet, and Reply Totem going to ban out the Max, the Fang, and the Penny, and get an early draft in of Piper. I don't mind the pick. It's got to be said, it's a risky time to pick Piper at such an early stage, simply because of the amount of counters that could then follow suit. I mean, Bonnie's going to be high up there for Team Queso now, surely, and ultimately that's going to put a lot more pressure on that Piper player to get that super, to be able to evade it. But it's Team Queso, it's out in the open. I mean, Eve inbound.
Possibly. I don't mind the Piper. I think it's pretty good. I just don't want to see an Eve. Keep the Eve firmly out of the way. It might have worked on Canal Grande. It might have had a buff, but honestly, I've just got such a hatred against that brawler. No matter how many buffs it gets, even if it's the best brawler in the game, I don't want to see it. Bonnie going to be brought in as well, which is another brawler that I've been known to kind of hate on and not really like see picked. But I think this is the one map that I do kind of like her on, to be honest. Because on a map like Knockout, you need the ability to swap from defensive to aggressive instantaneously, and that's kind of what Bonnie does bring to the table. Has that range as well, but can jump in and play the short range game, which is what Team Queso need. I feel like they're really bringing Totem's playstyle towards them. More aggressive, they've been playing a lot of Stu, they've been playing the Gus, providing shields, and that's very solid. Brock, we know, is incredible at the moment. Even without this reload gear, he's really been picked a lot more frequently.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think what makes this map also so perfect for Bonnie is just that line of bushes, right? Which is just perfect for her. She needs that extra speed that the speed gear is going to provide to her, and that range just sets up very nicely, because even in the later stages of a fight, she can just stay there for a very long time as a range to work around that and win a lot of final 1v1s if need be. And as you mentioned, Brock is in a very good place overall. Just that free destruction is going to be quicker to bring to the table as well as Griff's, just because you can instantly destroy the wall with Griff. Yes, you have free destruction, but it takes a little bit longer to actually set up. You just need to walk all the way up to the wall and set off that piggy bank, and by the time it explodes, you're not going to be first in the mid. You will set things up nicely for a possible round 2 and 3, but yeah, you don't get that instant access to the mid that a Brock provides Nani. It's quite an interesting one here. Not one we've seen very much, and one that maybe we'd expect a bit more now with the supercharged gear, but they can't play it.
Yeah, it is banned out today, but it kind of has been a pick that I've seen in North America and LATAM North, but I think it's a smart move nonetheless from Reply Totem here, because ultimately it could have been one that Team Queso were considering to have as a really hard counter to Piper, their own brawler that they've already drafted. So it is going to put Team Queso now in a position where they've got to consider how they go about it. So they could go with Colonel Ruffs, even to really have some sandbags down to draw it out. Carl going to come in. I don't necessarily mind it. I was expecting an Eve, to be honest, but I'm kind of relieved that Team Queso are letting that one go. Just seems to be today that it's just only going to be one that they bring out, maybe for simply Canal Grande, but out in the open, maybe it's out.
Yeah, I kind of do. I like the call. Flying hook across the water is usually the play, but with Brock, obviously they're going to be breaking that up and playing the side with that anyway. So I don't know if it's got the biggest amount of value, but a lot of the brawls they would have picked Janet, Max, Jean, Penny even, all out of the way, and it just didn't leave many options for them. It's kind of everything's banned out, everything's picked from Reply Totem, so they just play something that's going to be able to aggress along with Bonnie and try and pair quite nicely with that and try just have that Brock at range, but they are going to struggle. They're going to struggle heavily if this map gets broken up, which is obviously what the Brock's going to be kind of aiming for.
Already aggression from Boss on the left-hand side. Javi just as aggressive on the right side, but maybe over-aggressive is a more accurate word, as was a nice stab from Joker, and Murray following up to claim that kill. That's going to be the man advantage now in favor of Reply Totem. The Peep just to secure another kill. Not going to quite find it, but will destroy a single box and a couple bushes.
Hey, it did get a hit as well. It got the hit on SSJ, so not too bad. Got the jump away from Joker now, breaking up some more of the bush and kind of setting themselves up for this next round, as a 3v1 shouldn't be a losable situation for Reply Totem in this position. SSJ just trying to work for his super, but the rest of them just trying not to feed it. We've only got a Griff super on the cards for the side of Reply Totem. Team Queso might have a couple more, but still, even at range, it's really, really hard to do anything here.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad situation here for Reply Totem. I mean, Murray should be just a couple hits off at this point, and Maru goes for the super now. Jump in here from Boss. Yeah, I mean, no, don't do that. Don't jump straight where all the cards come back. That's not a good plan. A 2v2 in the end. Murray does have super, but can't really afford to use that with a Carl still in play. Carl that has a super now. Ali SSJ very low HP as well. Maru with some good dodges, but can't dodge the pickaxe as he goes down. Murray left in a 1v1. Murray pops the shield as well. Could this happen here? Oh, they're so low. Oh, Javi is going to get the kill in the end. The one that Team Queso desperately needed.
I mean, that shouldn't have been as long as a fight as it was. Javi should have won that a lot earlier. But some good jukes coming in clearly from Mori there. And without, Joker to play this long range, they got that down quite early on, which is why I didn't really mind Boss going in for the trade and jumping in on where those cards were returning. Pickaxe coming through now from Javi on the right side, just trying to get some good shots onto Maru, which is very, very solid. Javi's going to get the kill, but get traded out once more. Trades all round. Joker gets the kill, though, and that's not going to be traded out just yet, but a trading shot did make the connection. He's going to jump away and try and get a pinch onto Boss, who has his jump now. Needs to utilize it well. Goes in on Maru, gets the kill, and can heal up here. But the wall break's there for Joker, but does he want to use it? He needs this later on in the game, possibly. He gets the shot, resets his healing, then jumps away, but he's still got a bit of a chance here.
Yeah, this is an interesting 1v1 because, I mean, if it gets up to, a close range fight, it is going to be a better one for Team Queso, but Joker kind of just giving him mid control now is going to make it really hard. Joker tagged up again. He does have more damage, but has a ton less HP. This is going to be a scary fight here for Joker. Gets one connection out of two so far. A second that does connect. They're both getting low. Oh my goodness. It's going to be the gas to settle it in the end for Reply Totem. But again, a mess of a set on their end, really.
I mean, it was just Joker hitting his shots and Boss just not. That was the issue, I think, at the end of the day for Team Queso there. It was a winnable situation. There was minimal room for Joker to move about in that pocket, and at close range, he can tank more shots than the Piper can. Javi getting hit hard early on by Joker now. Great shots from him, and the map's already being shaped into Totem's favor.
Yeah, that's the start they were hoping for. Match point now as well for Reply Totem. Mari overextend, goes down. Boss finds a follow-up, and out of nowhere, a 3 versus 2 turned into a 1v2. What a disaster for Reply Totem.
Yeah, not looking like he's going to be able to make much work here as the range isn't on his side. LSG wants his super, but Maru just doesn't have the availability to walk into the gas yet because it's not there. An early fair clear clearly going in the side of Team Queso, and yet again, now LSJ has that super, and Maru just not able to get his, but now he knows he's fed the super, he can go and try work for it instead of going into this gas. He's trying to get his, gets a few shots off, and they're still not even killing him. This is kind of embarrassing for Team Queso, but they get the kill eventually anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's still messy. Still very messy on both sides. But Team Queso pick up a round they really need. Let's see here as Maru and Joker get the first kill again. Maru gonna take down Javi as well. Surely Reply Totem are not gonna let this one slip away again, as they have a 2-player advantage, and there should be no way here for Team Queso to turn things around, as Boss does get some damage off, does get a kill, and this is where it starts, but it's also where it ends, is now just a round separating Reply Totem from taking this match.
Yeah, pretty decisive one here. It's going to be Team Queso moving to another game, or is it going to be Reply Totem winning it out? The early takedown for Team Queso, and it's looking good for them. Maru going way too aggressive, and it's just Mori. Team Queso have a lifeline here unless Mori can 1v3 this, and it's just not a possibility. Shots coming in, jump comes in as well, takedown from Team Queso, and they stay alive. Totem not winning this one just yet, and Team Queso looking the best they have all season.
Let's go get him.
Wow. I mean, now a game separating us from a 5th set as well. It's still going to be very much match point for Reply Totem. They can end things here, and I don't think I can call this match clean in any sort of way, but they can end things here. Let's see if that is going to be the case, as now off the bat, Team Queso with that free mid control going to be playing very aggressive, trying to capitalize. Totem need to be careful. Pickaxe could be very dangerous here for Joker, but he's playing max range and dodging fairly well so far, as Maru is getting a little bit more aggressive on the left-hand side. Joker does get tagged up and popped a homemade recipe. Let's see what the target is going to be.
Yeah, Rocket Fuel came in. Shots following up from Joker, though. Can he get LSJ down? He can. But now Boss looking for the trade. Javier's as well, and that's just straight into Maru and Mori's vision. Boss the only one remaining, and that was an over-aggressive play from Team Queso. Boss gets his super, but can he 1v3? He can't. And Reply Totem, once again, just one round away from the game.
Yeah, if he got his super off with a little bit more HP on the 2 players on the right, I could have seen something happen. That's some good value with that super, and the call is stuck in an awkward position. Does not quite go down. Boss's one will end up going down to Mari in the end, but Mari is not aware of the positioning here, and that's going to cost him his life. A bit over-aggressive, and Joker can't find the trade. I feel like Totem are just giving them, you know, situations they shouldn't be getting themselves into.
Unnecessary value being provided, as you say. You know, Javi just going to push in. He can even just not use his super and get into this position, as he knows Joker can't do the damage. I'm not sure what he was doing there, because he was kind of maybe even feeding Joker some super, and LSJ didn't even want his by the looks of things anyway. But still, this is now one of the biggest rounds they're going to have. Team Queso to push it to a set number 5, or Reply Totem to close it out.
Yeah, this one is an important round. Navi carried over his super. Joker quite low HP, but a great super for Maru. Gonna find a kill, and the trade is not quite there. Maru lives on, and Reply Totem was the man advantage. Hasn't stopped Team Queso from turning around those rounds earlier. Let's see if they can clutch things up, as now they need an elimination before we get to the late stage of the round, and that's not the elimination that Team Queso were hoping for.
Shots coming through from Brock, though, and Joker too low to aggress. It looks like we might have a victor here, as Reply Totem pinching down onto LSJ. He's spinning. He knows he can't win this, and he is going to go down. Reply Totem take it and remain undefeated. They'll be facing SK in the last game day to see if they can continue that even further. But on the opposite side of things, Team Queso remain winless.
The Reply Totem streak lives on. I don't know whether I felt I was going to be able to say that watching the matches kind of continue down. I thought it was going to the 5th and final, where it would have been decided, to be completely honest. But 22 wins now since June, you know, for Reply Totem in the SPS. That is pretty mind-blowing. But I don't think any one of us expected it to be this close against Team Queso. I'm just being honest. Again, they've had 5 losses, you know, this season. They haven't had a win. They got 2 sets, or almost 2 sets in today, and that's, you know, they've had 3 all season.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, you know, I was confident in Reply Totem. 100-0, I think it translated into the gameplay here as well. Never had a doubt in my mind. I knew it would be, yeah, as comfortable as it was here for Totem. Definitely no sweat whatsoever, and it's wild. Honestly, it's wild, though, to be completely honest, because it's, again, another set that I think absolutely could have gone in the hands of Team Queso, and so could, like, literally every single set here could have been won by Team Queso, which is a scary prospect for Totem. We did, address already a little bit, just the fact that Totem got kind of nothing to win, nothing to lose. They're just showing up here, to keep the win streak up. And I mean, so they did. So, yeah, I don't know. It was an odd one. It was one of the weirdest matches I've casted in a while.
I mean, Trav, you've been openly critical about Team Queso, and we all have. I mean, let's be honest, because I think it's fair to be under the circumstances. But today, they did show up. They did show us some promise. It was a bit sloppy in Knockout, which kind of, for me, would tend to aim towards the idea that they kind of favor different game modes. And they looked very, very good today at Bounty. Is this a revitalized Team Queso? Are they on the road towards something here? Because it has been a bit of growth in the competition, it's fair to say, despite their results.
I mean, it's a change Team Queso, it's a change Trav. I'm feeling good about Team Queso today. They honestly might be on the road to redemption. They're looking a lot better. And if they'd have brought the same playstyle as they did in definitely those first 3 sets, as you said, Knockout was a little bit questionable. If they'd have brought the same gameplay as they did in the first 3 to any other games, they could have won multiple series in this league phase of the SPS. And, they're just too little too late. And they just can't do anything now. I believe they pretty much locked in last place, right? So definitely not the position that they wanted to be in, and probably not the position they expected to be in coming into this season.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a tough road for them, it's fair to say. We've had some question marks, but I kind of feel a little bit more comfortable now looking at how they might fare going on to the end of the year at the World Finals. I think they're looking like they are at least making some positive change. I think Boss today was playing fantastically well, much better. Sometimes a little bit overly aggressive and kind of did suffer a little bit towards the end there, but I felt like there was some really great moments for him. I mean, the Stu pick was really working out well for him. Definitely some good positive improvements, but Reply Totem, I kind of feel like despite taking the win, it's a bit harder for me to say as much positive things towards them, simply because of what we've come to expect from a team like them, and it didn't look as nearly as comfortable as they would normally tend to make that particular matchup. So, but like you say, Teddy, there are some things to consider there as to how much it would have meant for them if they were to take a loss, because ultimately it's going to come down for them on Challenge Day 7 for the seeding in their matchup between themselves and SK Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, to react to everything you just said, first of all, on the side of Reply Totem, what I want to say is that yes, I think it was a pretty bad game, like a pretty bad match from them, but the fact that it's still one they win, and they're 22nd, they win, and arguably maybe their worst performance in the SPS in 2 seasons is still a win, I think speaks volumes. Secondly, on the side of Team Queso, yes, they've not been playing, like, it was their best performances this week, but it's still a 3-0 and a 3-1 loss. And I don't think that looks too good getting into Worlds. Now, I have high hopes from Team Queso, and I think they're still, a month before Worlds, and they can make some magic happen, but it's going to take time, effort, and yeah, I don't know what else. Some sort of miracle, perhaps, but there is still time to kind of fix things, and it's been looking better. I don't think it looks good yet, but it's been looking better, and, another month in the oven, and it might actually start looking quite decent.
Yeah, well, Reply Totem still sitting in that #1 seed spot. The question is, how are they going to fare against SK Gaming in the next Challenge Day? But speaking of which, SK Gaming are up next against Navi, coming right at you after this very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and what a day it's been. Almost another upset there potentially on the cards, but Reply Totem sufficed. They are now on a 6-0, and SK coming into today might be about to join them. They're on a 5-0 at the moment, but they're about to take on Navi. And again, we've seen some great promise from a team like Navi in this competition, Teddy. So, notoriously, we've seen a lot of rivalry as well between these two teams in particular. How do you think this one's going to go? Who do you think's got the edge? I mean, on paper, sure, SK are undefeated, but is this a potential upset? Can Navi get the win here?
I think the difference as well, and the similarities with our previous matchup is, just like Totem, SK don't really have all that much to win or to lose. Effectively, it doesn't matter what their result is. But Navi, they really want to win, because getting an extra win is going to make a mile of a difference when it comes to the final leaderboards. And they just need to win. They just need to win realistically, because if they don't, they're going to be in the same situation as Tribe, where they're just in a bad spot.
Yeah, Tribe, this is really where it comes down to the nitty-gritty for Navi, because we've already seen today Tribe Gaming EU take a loss. They're now on 2-4. I mean, Navi are on 2-3, along with coming into this play day. I mean, 4 other teams now, obviously that's changed. Navi need this. They really do. It will give them such a huge advantage when it comes to potential tiebreakers. How do they approach a team like SK? Because they're a very aggressive team, and they're also at the top of their game right now. They're undefeated, so they're going to want to defend that a lot. What's Navi's strategy got to be?
I mean, Navi just need to play the game they always play, right? Like SK Gaming, they sit behind walls, they play slow. Navi, they bring tanks and they just run at them, and I think that's the best way that you can counter SK's strategy. And I've said it time and time again when we've been here in past weeks. It does seem like everybody's adopting this kind of Reply Totem playstyle where they just run at SK. It was tried and proven by Reply Totem. They constantly beat SK time and time and time again, and now everybody's trying to do the same against SK. I'm not sure if they've made some kind of reparations to their playstyle to kind of counter it out, as they're still doing clearly so well, being 5-0. But I do think Navi, if they just bring the same tanks as always, they can do pretty well if they play the draft well against SK, which we know is another thing that's really good against them.
Well, Teddy, for you, predictions-wise, where's your mind at? SK at the moment, again, as we already know, undefeated. Going into the World Finals of the BSC, looking in a very, very good place, considering that they had monthly finals win just before the last installment. I mean, with this particular matchup, there is some history. We saw Navi kind of get the win over them in the past in the BSC, so there is definitely that to consider too. With everything you know about these two teams, on a day like today, because I think it has been one of those days, do Navi have what it takes?
I think they do. I think they do. If I had to go for odds, if it was, another day with not the same sort of implications, but because I think there's just a little bit less to be won by SK. I mean, there's a lot less to be won by SK than by Navi. I feel like I would call it a 55-45. Usually it would be more like a 60-40, 65-35. Today, I'm going to be nice with a 55-45 for SK.
I like it. It excites me. Well, first and foremost, let's check out the SK Gaming roster. Guille, aka Semantic, and of course, Coach Pedro from the sidelines. SK Gaming came second in Season 1. This time round, undefeated in Season 2. It's looking good for them, Trav. Looking very, very good for them. What do you think about Teddy's prediction? Do you think that's kind of fair? Do you think that Navi might take the win today?
I mean, Navi can 100% take a win. Navi are a team good enough to beat SK, but I kind of just think you're underestimating SK's mentality. Like, with Reply Totem, yes, they're the kind of players who will come in, not care too much, but SK, I feel like they always just come in, always try to play as best as they can, no matter kind of what the repercussions or if it matters what they do if they win or lose. They're a team who always come in at the strongest, and I solidly think it's a 70-30 to SK, just purely because they've been playing so well recently. They're 5-0, they've taken down teams who they expected to take down, and I think Navi's just another one of those for them.
I think that SK are playing, honestly, more consistently than a lot of teams currently competing. But Navi, coming in today, are a team that want to prove their worth. Let's check them out and their roster. MMA, Alex, Cube, and Angel Boy, they've had some good promise. Good wins against Chasmac Gaming EU in the first challenge day, and Team Kettle challenge day 3, but it has been a bit of a rocky road since challenge day 4 with losses to Mystic Esports and Reply Totem, but again, Reply Totem are Reply Totem. Navi, though, have made tremendous leaps this year. It was a bit of a slow start to the year. It got better as time went on. But if you look back at this team compared to last year in the ESL MOBA competition, Navi were bottom of the leaderboard. That is not happening this time around. They've definitely shown a lot more improvements along the way, and now I do feel like they can cause an upset against a team like SK. But SK, for me, are looking extremely dangerous, Teddy. You know, what is it about Navi that, I mean, they've obviously got a huge following. There's definitely that behind them. But like you said, they've got more at stake, and that is the dangerous thing. But against a team like SK, you know, Trev's already said, you've got to just run at them. You've just got to go for it and be really aggressive. But you've also got to surely be quite cautious at the same time. If you're Navi, how do you get that balance?
It's a very tough question because on paper, Navi is that sort of team, right? That brings a lot of aggressiveness, a lot of what, you know, has proven to work against SK. But you still have to be very cautious about where you place that aggressiveness and to not overdo it either, because we've seen time and time again that SK are, you know, very much capable of shutting down those sort of pushes and attempts to come at them. So yeah, it's very tough to say. If I knew it, I would be probably, you know, amongst one of those players, but I do not, and I'm looking for Navi to teach me today how to do it. I think Trev made some very good points, though. I mean, you know, SK, they have the upper hand, and they're not the kind of team that comes, you know, at this unprepared and not expecting, you know, to give their full performance. Because, I mean, I can see them preparing for the next Chaos Cup. So, for sure, they're coming here prepared today as well.
Proudest achievement.
Yeah, after that, they just didn't stop flaunting the pin. I mean, yeah, I mean, Navi's deaths are definitely, for me, a bit of a concern on those statistics head-to-head wise. But, you know, Trav, I think, you know, looking back as well at the Tribe Gaming EU scoreline, just because the potential head-to-head, you know, that's coming up. I mean, Tribe did get the win over Navi with a 3-1. So, we were to assume that they're kind of hoping potentially here for you know, Navi to take, you know, a win, right?
It's tough to say. I mean, I kind of imagine so. You know, having that head-to-head against team, and you know, possibly even the triangle of this guy beat this guy, but it kind of all is up in the air. And I haven't done any solidified maths, but I thought that might be a possibility. Obviously, it's kind of SK the same. A lot of other teams want them to win to just completely eradicate Navi, as they've beaten a couple of the other teams who want to be in the tiebreak. So we've got different teams rooting for different teams at this point, and it's all kind of a bit of a madness. But we do have the draft underway. Deep Dino, we've got Barley, Carl, Squeak, all banned out by SK Gaming, Crow, Otis, and Beat. We've got a 6-ban game. Penny first picked, followed by Poco and Griff, and then Bo going to be a return pick from SK Gaming. I mean, they've started out as Navi always do. Poco, not a bad pick, I would say.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the teams that's been utilizing Poco the most. It did get nerfed, not a massive nerf, but one that can influence a couple matchup and situations. It does make them a little bit predictable. And yeah, sure, they're excellent at playing it. I do feel like the SK is the kind of team that doesn't really get, you know, caught off guard by those sort of situations. And I mean, Surge is going to be their way to deal with it. And it's one that I think can be very threatening.
Wow. Final pick about to come in for Navi, but I do like how things are shaping up for SK. I mean, they've got the choice a lot of the time with the Bow combo. Do they break? Do they leave? More often than not, I think they're going to want to try to leave their own walls there for the Surge and the Penny. We could see potentially Max. It's going to be Janet, though, coming in for Navi, which I don't mind. It's still in a very, very good spot. A lot of range at the disposal for Navi as well. And we've seen just how much they can make that Poco pick work. I mean, even just yesterday, or sorry, rather Tuesday, bringing in Poco on Shooting Star, and it was very convincing. So if there's any team out there that know how to make Poco work under any particular comp, it's definitely Navi. Griff and Janet, though, I think is a nice pairing. And let's see how they fare. I think this first set's going to teach us quite a lot about the mentalities of both teams coming into this one.
I do feel like, you know, Griff and Janet's a good pairing, but do they pair the best with Poco? You're going to be looking to open up the map with those two brawlers, and Poco kind of likes that closed-off map, burst damage, Screech and Solo kind of thing that he has at close range. You know, SK I think is kind of the same. They'll want to break up the map, on certain parts. You know, Bo's going to want it to be open. Surge, when leveled up, is going to want it to be open. Penny's going to want her turret in a pretty nice and safe place. It's a little bit difficult for both of these teams to kind of play or shape the map to their desires. But you know, I kind of do think SK have got the comp here.
Yeah, I think they do too, especially since if they think that's the way to deal with a Poco, I'm trusting them to find a way to deal with it. But there's only one way really to find out, and so far it's not a half bad start on the side of Navi. Map is going to be wide open now, and I do kind of agree that the Poco pick is somewhat questionable in this setting, but it's going to get a kill there onto Semantic. And so far, things are working out quite nicely on the side of Navi. I just don't think it's particularly because of the Poco.
Break there from Alex now, but the mortar kind of halfway behind the wall. Angel Boy's going to get hit by that as well, and this is SK's first sign of life as they're trying to burst out the spawn now, and Semantic has this level 2. Needs to get control of this wall. Griff's got no more piggy banks, he can't break up the wall anymore. He could just play patient behind this wall and wait for some aggression from the opponents. Bowmine's down in the mid now as well, and that's going to delay them just that little bit longer. Cube having to bait them out, and 2 still remain on that spawner, so they need to be cautious of this when they do get, when and if they do get the control back.
Yeah, third stage now for Semantic is huge. Now he can really play range with the Griff instead of having to concede a bit of damage just to get in a position where he can find back. Alex has a super, gets healed up a little bit as well, but actually Semantic just gets to live on, and Cube is going to come in for the pinch against the wall eventually, but that gives enough time for a countdown to be secured by SK Gaming, one that Navi can only stop with a kill.
They've got this Griff super though. They have some Poco heals along behind it as well. Angel Boy's going to break down that turret, but waste a lot of ammo along the way. 5 seconds left. Jump comes in from Semantic, and the pinch is there. Chaos gets reset. The takedown is there, but another one from Guille. They can get them from mid now though, and this is looking more promising for Navi, but it's just Poco on the map at the moment. Semantic doesn't have an upgrade, which is beneficial for Navi as well.
Yeah, I like that play from Semantic to create this space and force that Griff super out, but the Poco was still too overwhelming for SK to deal with, and the countdown again going to be evened out. Gem spawns on the side of SK. That's one that might be stolen there by Navi as Cube goes for it, and that's a dangerous situation now. 2 ahead, and SK Gaming, they'll need to push back up and get the next one. Cube is going to be the one to pick it up. It's going to be a game for Navi.
Angel Boy, you nasty, nasty boy. That flight through the air was absolutely disgusting. Just getting a kill and then getting Guille low as well, so he can't contest. That last gem needed to even things out, and that allowed Navi to just walk away with it from that point. It was looking so promising for SK towards the middle, late game when they actually had the countdown, but then late game when the reset was there from Navi, it was all them from that point on.
I think the start is where SK need to hit a little bit harder, because that start earlier, I mean, they gave away like, what, 6-7 free gems almost to Navi. They need to be careful to not let that happen again, as we already have an early kill there from Guille. That's going to help out, but he's low HP, and with Alex and the Angel Boy that have the range to cause some serious damage to him, he can't commit to the mid, and those gems are just going to be sitting there.
Yeah, Bowman's being baited out by Cube now, and he has that level 2 up for Semantic there, getting level 3 guaranteed now, but using his gadget in the meantime, doesn't want to pop it just yet. Jump in. Did he just waste his level 3 like that? Because he's not going to have super coming back up, right? I'm not completely mistaken, I've got this wrong, but a nice stun up on the Bowman. He did waste his level 3. That was the weirdest play I've ever seen from Semantic. Definitely not too thought out whatsoever. Has this jump again now, though, and gets it back nicely, but uses it. Gets that level 3, going to be able to play this range game against Griff now. Bowmine's still laying on that gem spawner as well, and Angel Boy baits one, flies away. Nice play from him.
Yeah, he does get a bit of value, a shot here and there, but the mortar is ultimately still up for now. Cube is going to be there to take it down, and Angel Boy, despite creating a lot of space, eventually does get caught and pinched out of existence as Cube gets another kill, and this is looking really good for Navi. They have full-on mid control again. Guille is still sitting on just 200 HP, slowly healing up, but might be a little too late as Navi are building up a hefty gem lead. The mine eventually defuse, and just a gem away from a countdown now. Cube picks it up, and that's going to be the countdown secured as Semantic goes in. Nearly does the unthinkable, but the gems are still secured by Alex.
No chance for countdown again, but we saw the opposite from Navi. They were the ones chasing down this countdown and they managed to get it. Can SK do the same? Semantic is level 3, but they're really keeping them back nicely. 5 seconds on the clock and Griff needs to be pinched in and Chaos is just nowhere to be seen over the left-hand side. Angel Boy giving it back nicely, but now the splash comes through. The shots, but it's not enough from SK. They can't get the damage, and Navi walk away with the first set.
Navi drawing first blood. It's looking very good. I mean, I'm still surprised that we're at a stage where people are still not banning Poco against Navi. We saw this escalate last year. Towards the end of the year, they were just playing Poco everywhere, but making it work everywhere. And I want to see the win rates for when they play Poco as to how much they do make it as convincing as that. Because, again, I don't feel like they had necessarily a better draft. I think it was relatively close, but I just feel like SK had a draft which they were preferring. I know they just had that kind of idea. They'd like to play a lot of bow, they like to play a lot of penny. But I didn't really feel like the Surge was bringing too much to the table. I mean, it's a very oppressive brawler to have. I just don't know whether it was kind of doing everything that they were hoping for it to do. Nonetheless, a great start for Navi, Teddy. And you know, you said it coming into this one that you felt like predictions-wise, this could be their day. Well, if that first set is anything to go by, it could be.
It's exactly the start they were hoping for. Really, both games were fairly close, but it did feel like for the most part Navi were in control, and it was up to SK to really, you know, clutch up and try to match the level of dominance that Navi brought onto the table. And SK tried, and they were quite close to succeeding, but in the end, I mean, Navi just doing a really good job at it, and despite being a little bit behind damage-wise, I think the heals from the Poco clearly made up for that. And I kind of disagree with what you were saying about the Poco ban, because I feel like when you have a brawler like that you play so often anywhere, I think it makes your drafts a lot more predictable in a way, and that's something that SK are kind of known. Even back in the days before draft with 2 bans, they would often let you, you know, go for things that you expect because they would know how to deal with it. That's kind of what was my mindset getting into this set, that I thought Poco is a good pick for Navi, but one that surely SK expected, have a draft just ready and lined up to deal with it. Clearly, they did not, and that's when I will more agree with you that, yeah, if you can't deal with it, you need to take it out one way or another.
Yeah, often like we hear a lot of teams say, "Oh yeah, we're ready for it. We're ready for it." But you know, clearly SK weren't on that occasion. So it'd be interesting to see as the draft kind of progresses in the next sets, kind of whether that's something which they might adapt around, might change their strategy for. We know that Pedro's always there, you know, considering every option along the way. Godon Gulch will be that map. No sign of the Poco ban for SK, and I mean that makes sense. Not ideally a map and mode that would benefit that particular brawler. Bans in though for SK were Carl, Piper, and Max. For Navi coming with coming with Penny, Rico, as well as the Bell.
I kind of like what they're kind of going for here, getting rid of a lot of those kind of brawlers that, you know, SK are kind of known for. Chaos with the Rico, we've obviously seen him pay up Pelly in the last game pretty effectively as well. He had control of his lane for a decent amount of time, so clearly they know he's good on that. But SK getting rid of the Max, stopping these tankier brawlers coming through, as we know Poco's not the best brawler on this map. Janet going to be the first pick from SK though. I think it's a very, very versatile one, and definitely one that we saw Navi thriving with. But Jean and Bonnie with the returns, they are equally as good, if not better.
Yeah, I kind of prefer that aspect to it, to be honest. I think those are some very threatening picks on the side of Navi, and they've shown as well, you know, that they are able now to bring a bit more versatility to the table and adapt to some slower playstyle, a more classic playstyle, which is where they really struggled in the beginning of the year. You know, last year, they were kind of just playing Poco double tank everywhere and making it work. This year with draft, it's just not possible, and it's really been their challenge to adapt to the new draft and to different playstyles, and they've been able to do a very good job at it. And right now, I prefer the draft from Navi, as even though Otis and Bo are some very solid picks, I think Sprout is going to have a terrific time, and as long as they don't feed the Bo, it's going to be a tough one for SK.
Yeah, I feel like the Bow here is going to have to play a vital role, and getting that Super Totem down, getting that Super to already open up the map to eradicate the effectiveness there of the Sprout, it's going to be quite key. I think that Navi have got a really decent idea going. It's just going to come down to how quickly they're left with a very, very open map, and that could definitely go against them in that instance if they don't kind of like keep their eye on that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, into the game we go, and we're starting off with a very left SK team, and Navi playing up the right side, which is technically left for those as well, but flip of view. Little bow totem place up top, and G getting a few shots off against Guille, trying to get the angle on that turret as well. And Guille, you know, he wants to tank it, but also at the same time doesn't want to feed Gene too much of that super. Good shots coming in from Angel Boy down the bottom as well, and Cube trying to, you know, pinch them in just that little bit.
So far, not too much given away to either side early on. Any supers that they can carry on to the final stages of this first round are going to be massive in trying to get the advantage. Whether it's going to be a mute from the Otis, a Gene Pool, or a jump in from the Bonnie can make a huge difference. And that is going to be a gadget that doesn't really get much value on the side of IKEOS. Does create a little bit of space, but also feeds a lot of shots towards the supers of Angel Boy and Cube. MMA taking a lot of damage, but that jump in from Cube is going to be lethal. The follow-up from Semantic is there. They are going to be walled out as IKEOS tries to get back into the mix. But this just seems like a losing position for Semantic, and Navi will be taking the first round.
Great stuff from Navi once again, coming off that first set strong and coming into this one exactly the same mentality and gameplay. MMA's got his pull as well, just scouting this right side, making sure none of them are there as IKEO still remains undetected but comes out the bush now. He's used all 3 jumps in the first round, which is definitely an issue for them, but Guille's still got this totem and therefore can give give Chaos his flight. Bowmine's placed in the exact same position, and they weren't really making too much of a difference in the last one, and looks like the same in this one is instantly baited out by Angel Boy. He has this wall if he wants to replace those as well, so it's not the biggest of deals.
Yeah, I don't know about this SK draft, to be completely honest. And I love Bo. I really, really do. I think he's still being even maybe underplayed at times. I just feel like the draft from Navi here is just so, you know, what you just want to bring to your Golarm Gulch draft. And right now, the Sprout Wall going to be placed out and giving a lot of space here for Navi to roam as they please on the bottom right side of the map. Wall taken back by Angel Boy, placed back down in fairly similar angle. A 2-on-2 now, but Semantic is so low, and oh no, they get walled out. And again, I mean, that Sprout pick is really just checkmate here from Navi, feels like.
Navi then coming out strong once more, getting the first game of the second set. Really, really nice plays from them, and I agree with you. You know, the draft just really isn't there for SK. They don't have any counter to the range of the Bonnie, to the thrower in the Sprout, and it's worrying. It really is. It looks like they might be going 2 sets down here if they can't repair it, and even if they do, there's still a chance that Navi bounce back in this next game afterwards and take them down once again, playing the right side now and trying to take a different route, but Navi just don't want any part of that. They'll play this late game. They'll wait until the Sprout can get maximum value and then abuse that.
Yeah, IKEOS taking some damage there. I think Angel Boy already connected 3 or 4 shots, so he's going to be close to that super, and that's worrisome for the side of SK, as we did see earlier how much value his walls were providing Navi. But positioning-wise, I mean, it's as good as it's ever been, but never mind. I mean, ridiculous stuff from Navi. It looked like they were absolutely cornered there. SK was just, they herded them to... Yeah, they had nowhere to go, and somehow they come with a double kill and completely turn things around, and this should be a free set here for Navi.
I mean, it kind of just seems like Semantic is just way too over-aggressive today. He made the same mistakes with Surge right in the previous set, and today he goes up and just walks up in a 1v3 situation instead of just keeping them pinned in, instead of keeping them, you know, herded like sheep. And it just didn't pay off whatsoever. Chaos going to jump in on the right side. I like that. Try and get some aggression onto Angel Boy. Mew also on Cubic. Can't jump in, which means... But now he can. He jumps in, gets Chaos down as well, and the click of the fingers, he can jump in, go from muted and low to aggressive and have a healthy amount of HP to take down Chaos. Great stuff from him. And Angel Boy down the left-hand side once more, putting in some good work with another wall. Some bounces across this. Replaces it again and just improves that positioning just that little bit more.
Beautiful turnarounds from Navi all around that pool. Gonna connect, get it killed. It's a trade they're willing to take. It turns it into a 2v1. They'll gladly get into that position. Coop needs to be careful not to go down here. It's not a 1v1 they really want to have, but eventually the shot connects and the damage gear does the rest as Cube secures another round, another game, another set for Navi. 2-0 now.
Navi are playing out of their minds. It's as simple as that. They're playing out of their minds. I mean, my jaw was on the floor yet again in that top left-hand side corner. I mean, how did they get away with that? That was ridiculous. That was actually ridiculous. I thought that there was no way that wasn't going to be around going the way of SK. Not a chance. And somehow, some way, they managed to find the space to do Navi things. I mean, I didn't. I feel like this could be definitely the day that Navi could take a win, but I didn't think it would look as convincing as this. The question now for me is, like, I don't feel like these are definitely game modes that are necessarily ones that SK thrive on. You know, they tend to like more like hot zone, like brawl, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, statistically, definitely, you know, in terms of the damage, much more in Navi's favor, much more healing on the side of SK, which you'd think would be an advantage in, you know, in knockout. But 14 supers on the side of Navi. I mean, Teddy, that's pretty daunting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 2 games, 6 Sprout supers per game. You know what I mean? Like, I think the problem here was that with the Sprout, if they have a wall in the end game or like the end of the round, it's a free round. And the couple times it wasn't the case, they still made it work. So it was kind of like, you know, if you get half of the rounds for free and you only have to battle out the other ones, even if they were to lose that, they still had quite a bit of space to work with. And there were a couple of incredible moments. I mean, Q played fantastic Bonnie as well. That moment where he was dodging left and right on the top right side of the map and then jumps in, gets a kill, while he was muted for like a long time under assault from 3 different players. That was incredible. But all around, I mean, Navi is just playing better. Draft was clearly better. And, you know, the execution was just so much better too.
Yeah, I mean, the Sprout pick was a bold one for Navi, and I did have a few concerns simply because with the bow, it could end up being something of a struggling thing to make work, but they made it work, Trav. I mean, you kind of have to hand it to them on that side of things, but that second round, there was loads of cover still there. I mean, SK kind of did leave them a little bit of an opening, but the pick and bans will be shortly coming in for dueling beetles, and I feel like this is a game mode that might cater a little bit more to SK, actually.
Yeah, I feel, you know, as you said before even seeing the map, you know, they like Hot Zone out a little bit more, and these more control-based, strong maps where they're able to just lock down in position and not let up. But then again, you could say that's gem grab, and Navi took that as well. So it is definitely a worrying situation for SK to be in. 2 sets down, they're going to require a reverse sweep, and we know games like to finish in a 3-1 here in the SPS. So even if they do go one back, maybe Navi will close out and set the stage as well. But, you know, I don't mind the position that SK are in. It might look terrible for them, right? But, you know, we've said in the past, they thrive under this kind of condition, right? When they're behind, they show up even more.
Yeah, I've got to say, if there's any team, Teddy, that can turn this around at this stage, it's definitely got to be SK. And if they can get through Hot Zone, then there's Brawl waiting for them as well. We know what the hell they're likely to go in playing that. But bans are in, and also, you know, Otis, B, and Stu banned by SK. Navi banning out Penny, Squeak, and Bell.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for SK because even though, you know, Hot Zone is a really good game mode for SK, I feel like Dueling Beetles is probably the best Hot Zone map for Navi. You know, bringing some aggressive ideas, especially with a B-ban from SK, could be worrisome. I mean, Bonnie is a brawler they've shown they master and are happy to bring to the table pretty much any time. I'm surprised to not see a Poco, to be completely honest. I feel like that could have been a very dominant idea to kick things off, but they're going to opt Bonnie instead, leaving potentially the Poco, although I doubt it for SK, and maybe some other, you know, I think having a Gil on the side of SK here would be a pretty safe bet to just make sure there's no Carl or no tanks showing up. But I don't know, man. I feel like that B-ban kind of hit, you know, SK more than Navi, and it's their own ban.
I'm a bit surprised to see the bans on the side of SK that they've got as well, because it doesn't necessarily feel like they're banning for Navi. It just feels like they're banning for SK. Like, you know, what they don't want to be going up against. But we've seen Navi just thriving on Bonnie of the back of Knockout. And again, it's one that they're very likely to pick. You know, it's very up there in the high pick rates for them. So I'm just kind of surprised that, you know, SK didn't ban it out. They're going to be going with Gus themselves, and there is the Gale. I think it's a solid pairing, and, you know, Gale can get a lot of great value on this particular map, and just being able to shut down that mid control, you know, entirely with the Twister, if you're able to get that mid control in the first place, and you know, really delay the onset of Navi's ability to retake the mid control, is a really, really daring and dominating thing. I mean, I quite like to go up against that kind of idea with things like Pam in the mid. That's something that SK would tend to often combine with the Gale themselves. So now they've got some options. They could go in with something like a Crow as well on the lane hand side. It's not the worst of ideas, but nonetheless, Griff coming in, Poker wouldn't be the worst here, Trav.
Yeah, no, I think Poco could work pretty well, but then again, you've got to be cautious about the Gale. You see, the thing is with SK now, Navi have proven they can play with that Poco, which is viable here. They've proven they can play with the Sprout, which is viable here as well. So it kind of shuts off all of the different routes that SK would usually take, you know, because they're just showing and proving to not only SK, but the community as well, that they are a versatile team. Like, even I thought, you know, they just play tanks, but they can play other things as well, which is maybe making SK just a little bit worried. As you said, the Crow comes in, and now they've got the break, they've got the range, they've got the slow, and it's worrying. Gale isn't going to be able to really compete at Crow and Bonnie's range, and he's going to get slowed and destroyed by Griff. It's definitely a tough situation for SK to be in, but they do have this last pick, and surely there's got to be something ranged.
Yeah, I would assume so too. I honestly kind of expected maybe a Poco Max to show up with that bounty on the side of Navi. They're going to go Pam. I don't know if I love it. I think in general I'm not necessarily the biggest Pam fan, not nearly as much as Arc would be, but I think it can work. I just don't like this draft from SK doesn't scream dominance to me. I think it's one that can work, but I don't feel like it has, you know, particularly an edge as Griff. I think is still in such a good place. So is Bonnie. Crow maybe a tiny bit less, but I feel like the matchups here are not half bad for SK. But Trav, you might disagree.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Pam's good against Crow, right? We've got Gale for the body when it jumps in. Yeah, I do think it's a 50-50. It really depends how the map is shaped up and if Angel Boy can get really good value early on with this map break. And even if he does now, they've got the Pam, they've got the Gust to play at the range, so it's not too bad. Angel Boy able to slot on this zone for a decent amount of time off the start, but Semantic able to do a little bit better. Damage gear activated now, but he heals up just that slight amount more, and we're seeing MMA do a good job over this right-hand side against Guille, but once those gadgets are kind of used and not really got too much value out of them, then that's going to be a worrying situation for Navi in the long run.
Yeah, right now things are not too bad on the side of SK. I like that they're playing the launchpad as well. It's quite different. Usually with the Gale, I feel like you go for the Twister, but it does make sense, right? Because Griff can destroy those walls, give those more open lanes, and then suddenly the Twister doesn't provide nearly as much value. Semantic was a good double push here with his super. MMA is going to fall to it as well, and so far, SK are doing well, so never mind what I said earlier. It's a really solid start on their end.
Yep, well, MMA literally just pretty much alone here. Not able to do too much as now it's just Cubic, and it's one by one. They're just dying and respawning. SK have just got pure control of this mid. They've got the Twisters, obviously, as well to block off some of these routes, and the knockbacks also. Jump comes in, and maybe another follow-up jump from Cube, but it's really not doing too much. As Guille is low now. Angel Boy gets the kill. It's him versus Chaos, but even if they get this, SK have got such a substantial lead, it's a worrying problem.
Yeah, and again, that launch pad just gives Semantic such quick access to the mid. I like it a lot. I think it's a very good idea to bring here to the table, and SK should be able to close this one out with ease, although he is quite low, ends up going down. Ikeos does manage to escape, and it's going to cost them a couple more percent, a couple percentages that they can't afford to lose on the side of Navi, as SK will be taking that game.
Well, SK back with a fighting chance now, as Navi really did dominate those first two sets, but SK were the ones firmly in control of this now. Looking to try and do the same and start the possibility of this reverse sweep. I just don't know, even if they do win the set, if they're going to be able to continue this on into the next couple.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I was maybe doubting that draft a little bit on the side of SK. I still feel like when it comes to the execution, Navi could do better. Definitely make it a lot closer. But we'll have to see in our next game when we eventually jump into it.
Yeah, we're into it now, and it is already 10% to 10%. Samantha's going to go down, and this is looking a little bit of a better start from Navi, even if they are kind of in a 2v2. It was a better situation than they were in the last time, and now they get the kills, and it's a 2v1. Semantic jumps in. Very risky play to make, and the launchpad's pretty much into a tough point when Navi have this control. Angel Boy's going to break up, and honestly, they had a bit of a locked control on that anyway, so I'm not sure if that's the best idea, but for the long run, it might be the play. And regardless of that control that Navi just had, instantly, SK are back in with it.
Yeah, those jukes from Angel Boy are fantastic on the right side, but SK back in the lead. MMA does have jump. Gets a tag off onto Semantic. The wall break to completely remove those walls. MMA, that jump in does result in a kill, but one that ultimately Guille is able to trade out. And still, those fights are close. There's kills going both ways, but there's always someone from SK just sitting in that zone, and that healing station is safe and sound, and so far making a world of difference here for SK, as they seem to be running away with this one. Maybe a little bit less now, but they still have such a massive lead.
I mean, we saw the same in the last one, right? They built up this big lead. Navi have fought back, and then it all crumbles, like we're seeing now. SK just going to push on time and time again onto the zone, and they can finish this one off just by launch padding in and finishing it. SK Gaming surely going to take this game now and bring the set back. Navi not in the best of positions going forward, but still have 2 sets up. SK, though, we know what they're like in Brawl Ball. We know what they might be doing from now on, and they could take this to the last set.
This is what I was worried about for the Navi here, because, you know, SK in that set looked much more like SK. You know, it's kind of rare to see them 2 sets down, but it's very common to see them make a comeback when they are behind. That is definitely something which Navi are going to have to take on board here, Teddy. I mean, they I would say they struggled that set. They were walked over that set. SK just did SK things, and it showed quite apparently.
Yeah, no, it certainly did. I mean, I underestimated what, you know, the capabilities of PAM here, but it's just a Brawl I don't personally like a whole lot. But when it's played right, it can, you know, provide a lot of value. And I think Trav pointed out earlier how strong it can be against Crow, and we did see that there, where Crow was kind of like tickling SK Gaming, which is not what you want, especially not on, you know, a map like this where there's just constant action around the mid. A lot of nervosity, and I think that SK had a very clever draft. I think Navi's draft aside also just were missing a lot of shots and kind of struggling to find some connections they could have had you know, any other day. So even though I feel like it could have been much closer, it really wasn't. And I mean, 18 kills to 11 heals, it's very similar. Damage-wise, a bit in favor of SK. It was a walkover, and SK looked much, much better. Now Navi need to be careful not to give another 1 or 2 sets the same way.
Yeah, and I don't think it was a bad game mode for Navi, actually. I think that Navi could have maybe done a little bit better had they gone with a different approach. But what worries me now as well is the fact that the next set is Brawl Ball from Recollection. So, you know, Trav, we know what SK are like when it comes to Brawl Ball. We know how they play. If you're Navi and you just went into a set where you just, like, obviously lost your first against a team like SK, and it didn't work then, what are you going to change in a map which is arguably better, actually, for SK than they just lost to?
I mean, first of all, you can't give them Gale. Again, you can't give them Bow. Those are the 2 SK brawlers. Throw the ball in the corner, stick a twister on it, or stick some bow mines on it, get an early goal, and then progress like that. And I think Navi do know this. I think the majority of teams know this now. We've seen, you know, a decrease in SK having the availability to do this. But when they have it, the availability, it usually goes that way. And I think Navi have kind of got to take advantage of this. Like SK know how Navi want to draft. They know they want to take tanks, Poco. Navi now know how SK want to draft on this map, and they've got to kind of take advantage of that.
Well, they're going to have a little bit of a chance to recollect themselves. So going to our next draft, and SK, yeah, banning out Ash straight off the bat, Otis and Janet, as well as Navi banning out Amber, Max, and a third to be determined. The first pick coming in for SK is Bo. They've been playing it a lot today, actually, very, very consistently so. I don't think it's the worst brawler for center stage, but I don't think it's like the best in my opinion. But pairing it with a B, I don't mind that necessarily. I think that's not too bad. But the bans for Navi were Surge, Penny, as well as the Gal. So, you know, Trev taking that Gale ban and running with it, I think is the wise call.
Yeah, but they've taken Bow, so it pretty much does the exact same thing. Throw some mines on the ball. They're going to be looking for something early on, and Navi do really have to shut this down. They've got Amber, ability to scout lanes really nicely. Max can do pretty much the same with, you know, 4 ammo slots and a good spray down that right-hand side, but they can't let a sneak through in. They can't let an early goal happen. They need to be massively aware of this. Griff, though, going to be breaking up walls, playing heavily into the B's hands, Bow's hands as well. And Navi, I don't know if they just add another thing on and abuse the speed, or if they match them at range and try play it that way. In my eyes, you kind of just got to go for the speed and avoid some of the shots, whether that goes to overtime or the late game.
Yeah, I like the Griff as well. I think it's going to provide some more destruction and decent damage as well to try to shut down some of those aggressive plays from the Max. On the other hand, I do like the Max a lot as well on the side of Navi. If, you know, the ball ends up cornered with mines on top of it, there's going to be no better brawler than Max to just, you know, speed in there, get it out, and maybe even get out of it with your life with a nice phase shifter. Ultimately, the Squeak as well. I think it's a decent one for center stage. Maybe not my personal favorite. I feel like pacing-wise, it's going to be a little bit weird to have a Squeak and a Max on the same team.
Yeah, I do feel the same way. You know, I think, as I said, you know, you kind of got to play into the range hands or play into the speed hands. And I don't really think Squeak does either. Yes, it's got a bit more range than the rest of their comp, but at the same time, it's still not overtime specialist, you know, and that's what they might have needed. Slow comes in, Residue connects, and Semantic falls low, though. Alex pushing around this left-hand side, passes to Angel Boy, might be able to get the phase shift from the goal through, and that is the perfect start that Navi wanted.
Yeah, we were saying, you know, Navi, you have to be careful for a big start from SK, but it seems like Navi had other ideas here. Zekios is gonna miss his big shot. Mines placed down behind the box in Navi's mid. All three of them defused immediately. But right now, Angel Boy is very low HP. Semantic nearly goes down to the Residue, slowing down his movement. He is gonna get slowed with a nice super from Angel Boy. Gets taken very low HP, but he's still alive, and it's a 3 versus 1. Only the max here in defense, and Ikeos is in a really good spot here to just walk it in. Overwhelmed on the side of Navi, and SK tie things up.
I'm surprised that we didn't see the break come through from the Griff, though, in that goal map. I think that'd be a great opportunity to do just that. Angel Boy pushing aggressively now, though, and doesn't want to be on that Semantic lane anymore. Cube's going to get the kill just. 3K missed by Chaos, and now they're exploding into it. Chaos falls low. Dash tanks it, but can he get the shot through? They do. They score the goal, and Navi are going to match point.
Wow, what an explosive game here for Navi, and now they are just 1 away from taking down SK Gaming. SK got to be very, very careful here. Again, not the most winner to lose, but we know SK, they don't want a single loss on that spreadsheet for this season, and they are about to take it unless they find a way to shut down Navi.
Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Alex dashing through, wants to get a phase shifter through that 3K, but Chaos holds off and actually plays it just that little bit better. We did see him missing, well, not missing, but getting tanked a lot by that phase shifter in the previous one. 3K going to be missed the first one, but he gets it back quickly. Honeycoat not going to be there, and Semantic star power isn't going to save him from the clutches of that shot coming from the Squeak. Dash wall, speed forward. They're caught out in a really bad position. Chaos can't get any shots through because of the speed, and they just walk it in. They force it. 1 minute 45 and 1 goal up from Navi.
Yeah, poorly defended there by SK, leaving a huge gap in their defense, one that Navi can only but spot and abuse. Nice slow, but 3K shot is not quite gonna connect, I believe, as he's quite low HP. A trade on the right side could be enough for Alex to attempt a solo play. He's gonna pop speed, is considering going for it, then turns out he is just gonna go for the kill with Angel Boy onto Gear. Chaos does have a super and a charge shot here for defensive measure, but that's not even going to be enough to take down Q.
Q pushing down the right side now, sees Gear as well, and nice pinch in from Alex, who's playing amazingly on this max, I will say. Bowmine's plays towards Cubic, who can surely bait those out nice and quickly. 3K has been grasped now by Chaos, but Burn not going to connect either, and the ball's in their corner, but they're a goal down, and this really isn't the position they want to be in. Semantic's going to fall as well, and Cube, defending the right side alone, gets taken down, but they can't push this through. They're not getting the ball out of their corner, and that is going to be really punishing for them in the long run. Gear gets hit by the super, he goes down as well. 40 seconds between Navi and the win.
Yeah, Wolves eventually taken out. Navi need to be careful not to overextend. Obviously, if they go down in that position, they'll have time to respawn and get back into the mix, but if they have some poor timings on their deaths, things could definitely get tricky as Angel Boy gets a very awkward kill on the bottom right, and it seems like Bull is getting closer and closer to being cornered this time around by Navi. Don't see how SK Gaming can turn this one around. It's right now 8 seconds left. Bull in the hands of Navi. This should be done and dusted here as Navi will take down SK Gaming 3-1.
What a huge win. What a huge win for Navi. I mean, SK were undefeated. This is their first loss this season. And what a time for it. It brings Navi to a 3-3 now, coming in today from a 2-3. I mean, they needed this win. I mean, they've had 2 consecutive losses until now. But I don't know whether the people at home expected them to get a win against SK, considering how consistent and how good they've looked. I mean, even beating them in Brawl Ball, okay, Hot Zone wasn't theirs, but very convincing for SK was that set. This was fantastic stuff. This is the best I've seen Navi play for a long time. I mean, they were just popping off left, right, and center. Alex on that max in that game absolutely excelled. But this is going to make tomorrow even more interesting, Trav, because, I don't think we expected Navi to pick up this win. We wanted to. We thought that they absolutely could, but whether we expected them to, I'm not too sure.
I definitely didn't expect them to. SK probably didn't expect them to, and I'm questioning even Navi if they expected to. But all the people who are in this middle section didn't expect them to either. And they're even more worried about their position going to the Challenge Finals now, because this is a huge win for Navi and a really disappointing win for the other people who were 2 and 3 going into today's game day, because another 2 and 3 teams are playing each other in the next game, which means one's going to go up to that point and one's going to go down to join Tribe Gaming on the lower portion of it. Worrying stuff for mid-table teams.
Absolutely so. Very little in it, honestly, in the statistics, Teddy. But you know, the gameplay said a different story. I felt like Navi have just got this wide vocabulary when it comes to their drafts, and we know what we expect them to go with. But a lot of the time, they also just kind of surprise us by not doing what we expect them to do. And it just felt like they just came very well prepared for the outcomes.
They have a lot of different pages in their playbook, honestly, whether it's heavy max plays like we saw here, or something more control-based with a Bonnie, Jeans, we saw that earlier too, or something like a Poco or a Buzz, or just so many different options right now in their playbook. And that's one of the aspects I love the most about Navi. But just to point out how important today's win was for them is that their head-to-heads are terrible. They're absolutely terrible. They lost to Tribe, they lost to Team Mystic. They really wanted to win here because now they got a chance at, getting to the playoff stage in a rather clean way. If they manage to get their win in 2 weeks, that would be massive for them, and they might just escape some of those terrible head-to-heads that they have right now. Just for context, they won against Chasmac, which is relevant and important. We'll have to see in the end if that is going to be truly the case. But their other head-to-head was against Team Queso, which doesn't matter. And now Totem, sorry, not Totem, SK, which also doesn't directly matter. But just getting that extra win gives them a lot more security.
Yeah, that's the key here, realistically here. That is a huge time to come out on top. And going into that final play day then, some confidence as well, Trav. I mean, confidence is key. I mean, I don't think that I've seen Navi look as comfortable as they were today for quite a long time. But again, we had that history, didn't we? That back and forth with SK that we've seen developing in the second half of the year. And, we have seen Navi take the win over them, but this was a convincing win. I think that's very key for other teams watching to consider.
I mean, their drafts were just, as both said, very, very versatile. We expect them to just go in with tanks, right? But they've shown today they can play those sprout comps, they can play the throw comps, they can play a bit of speed with the max, and they can play the tanks. So it's really worrying for teams coming up against them from now on, because they've kind of extremely versatile. They've made their brawl pool so versatile, and it's a dangerous thing. If they can take down SK Gaming, who can't they take down?
Yeah, Navi coming out on top, but Snapdragon Elite Gaming are always on top for us. And again, we thank them massively for all their support in the Snapdragon Pro Series, because again, we would not be here without them. And it's a pleasure and a privilege to be able to bring the teams that we have into this environment, and it is all thanks to them. So again, once more, thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. I mean, Teddy, you mentioned just a moment ago, Mystic, was one of the teams that Navi, had in their considerative, ideas for the head-to-head. Well, they are up next. They're up against Panafresh, who we saw with a huge upset recently, Trav, against Tribe Gaming EU.
I mean, it really was a big upset. Nobody expected them to come out on top. Nobody expected them to be able to win, and they were 0 and 3. And now they're a Challenge Finals contestant. And a pretty strong one at that, because they've got some decent head-to-heads. Yes, they've lost against a couple of teams, but they've beaten Tribe if they managed to claw it back and get into their head-to-head as well. So, they're definitely a big contender. And another win here today against Mystic, which is definitely a possibility with their recent form. They really need it. But on the other side, Mystic wants it as well, which is a really big head-to-head to be able to win.
Yeah, 2 teams on 2 and 3. This match is a big one. It makes a huge difference to what we are going to have going into our final Playday on Playday 7. But we'll be right back just after this very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are 3 games down. Our last one still to come is Mystic Esports EU up against FA Panafresh. And this one, as we were just discussing during the break, it makes a huge difference going into our final play day, Teddy. It's still a bit unclear as to how it's all going to evolve, but nonetheless, both teams need to come out on top on this one. It's as simple as that. Going into that final play day ahead, it gives them such an important advantage.
Yeah, I no matter what, your win is massive for both sides. They're both stuck in the middle of the pack. This is their chance to get just, I don't quite want to say a leg into, the finals, but definitely not a leg further down from the finals. So getting that one would be huge, because not only do they get a bit more security and could potentially afford to lose in the final play day, but they will have head-to-head advantages, which can go a very, very long way. As we were discussing and try to calculate some of the possibilities, there's a lot of them, and the more head-to-heads you have in your favor, the more wins you have in your favor, the better your chances.
Yeah, we saw in Season 1 how important, when it came down to the wire, those head-to-heads can absolutely come back to bite. But, let's speak a bit about FA Panafresh, because it was a slow start to the season for them, Trav. I mean, we were kind of wondering when it was that matchup between Team Queso, how are they going to fare? Were they going to start to make a break? It seems like they made a break, and they surprised us all on Tuesday with that win against Tribe. I mean, have they got what it takes to get a win against Mystic today? I mean, because we saw Mystic cause an upset against Tribe, going into the Open Finals, which led to us coming into the Challenge season. But then Tribe got the win over Mystic. Whereabouts do you kind of place them in terms of competition?
I think Panafresh are the favourites going into it, right? The names are more recognisable, and I think, as bad as that sounds for me to say it, it is a massive factor in it, because Mystic Esports, they don't have this competitive experience needed to be able to face off against some of the top teams. We saw them beat Team Queso, and there will be another, but they just not sure if they've got what it takes to bring down Panafresh when Panafresh have been on some good form. They started poorly, then they started doing well, and Mystic started well, then they started doing poorly. So it's like kind of the opposite.
Yeah, well, they're your favourites. Let's check out the Panafresh roster for anyone who might be watching at home less familiar with them. There are, of course, Rafa, Blacksy, and Jaime. Blacksy, of course, and Rafa coming from Team Queso around the mid part of this year, but Jaime has made a fantastic addition as well. This team, Teddy, I've got to say, had phenomenal performances in Split 2. They had some very, very good matchups, and we kind of always wondered how they would fare coming into the challenge season. Again, a slow and steady start, but now they seem to be really getting some momentum behind.
Yeah, certainly so. Panafresh, they were down 3 losses in the beginning of the season, and we were genuinely wondering if they were gonna be maybe even last of the entire thing until their win against Team Queso, which, you know, we had our concerns about as well because it was Team Queso, but now win against Tribe, which really, I mean, it makes this match so interesting because that's a huge upset. And now Panafresh, their chances of qualifying are looking better and better every day.
Yeah, Trav, what do you think their chances of qualifying are in this instance? Because these guys are your favorite, but they've got the experience behind them, but as a team, it's a very new kind of team formation, new roster. Like, do you see this team being potentially in the Challenge Finals?
I mean, I can see it. I think they've got quite a good few head-to-heads, and they can add to it as well today against Mystic. You know, they've got the head-to-head against Tribe, they've got the head-to-head against Mystic, they can win this as well, and another one also. It's not looking bad for them. If they can get this win, it puts them in a great spot for the finals. But, you know, this is a massively influential game that they need to win, and Mystic are definitely an opponent who can upset them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mystic could cause an upset. Let's check out their roster now. Uncle X, Mebius, Arturo, as well as Nob. And again, I've got to say, I do really love this team. I think that many didn't see it coming. Many kind of underestimated Mystic, but they've got 3-0 over Navi. A 3-1 against Queso, yeah, I mean, they've had some losses along the way, but they were teams like Reply Totem, like Tribe Gaming, like SK Gaming, which I think it's all fair to say that many would expect to lose those matches. I got to say that I don't think people at home should count out this team. I think they're a real underdog, but I think as well for good reason, Teddy.
I think Mystic, when you count them out, is when they hit you the hardest, right? Yeah. We've seen it happen multiple times. In the Open Finals, it was Tribe. In the Challenge season, it was, okay, Team Queso, but also Navi. So it's very interesting to see this team develop because, yes, they started off better than they're at right now. I still think they got some decent chances in this matchup as well, and it's one that I'm sure they prepared heavily, and Arturo as well, I think has pretty good knowledge of the Spanish scene and might be able to get some very valuable information to his team from, you know, his Spanish counterparts in Panafresh.
I really feel as well Nob is playing such a good game at the moment and really excelling massively so. They have had some tough matches, Trav, but again, like Teddy said, when you underestimate this team, that's a mistake, and you can't do that. Maybe Panafresh are still riding this high off the back of that win against Tribe and thinking that everything's going to be, you know, rosy from here. That could be their unraveling here today. Mystic Esports, of course, you know, didn't necessarily show much of themselves in Season 1. Season 2, they have made their mark.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they might have lost against SK last week, right, or on Tuesday, but the week before, they'd beaten Navi 3-0, and we've seen what Navi just did. So if they can bring the same gameplay they brought against Navi into this match against Panafresh, you could even argue that they are the favourites in it. You know, they might not be as familiar names as Panafresh, but they have the results to prove it. They beat Tribe in the Open Finals, they've beat Navi in this season, and, you know, Panafresh might have beaten Tribe in the season, and I think it's just very even in that fact.
I mean, in regards to the head-to-head, Teddy, I mean, you know, Mystic are, you know, ahead on kills. They got less deaths and more damage. I mean, it's not necessarily by too much, but it does say something about this team in comparison. You know, when it comes to Panafresh, do you think like having less stats in the head-to-head is something which might go against them?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
I genuinely, I'm like the person that likes, you know, KD and damage stats probably the least on this planet. You know, I don't think there's too much that can be read into that. For me, it comes down more to two aspects. First of all, obviously, how well established and synergized those players are going to be, how solid their drafts are, all of that. But I think momentum is quite a big deal. And I would have told you this is probably a 50-50 to my eyes. But just because Panafresh are off a 2-win streak now against Tribe Gaming, of all teams as well, I feel like, for me, that maybe makes it a 55-45, something along those lines. And I feel like Panafresh are going to have a small advantage just because, you know, they got the ball rolling. And if they're not careful inside of Mystic, that snowball is going to get real big.
55-45, Trav. What are you saying? You have to put like some numbers to your prediction for this one.
I'm honestly going to say 50-50. Like, maybe it'd be 51-49, just because I think Panafresh just have a bit more competitive experience, but like, it can be 50-50. I genuinely think Mystic Esports are criminally underrated in the competitive scene. You know, they've made their mark in this season. Draft is in, though. We've got Ring of Fire as our first map, and honestly, I absolutely despise this map, but it's fairly liked by a fair amount of the competitive scene. Panafresh banning out Gus, Penny, and Otis. Mystic Esports going to ban out Janet, Max, and Squeak. Bell going to be the first pick. Bonnie, the return pick from Mystic Esports. What do you think about that arc?
I quite like it so far. I mean, Bell is quite a safe first pick, I've got to say, and it's quite versatile at that. And you know, I think we're going to see kind of more riskier ideas towards the end. I mean, yesterday we saw, well, I keep saying yesterday, Tuesday. On Tuesday we saw Reply Totem bringing in Meg here. You know, B coming in for Mystic I really quite like. B and Bonnie is quite a long-ranged idea as well, so it matches kind of what Panafresh have started with. I would like to see some aggression though coming into this, or some area denial. I do feel like this is a very underrated map for Lou, which normally tends to be one of those picks that you get towards the end of the draft stage. I think as well the Bell, you know, Nestic could buy with some bow mines could be a really nice way as well to keep that kind of area control, deny some advantage points. And you know, we saw SK valuing a lot of bow here earlier today already, but it is definitely quite a versatile option. Ruff's come in for FA Panafresh, so that wall break potential to buff up your team, and I think that's not a bad idea. I mean, Ruff's definitely is in a very, very good spot in terms of the meta 10.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I think it's quite alright here. Not something particularly special or shiny either. I think that B pick was kind of a must, to be fair, on the side of Mystic. If they left it to Panafresh, it would be too big a risk with the, you know, running the bounty and leaving B open. So I think they were somewhat forced to go in that direction, which I think is very much just fine, because B is a very viable pick in its own right. But Stu here is something I am a bit more excited to see. It is, you know, one of the more standard picks for a long time on Ring of Fire that has maybe fallen off just a little bit in the last couple of weeks, but I still feel like it can do a lot of work, and especially facing stuff like B and Bonnie, you can really just go left and right with those supers and provide a lot of time in that zone, getting percentages for your team, as Carl is going to be the final pick for Mystic.
Yeah, I do kind of think that I prefer Panafresh's comp. Mystic just seems too mid-centric, which Bell's going to thrive off with the bounces, and if Ruffs and Stu can pinch around the sides and get some control that way, come in from behind, then they're going to have some real problems on the side of Mystic. I do like the range approach they've got, though. They don't have... Yes, they've got a car for the sandbags, but I guess you can still take them for the Bonnie jump in and, you know, the B shots. It's not a bad decision, but you've also got the speed zone. If you take sandbags, you've got those, and also the nest eggs as well. It's really dangerous to go anywhere near this zone, I feel.
Well, let's get straight into the action here, as a gadget from Blacks is going to be popped and easily dodged by everyone inside of Mystic, but so far it's been only Panafresh in the zone. Aggression from Jaime, and it paid off until it stopped paying off, and Panafresh have no one left alive anywhere near that zone. Mystic catching up and taking over the lead now.
Yeah, as you say, you know, it worked until it didn't. Yeah, now they do have complete control, near enough 25% secured from Mystic, but they're fighting back nicely. Jump comes in and he should be taken down there, but in comes Nob, and maybe could have secured Rafa there, but chose to play it a little bit more passive. B shots being missed, but Carl shots not being missed, and Panafresh taking the lead now. Doesn't seem like they've had much of the control, but they're just being on this zone a little bit more. Mebius finishes off Rafa on the back side, but gets marked up along the way.
Yeah, that mark is always going to be so annoying for you know, a Bonnie to deal with, because it's hard to dodge things as a Bonnie, and obviously now that with the massive HP con that Bonnie has in the first place, it's a lot of value with just the one mark. To jump in here is going to drop that mark and also drop down Rafa as he ends up going down, and Mystic are back in control of the mid. Not very low HP, eventually does get caught by Black Sea as Mebius is sitting on the right side, getting Black Sea very low HP. Maybe still fighting in the collide form instead of switching, and eventually he does get caught. Panafresh back in zone as well, and really not all that far behind percentage-wise.
Yeah, what's just a little bit concerning how long it took to get rid of that Bonnie form there, but now comes back in, Cannon, and getting some percentage because of this vast HP pool that she does have. Rafa not really hitting too many shots. Black Sea providing some good ones, though. Super comes in now from Black Sea, and he's pinned against it. X managing to stay alive a little bit longer, though, but Nob just spinning. Is marked, trying to stay on the zone to add just that little bit more, but Panafresh take control. Once again, Jaime shoots the shot to the left-hand side, wants to go for this power-up, but doesn't really want to leave the zone, as they're going to need pretty much all of it now.
Mark connects again. Not sure if it's that valuable when Mebius does have super, so he can kind of just jump and get rid of it. And he's going to do that, gets a takedown with him, and in the meantime, X just closes things out. So, bit of a questionable mark, I think, from Rafa there towards the end. Don't know if it would have made the difference if he connected it on anyone else, to be completely fair. But that does mean that the first game goes to Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic starting things off strong, and, it was very back and forward. I don't feel like Mystic had, the firmest grip on the game. I just think they had the firmest grip on the zone, and a lot of the time it was Panafresh just ignoring that fact and not really playing through the mid as much as Mystic Esports were. They were going for the pinches and just they were being taken down in these unfavorable positions, but now Panafresh starting things off strong, hitting X, getting some shots around the right-hand side from Blacksea, and also that little Meteor did quite a lot of work as well. No sandbags there to tank the B shots, but he survives it nonetheless, and Jaime going aggressive on Nob and should get a takedown.
Yeah, Nob in trouble, Jaime. Does only barely survive, though, and the jump in will secure it as Mebius gets that pickup. Rafa is going to be the one that follows up, and I like that they just get rid of the nest egg, I think he can afford to go down in that position. The problem is the percentages, which are now 50 ahead for Panafresh, and that's something Mystic have to find a solution towards.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he can afford to go down in that position.
I didn't see it was already at 58, okay?
Yeah, power up being placed and walls being broken down. Little jump from Mebius available, but not able to use it. X gets taken down and forced into a zoned area by that Meteor raining down from Blacksea, and this is just going to be game to Panafresh. Surely you can see Mystic kind of just sitting in the back, X shooting backwards, and they do secure it. This is a lot more convincing, and although the first game was very back and forward and Mystic was able to take it, Panafresh were just able to storm this one.
Yeah, impressive turnaround here, going from a very, a neck-to-neck game to one where we barely saw Mystic. And I was shocked, honestly, to see that many percentages going their way, because I assume with a Bonnie and stuff, they should be kind of chilling, but they really were not. Let's see if this final game of Hot Zone could be any difference, as X has a charged shot, but has yet to utilize it, and he will get dropped quite low HP. The damage gear could make a difference, but he still decided to keep it, and even gives a nice little bell shot straight to Mebius' face.
I generally think that's X's second shot of the game. He was holding that 3K for so long, but now actually making use of these shots, getting some hits through. Jaime was slow, but good dashes through as well. Blacksea trying to get a pinch on, and the Meteors are going to help him doing just that. One hit, and his hit from his gun hits the second. Mebius has this jump available, but brought low by Rafa. Nestek being placed in the mid, and it's more of the same. Mystic Esports just aren't getting the look in on the zone, and Panafresh are always on it.
They're getting destroyed again on the side of Mystic, and honestly, I don't know what changed. Maybe they're just hitting more shots, and Mystic are missing more and dodging worse. I'm not entirely sure, but it's been a night and day difference. At last, Team Mystic with control of the zone, and a nice pickup from Nob onto an isolated Blacksea will help just lock in that position furthermore, but Jaime's kind of just roaming there and nearly gets away with it, as he just doesn't quite hit that final super, and for now, things are still looking quite good for Panafresh. It's only a 25% lead, but as we get closer and closer to the finish line, that might be 25% enough.
I mean, I love that play from Jaime, to be honest, just dashing forward, opening up a load of space for them, which they didn't have otherwise. Now it should be game, but jump comes in, and it's Jaime versus X. He gets the kill, got the gas heal as well. Needs to try and cycle it once more, 98%, and it's looking like this is going to be done here. Carl versus the world. Can they just slot on? They do. Blacksea walks on, gets the 2%, and Panafresh take the first set after a disappointing first game. A great bounce back.
A fantastic turnaround, honestly. I mean, that second game was night and day difference. I mean, like 100 to 8% only. I mean, that's a pretty, pretty convincing turnaround. I mean, it just felt to me like Mystic started to panic. Like, they just felt like they were struggling, and then everything started to crumble. And you saw just X going in alone, and everyone on the side of Mystic just kind of going in alone. And you can't really do that against a team like Panafresh, because they are working very well together. I mean, that was the whole reason why when they turned things around, it looked as convincing as it did, Teddy. But, ultimately, it's quite rare to see that. Normally, if you kind of lose that first set, that first game, rather, you can kind of start to crumble and have it go against you. But Panafresh just fall back even harder.
Yeah, it was just very interesting, and I think maybe part of it could also have been just Panafresh struggling a little bit in game 1 and then starting to kind of pop off. If you look at the stats, it's a pretty big difference. It's only 7 kills, but in Hotso, that's a decent amount, and with 20k extra damage nearly, and a bit more healing, all around Panafresh just, was a terrific opening set, and what a way to turn around after that first game that was very back and forth. Being able to just show up and dominate the way they did is highly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, looking at those stats, I mean, it's small amounts, but they do make a big difference ultimately overall. And you were saying it going into the match draft, you preferred their drafts and felt like it had a bit more variety going on and that kind of thing. And I think you're right. I feel like the Mystic Esports draft was decent. It was okay, but it was didn't really have as much flavoring going on with it. And when things came, when push came to shove, just wasn't able to kind of like show the same standards in that respect. But for Panafresh, off to a great start. I mean, going into our next matchup is a question of how they kind of keep maintaining it now, realistically here, because Mystic have shown a lot of resolve in previous playdays. They can turn this one around, but they just felt a bit shaky to me. Didn't seem like themselves. Maybe some lacking of communication as well, but definitely some things that they need to have some discussions over.
Yeah, definitely so. Some reparations need to be made by Mystic, although, the first game and, the last game didn't look terrible. Panafresh just, I think, had the better comp, as you mentioned, and it just seemed a lot more versatile, and that is kind of how Panafresh are in comparison to Mystic, I feel. They are just that little bit more versatile, whereas it definitely seems like Mystic are just that aggressive team that just go for it and hope for the best, and we saw that, a few times with some of the more aggressive plays, but then again, Jaime was bouncing back even more aggressive, and it really was paying off heavily. That Stu was a really great pick. Double Swash going to be up next, and I swear, we rarely see this map. I have not seen Double Swash in SPS in a while, but I'm glad we are, because I absolutely love it.
We get a lot of 3-1s, it's just like Double Swash always creeping around the 5th mark. But yeah, I mean, ultimately here, there's a lot of really great options. It's quite a versatile map in that respect when it comes to the draft. Ultimately, I'm kind of looking to see whether Amber's on the ban list straight, first and foremost. Jean and Bo is a big kind of question mark in that mid area, and all 3 are available here, which is kind of interesting, kind of rare. Ash, Squeak, and Crow being banned by Mystic, which, okay, not necessarily my biggest bans, to be completely honest. Gus, Otis, and Janet banned out for FA Panafresh. But yeah, like I said, there's definitely a great deal of potential options here, Teddy, and depends upon the playstyles of which both teams want to adapt. But I don't know, what are your thoughts first on the bans? Because I don't know about that.
They're interesting. I was gonna say, with the bans we have here, a Gene first pick seems like evident to me, and I'm glad Mystic go for that route. But yeah, I do feel like Mystic's bans are very like ECA like, and I mean it makes sense. That's where they're from originally, right? So I think that it's not necessarily the most surprising, although I don't feel like Crow is particularly good here at the moment. I think Gus, Otis, and Janet are a bit more standard in my books. Not necessarily the hardest hitters on Double Swoosh, but just very well-rounded, good overall brawlers to just take out, and I respect that. What I respect a little bit less is a Penny first pick on the side of Panafresh, which I think is quite an odd one here. Okay, with a bow it makes a bit more sense. Still, I'm not the most in love with Penny on Double Swoosh, so yeah, I don't take it back.
I don't mind it. I feel like, with Salty Barrel, it gets rid of a lot more of those more aggressive brawlers, but I definitely am liking what Mystic Esports are bringing more. Gene first pick's obviously solid, Amber to add to it, and then Max. This is pretty much the perfect comp. This is what they'll have been coming into this wanting. Panafresh didn't ban any of it, they didn't pick any of it, and they really didn't take any aspects out of their comp. They're just trying to go for something just as strong. On the other side, they're going to need something that's going to be pretty decent against the Amber on lane, as they could have some problems, and Max is going to be providing speed left, right, and center, so it's going to be worrying anyway.
I do really like the Max coming from Mystic, because we haven't really seen them going back to their roots. Recently when they were struggling, they weren't really thriving off the back of those picks. They're going with B as well inside of Panafresh to the final one. Again, I actually quite like that from Panafresh. I think this could work actually against the Max. I mean, the Max is going to be able to do a great deal by triggering the bow mines, and I think that's the concern that they're going to have to be aware of on the side of Mystic, is like how they really go up against that. But one thing's for sure is that the Gene is eventually going to be exposed. Having those bow mines in that mid is going to deter a lot of what Mystic are able to do when it comes to gem carrying, the Amber as well. There's a lot of really great ideas on both sides here. I think it's going to come down to whoever's the more aggressive, which could kind of hint towards more of the Mystic comp.
Well, let's jump in, as it is going to be a Penny mid. Okay. I mean, I get it, right? You use the barrel to tank the gene pools, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see if it actually works out, as Rafa is quite low HP, does have mines available, not using them just yet. And yeah, he wants to go for aggressive mines down in the mid, which I don't mind, but I don't necessarily feel like it's you know, a deal breaker for the Genie either. An open map is something they can very much accept. Let's see now as Rafa gets a couple more connections on the right side, and Blacksea finds Nob on the left. Things are starting to get a bit better here. Oh, what a pickup there on 2x, and suddenly all the gems in the hands of Panafresh.
See, I do like the bow on lane a lot more, and I hadn't thought of it. You know, it's just going to be way easier to scout than it would with the Penny. The Max can't juke as many shots, and if Amber comes to your lane, you're also going to be fine. Bow mine's placed, and Mebius just walks straight through them, baiting them all out, but getting some massive value. X is low as well. Splash through, doesn't connect on Mebius, but they've got the 10th gem, and there's no resistance.
Yeah, this is looking excellent for Panafresh, unless we get a clutch pool coming in, which X doesn't even have available just yet. I don't see many ways this will end. Oh, the pool is there now, but so is the salty barrel, and there's no gene to even go for a pool with anymore. But I'm starting to agree a bit with you. I think the penny mid makes more sense. Overall, I don't necessarily like Penny here in the first place, as I mentioned earlier, as it is quite often at the moment being played on lane, but I think with the bow, it just makes more sense to go Penny mid and bow lane. And if it doesn't work, you can always try to switch and adapt as you go. For now, it seems to be a better start for Mebius on his lane, although he did have a decent start in the previous one too. It was just not really able to find an appropriate finish.
An early aggressive salty barrel then from Jaime, trying to get some value out of it. The splash through comes from Amber. Rafa getting taken pretty low, and it looks like they're playing Gene lane and Max mid now, which is a little bit weird. You know, I accept that Panafresh are changing things up, but that is maybe just that little bit too unusual for me. As Gene's, you know, the one you want to be carrying the gems, and Max surely the one you want to be going aggressive with. Bowmine's placed in mid now, and Penny turret also raining down, but not getting some good value over the left-hand side. Might be able to push up to be able to take this turret down soon enough.
Yeah, a bit of a waste of a phase shifter there, but I mean, better safe than sorry. As now we're all tied up gem-wise, and I agree. I mean, Gene on lane struggles. They do manage to find Rafa, which massively overextended, to be fair. But it's not unheard of either on double swoosh to see the Gene swap with a Max. Something we've seen that happen a couple of times over the BSC as well. But it is rare, and it is also rare that it actually works out. Mine's getting removed, and Gene doesn't necessarily mind it again, as those walls opening up gives more range for his shots to spread out and find some connections from afar. Gem-wise, it is still very, very even.
Yeah, but the thing is, now that Gene's baited those out, it might benefit him with a bit more range and visibility, but he's also not going to be able to sneak for that pull, and that's kind of the main reason he's been placed on lane, to drag it around the round side, get into a position where they can pull, but 9 gems in hands now. Jaime trying to push forward, burned down, and he's going to fall as well. Pull comes in onto Blacksea in a complete reversal of the previous game. This time it's Mystic Esports who are dominating Panafresh in this gem grab game, and maybe the Gene lane's good. Maybe I'm underestimating it, but in my eyes, you know, it just would be a better mid.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. One that seems to have worked, though. And to be fair, Max does not have a bad matchup against the Penny per se. I think Gene is probably on the tougher side of the bargain, facing a bow, you know, on double swoosh on lane. It's interesting, but seemingly it worked. It might have been due, though, to that massive pickup. They got onto Jaime in the mid, dropping all of those gems. Let's see, though, if this final game is going to be similar, as they go back to Gene mid, at least for the time being.
Yeah, a little bit unusual. Maybe they just wait for the Bowmine to kind of break up mid and allow the Max to go through then, but now pinching onto Nob, and Jaime with some great pickup early on. Blacksea's still got his 3k as well, slow in hand also, not connecting, but the 3k should do it. He misses that onto X as well. Pinch coming in down the right-hand side now, and some early mines available. Rafa's going to throw him down the mid once more, but speed is there, and Rafa should fall with this pinch. Not just yet, though, and he's staying alive so well. Dodging X like nobody's business, and he even gets the kill.
Wow, solid stuff here, as eventually Nob goes down, and Mebius does too. That's a lot of gems just drop down in the mid. And X can't really do anything about it without a pull. He's low HP as well. He ends up getting shut down. Panafresh looking good here now with a 6 gem lead. Make it 7 now. And Mystic, they need a huge pickup or to find a lot of control here.
I mean, if he could get his pull along the way, but Blacksy getting some great connections with Rattled Hive onto Mebius there. Pull comes in onto Rafa and gets the takedown. Should be able to claim right lane now, but with another one spawning on Jaime's side, even if they can just keep half of the map in their control, they're going to be able to win it out eventually by just picking one that they should be able to get. And the next one does spawn on their side as well.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous for Mystic as Blacksy gets the final gem, and that's going to be a countdown secured by Panafresh. Now Mystic need a kill, and the pull, yeah, that is going to be straight onto the barrel. No more barrels for Jaime, but he does have a mortar to use as well, and that's going to make X's life miserable. They do get a nice pickup. Jaime is low as well. He does get shut down. There's no way to get those gems, and it should still be far from enough for Mystic. But if they can shut it down once more, they might just be able to tie things up. All they need is that kill to Blacksy, which I'll admit it is not going to be an easy one to find, especially with only 5 seconds left, but it is a 2v1. There is a chance here. Oh, they get him down. I think now they have time, but Mebius gets greedy, and I think that might cost them the game unless... Never mind. He survives, and suddenly, Mystic Esports with a countdown.
What am I watching? How have they died 3 times in a row? No hell whatsoever to the gem carry. It kind of just seems like they're just using their lives for no reason. 1 gem on the floor and no more spawning in time. I don't think they can get it from mid. They have to go aggressive. They've got 10. The 11th will be spawning, but not in time. I don't think the bird on mid anyway. The gem spawns, but he falls down before he can get it. And Mystic Esports even things out. Bring it back to 1-1 as they take the gem grab set.
I've got to say, that was an incredible final play from Mebius. I thought he had phase shift. I mean, when you see that kind of play, you just assume that if you're going to go that aggressively in to get those gems, then you've got to have an exit strategy. And he didn't even have one. I mean, great stuff, though. I mean, he who dares wins, right? And that's what you've got to hand to Mystic. The amount of plays, though, that Panafresh had for themselves, I think Rafa played an incredible match on every single game. But I feel like Panafresh let this one slip. I mean, they had the reset, you know, on the side of Mystic, and that proved to be punishing multiple times on the side of Mystic. And I feel like this is the perfect time for this, Teddy, to get this win in this set. Now going into the next ones could very well give them a bit of an upper hand.
I think it was a bit of a throw from Panafresh. I mean, Mebius, first of all, should never have gotten away with
I agree.
gems. Without a super and without a phase shifter, I don't know how he managed to just get away. But even before that, it was a 3 versus 2 in favor of Panafresh. And yet, they turn it around into a 2v1 and ultimately a 2v0, and Mebius has the time to run away with the gems. That should never have been allowed by Panafresh, and they just gave them a free set, really.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the strategy that FA Panafresh came in with as well. I feel like it was kind of pretty thought through, pretty solid. You know, more often than not, utilizing the penny turret in those moments of just waiting for someone to respawn in, allow it to take some shots, and just kind of like work around the situation. But you know, what were your thoughts, Trav? I mean, do you think that Panafresh should have taken a set?
Oh, 100%, without a doubt. And, you know, we saw it multiple times, you know, when they got the resets, they didn't even go in for the third. They just left the gems on the floor, and when it's a 3v3 and you're in your spawn and you're playing comfortably, you just target one by one, but it was like they all took 1v1 matchups and they all lost them. And then it ended up just being gems on the floor, and then eventually Mebius managed to get the gems out. But on another note, he was running for them in the first place, and Rafa shot a shot towards the penny instead of the max, and they'd have been able to get him down in the spawn if he did shoot his first ammo bar towards the max. And it was a good retrieval by Mebius, but it shouldn't have been allowed to happen.
Yeah, I think that you've got to try for it in those instances because, yeah, I mean, as he demonstrated, you know, sometimes you're able to come out with something good. But nonetheless, I felt like, you know, the way that Panafresh were playing, the way that they seemed very locked in and very consistent for the most part the entire way through just small mistakes. They proved punishing for themselves, but now we are all level. Going into Bounty next for Shooting Star, this is where it gets really interesting. Mystic showing some resolve. Okay, they didn't necessarily have, like, you know, the amount of control that we saw FA Panafresh having in Double Swoosh, but now this might be enough to give them a bit more of a confidence booster going in. Of course, Shooting Star going to be, you know, attracting a lot of bans along the lines of Piper, Nanny. You know, Brock, I think, is as well kind of in a position where it's now up there more. Max, I think, is going to be high up there on the bans, at least on the side of Panafresh. If they don't ban that one, Teddy, then I kind of feel like that's going to be pretty high up on the sort of wanting side for Mystic, because it's one that make it look very, very good.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see, you know, something like Max, Gene again on the side of Mystic. Obviously, if it gets banned out by Panafresh, that would be a wise approach, and it is gonna rely a bit on whoever gets, you know, those that first pick. But I feel like it's kind of what they would go for and what they have gone for successfully as well in their previous matches. Actually, they're banning it out themselves. All right. That is an interesting approach. The Fang ban as well is one that I find not to be necessarily too useful. It's not a brawler we see a whole lot of in the current meta. Ghost Piper and Nani, much more common in my opinion to Shooting Star.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of seems like they've both banned out a completed comp, which they just don't want to face. Or at least, maybe they're the favourite comps that their own team would want to play, more like it. So it's a little bit unusual to see, you know, Max and Gene banned out, especially when they had the first pick as well. It's definitely something the Mystic would have wanted to get their hands on, that Max pick or Gene or something like that, but a little bit unusual. Bell going to be picked from Panafresh, one of the only really remaining ranged options. We've still got Brock on the table low and B as well, which has been utilised quite effectively by couple of the different teams from both sides here, but I don't know about Carl. First pick, we've seen it played. You know, you've mentioned Lane played it. It worked fairly well, but they also kind of, it was against Panafresh where it was a choke.
Yeah, I don't know about the effectiveness for at least of Carl first pick. I mean, yeah, you're going to get the blue star. It can provide some valuable momentum. I mean, I would have been happy with the body first pick, to be honest, over the Carl. It's not looking as scary to me on the side of Mystic. I think I kind of agree, like they kind of just banned out the comp that they didn't want to be going up against as well. I mean, there are still some options. I mean, Brock is definitely probably my go-to in the situation, but I've seen Eski bring Byron back a little bit when there's lesser options on the tables for Shooting Star as well, and there's potentially the idea for a throw-up as you get like that final pick. It is going to be Brock for Mystic. I think that's the way to go here as well for Panafresh. Little options, to be completely honest here for them. They're going to have to kind of consider, like, again, a ranged idea or something of a more aggressive idea as well. I just don't feel like there's, with the bans that are in play, there's so many options that are now eradicated, Teddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their final option is. I just feel like Carl first pick, in my opinion, is just kind of bad. And then Bonnie into Bell and B, I don't know if that's much better. You know, I think Janet is alright. I mean, I don't think it's like amazing on Shooting Star. I think it's just kind of fine. I also don't think it has particularly amazing matchups here, to be completely honest. You know, gets outranged by the Brock. Is okay against the Bonnie, but even then I prefer Bonnie. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't particularly counter Carl either. Obviously, if you can fly away in case the Carl comes in. But still, I don't know. I feel like this is just kind of a weird draft on both sides, but I particularly dislike Mystics.
Yeah, I mean, I do as well. I actually really like the Janet on Shooting Star. I'm not sure. I feel like the drop the base and, you know, the ability that it just has to just be able to connect shots that other ranged brawlers can't on this map, and once you get this positioning, drop the base down and get the shots through, then it's a very good position to be in. Now that they've got this early control, even the shorter range brawlers are going to be able to thrive, and I think that's where Janet can really come through.
Yeah, I mean, I much prefer Panafresh's draft. Don't get me wrong. We'll see how it actually plays out. Obviously, Carl, that's a free blue start, so that helps the side of Mystic, but they're already very much just deep into their spawn, locked in, and Maxi does get tanked very low HP, needs to be careful about how he approaches that situation. As so far, Panafresh are unable to really find any big opportunities. It was the Bonnie that was very low HP earlier, but managed to heal back to full HP. That is still marked. Jaime has another mark available, but surely they're going to be trying to capitalize on that first one before placing a new one down.
Yeah, they've got to be very cautious as well not to provide him with jump, because then it kind of makes the mark completely useless, as we saw in Ring of Fire a little bit earlier on. If you mark him and he's got Super, then you're in a bad spot, and now Blacksea's in a bad spot talking of those. Super comes over the top from Norbers. His teammates did feed it. Not really entirely his fault, but still not the best position to be in such an aggressive spot when you are in pretty much the prime spot to be pinched. Good shots following up from Jaime, though, and they are only 3 stars behind. A couple of kills and they'll be right back in it, and with all the control that they have, it's definitely a possibility. Yeah,
what scares me a little bit is they've had this control for so long and unable to really find much. Now, that is a big kill. Blue star on their side as well, and that means that now that trade, which was completely unnecessary, to be fair, X did not need to jump in, is going to be in favor of Panafresh. They get a follow-up kill as well. Now 3 stars in their favor, still have blue star on their side as well, so they could even afford to lose Blacksea or Jaime, but Rafa just goes in way too aggressive, and I mean, what is going on? It's like both teams don't want to win.
What? There's no explanation as to what's just happened. I'm speechless. I just genuinely do not know. This is competitive Brawl Stars that I'm watching. Feels like I'm watching 300 ladder. But we're back into it, and I'm hoping one of the teams actually wants to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there were just plays where both teams were kind of, you know, on delay, but in the brain. You know what I mean? like no, but seriously, where like they were leading, and then, you know, they lose the lead and they go in at weird timings. That was just very interesting.
Some serious mathematical issues, I think we've got going on here. Send them back to school.
I just feel like there were some late reactions. Like at the end, Mebius, they had the lead, but they just barely got it, and then he gadgets into the mix, almost giving it away. That was wild. But I mean, Mystic, they're happy with it. I don't know how they were able to even get to that point, but now about to take a second set unless Panafresh find an opening kill.
Yeah, well, some shots coming through now, and Blue Star obviously in the favor of Mebius now because he flying hooked straight in at the start, and Mystic definitely got a bit more control this time. And yes, they are still fairly back in spawn, but not pinned against the wall like they were in the previous one. Jump available for X now up top, and Blacksy definitely needs to be a little bit cautious about that, but if he stays fairly close to Rafa, he's going to be safe at the majority of the time. But Brock Super going to be able to mow down these walls as soon as he wants. 3K missed by Blacksy, has another one in hand. Needs to make use of that one, otherwise it's going to be just a pure waste.
For now, still Mystic in the lead. A killless game so far, but as we head towards the final 20 seconds of this one, eventually they'll need to go for an opening, but Rafa stands in the fire, burns down, and gives away another 2 stars as they do manage to find Nob. Mebius going aggressive, but does manage to pull out in time as we have just a couple seconds left in this game, and Panafresh desperately want to kill, but they're not getting it so far. X jumps away, and that is going to be Mystic Esports taking the set just like that.
Big pickup, but I've got to bring it back to that first game. I really wanted to say something and I couldn't. Not because I was speechless like you, simply because, you know, I wasn't able to. It just felt like both sides wanted to give away the win. I just didn't quite understand it. But nonetheless, a slow and patient game played out by both teams until those final moments on both times round. But yeah, Mystic, you know, are now starting to creep ahead a little bit. Some mistakes are starting to show more so on the side of Panafresh, and I just feel like a lot of the time, a lot of the time, I feel like, you know, Panafresh are a team that are actually very calm and collected, very methodical in their approach, but every now and again we see these moments and it's just a little bit chaotic, a little bit panicky, and it definitely came back to bite them there, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, they gave away that first game. Like, yeah. I don't remember, I think it was Rafa that had, you know, the perfect amount of stars and Blue Star to give away the lead. And he was kind of just like, there was still so much of the map behind him where it could have been going towards, but he was heading upwards for some reason. And that gave away the first game. Second game, I mean, you know you're not going to have the Blue Star early on. That happens. They weren't really able to find a solution. That was much more of like a standard game where Mystic defended off well and Panafresh were unable to turn things back around. But honestly, it shouldn't have gotten to that point. I mean, honestly, Mystic have been playing far worse so far, in my opinion, than Panafresh, and they're up a set.
Yeah, draft-wise as well. I don't know how you felt about it, Trav, when you sort of saw it play out, but do you think that with the comp that they were running, that they should have won that? I mean, I don't know how convinced I was, but was it the draft? Was it some mistakes on the side of Panafresh? You know, what was it that gave them the win, in your opinion?
Give me the Panafresh comp any day of the week, I'll say that. Any day of the week, I'll take the Panafresh comp over the Mystic one. Mistakes all round, though, he's just giving each of the lead. And, you know, at the end as well, I just saw in that replay, they pretty much had a guaranteed kill on the Bonnie. He was slowed down, B was shooting him. I don't know what the Spanish translation of come shoot the Bonnie is, but that's what should have been said in the voice chat. Like, come shoot the Bonnie and don't die. And he didn't shoot the Bonnie and he died. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And I'm just genuinely so confused what was going through Panafresh's minds and the communications in voice chat to be able to lose that game.
It's definitely starting to be apparent that there's some issues going on inside of Panafresh, whether it's communication, whether it's just kind of pressure, you know, there could be that as well. But, you know, again, going into this matchup, we kind of felt like they were the favorites. I mean, Mystic have had some losses fairly recently. You know, Panafresh coming off the back of a huge win. Hasn't been by much though, Teddy, I'll be honest. I mean, like, in terms of what we've seen so far, it's been pretty close. It's just that these mistakes are now starting to stack a little bit. And if Mystic are now 2 sets, into the one of theirs, it's really starting to look quite close. And I mean, do you think this is going to be continuous? Do you think Mystic are going to continue to get these wins?
I think that so far this should have been an easy 3-0 for Panafresh. Honestly, I mean, they gave away Gem Grab for free. They gave away Bounty for free.
Yeah.
It's just, Panafresh have been playing clearly better so far, but they've been throwing much more too, and giving away just way too many situations and opportunities that honestly should not even have been there in the first place. So it's really hard to tell how things are going to go from now on, but it really feels like this should have been a pretty clean 3-0 in favor of Panafresh, but somehow they're giving away way too much. I'm missing. They're happy to take it.
Yeah, I fully agree. I do. I feel like at the moment, Panafresh have got to start to bring this one back down to earth a little bit. And, if they keep, giving those advantages over to Mystic, can absolutely take them and use them against them. But draft being very shortly, the picks and bans just about to come in for Safe Zone. And of course, when it comes to the brawlers here, it's going to be a largely long-ranged affair, but ultimately, definitely ideas can be put in. Tanky like Daryl being banned up by Mystic along with the Max, Colette as well, Bonnie, Colette and B banned up by Panafresh. I'm looking here realistically to see who's going to maybe tempt the 8-bit idea. Brock as well to be able to have a bit of countering to it. But Bell as well now is definitely going to be an option for the mid here. I feel like the Colette ban is probably the biggest outstanding one there for me, Trav. But in terms of the draft, what ideas are you also thinking to be combining to that?
I mean, Safe Zone, we've seen a lot of roughs being played, we've seen a lot of Griff being played, break up the walls. Piper first pick, it's just inviting aggression, really. Like, I don't think Piper's a very good pick nowadays anyway. Yes, you can pick it later on down the line if they've got a B, they've got a Bell mid, but it is inviting aggression. And, even with Max and Daryl banned out, we've seen Buzz being played here a lot and stuff like that, and I just don't know how well it's going to fare if they do just choose to run it.
I don't like it either. I really don't, but I'm gonna be honest, in Shooting Star, I thought Mystic had a terrible draft. I don't know, man. Nani is an odd one, because obviously it's a good counter to Piper, right? And that's kind of about it. It's alright on Safe Zone, to be fair. It used to be quite meta on Safe Zone. I wouldn't say it necessarily is nowadays, but I can see it working, peep and teleport in a good position. Thing is, just, you have a Piper super, potentially more wall breaks. I would have preferred it maybe as a later pick if there wasn't any destruction available for Mystic. Whereas now, I don't know. Plus Carl, I just feel like it's not as good as it used to be, and somehow those two teams let it still work.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why this has gone the way it has. Ultimately, the Nanny's to just, as an answer to the Piper. Piper, I'm definitely not a fan of as the first pick. But the other combinations that Mystic have gone for with the Ruffs and Petty, I quite like it. I think they're quite normal, quite relevant. Carl, I'd prefer other things. I think Buzz is a much better kind of idea to effectively do the same thing. Carl is designed to be able to push forwards, and with that, then bring back and force back the flow of action on, and they're going to actually go with that and double down, which, to be honest, I've never really seen. It's normally kind of Carl or Buzz and kind of doing the same thing, but if they've got... I mean, when you look at the Panafresh combo, you've got Buzz going in super aggressive on the safe, Carl flying hook super aggressive on the safe, and the Peep as well now going super aggressive on the safe. It's actually kind of interesting, but I don't believe it was their plan going in. I think it's all started off the back of that Piper pick from Mystic. It's a very interesting one, but realistically, I think Panafresh should have this draft. I don't know whether you guys look quite as convinced, but it's definitely different.
So I prefer the Mystic draft, right? Like, I prefer it as a draft, but I do think that, Panafresh's comp might be all right against it. And they're starting off strong as well. He's not flying hooking over the water, but Blacksy's in a nice position to get some super. Gadget forwards, he gets taken down. And that was the most random play. Surely he's got to have been close to his actual super at that point. Bit weird to see him gadget in.
I had the same reaction. I feel like he was at like 80% of his super and then kind of just like gadgeted instead. I don't know, man. I like the ideas of Panafresh. I think Mystic Esports, like Piper's side, have a bit more of a standard draft here. I think both are just kind of weird, man. I'm very confused by what I'm seeing so far from both teams. A nice shot from Nob. Gonna claim that kill. Panafresh was a pretty decent lead so far, but they do have lost all sort of mid control as Max. He does have a super, does get reset on his heal, but doesn't really matter ultimately as he gets that pickup, gets a nice dash onto the safe, and that's a terrific situation for Panafresh to be in so much damage in just a couple of seconds. And as Ark said, you know, everyone just going at it on the safe at the same time and just completely dominating this game.
They are just unable to keep control. You see Flying Hook forward, spin in, and he's dead. The easy as that. And the TP, the gadget, everything coming through. I mean, he just missed a gadget on safe, which is a little bit questionable, but it's finished anyway, right? The Nanny should get the final shot. Panafresh take a game here, and it probably will be the same again. Like, Mystic Esports, I feel like the comp's a lot more rounded, but Panafresh can just run at the safe.
Yeah, I think the Piper pick was kind of a blunder, to be honest. I don't know why you'd want to go Piper here. Like, there's just a lot of better sharpshooters on safe zone, especially for a heist in general. Yeah, that's kind of it. I mean, Panafresh, to me, have the better draft. I would have preferred Mystic's draft if it wasn't for the Piper. That is just so massively underwhelming and forced to play auto-aimer as well, which is just not necessarily what you want to have playstyle-wise as a Piper, right? You pick Piper to have to win duels against other sharpshooters. That's kind of how I see it on heist. And here, there's no other sharpshooter, which is why do you take it as a first pick? I don't know. You're giving a lot away. It's a bit closer in the early stages so far as Mystic are able to find some early damage, which they didn't get any of in the previous game, but it's still going to be a tough one in my books.
Yeah, well, Gadget popped and now Flying Hook in. Gadget wasn't safe from the buzz, and they get a good amount of damage again. And we don't see anything remaining. Penny went down to the Nanny. There is a Mortar getting some damage on safe, but it's just not nearly as much as what we're seeing coming so strong from the side of Panafresh. Turret going to go down as well. X taking a few shots of safe, jumping away, but still not really to a massive amount of safety. Gadget there, and Blacksy's forced back. And Mystic are looking a lot better in this one, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough to close the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but that is a good Mortar placement. And right now, a team-wide Mortar locked in onto the safe, and things start to be working out better here for Mystic. Let's see if they can keep it up, but so far they're still finding more and more value. Blacksy's going to go straight for the safe, though. I don't know if that's a play, because Memphis can get some free shots on safe on the bottom side of the map as well. And yeah, they're just going to close it out, right? Why? Odd decision-making from Panafresh at times. Just, I feel like they get themselves into really good situations, and then they kind of just, like, give it up.
Yep, say hello to the Salty Barrel. You just saw him walk towards the safe. He went to the top, obviously, with the spectate, but like he'll have placed Salty Barrel on safe and just auto-aim that down. And it's not something that you can leave, especially when he's got a Mortar and a power-up as well. That damage would have been absolutely vast. Like, so poor from Panafresh to leave that. But now it is match point to Mystic Esports, and they can take a massive leap forward on the leaderboards here with head-to-heads and just general wins.
So, such a weird match so far, really. As both teams just hit us with weird drafts and weird plays and weird decisions. So far, both teams know how much is on the line, and they're not willing to give anything away in the early stages. A couple of shots to connect here and there. A gadget. Oh, a beautiful play actually from Nob there to catch Blacksy off guard. Rafa probably going for a TP here, and yeah, he will be indeed. He does get greeted by Nob. Nob is having an amazing game so far. Opens up the left side as well, as that Mortar will be dealt with by Blacksy. But is that enough? Is he able to heal? Not just yet. Needs to be careful. Might get shut down, and he will be indeed, as Nob and X both hit a shot at the same time. Jaime gets shut down mid-super by Nob too. That survives 136 HP. This is big for Mystic so far. They're playing quite well.
Yeah, it's only 2% in it though, and they are in the lead, but not the biggest amount of control here. Got a peep coming forward now, and Blacksy with his actual super, not just a gadget, was going to be able to stun up as well. TP forward into the corner. Super comes in onto Blacksy, but he gets the gadget away. Maybe it's going to be taken down here shortly by Jaime, but survives on a little bit longer. We see the takedown on the right side, and they only managed to get 2% off that push. Auto-aimer, I believe, killed him there, and a gadget miss from Blacksy off spawn. That is just terrible for them at this point. Blacksy pushing forward now, but can't quite get the connecting shots onto him, and he dies. Mortar placed in the range of Jaime as well, which is just yet another mistake from Mystic's side.
What a mess. What a mess here from both sides, but it seems like Mystic are thriving off it at least so far. 20% now in their favor. Another gadget from Nob. Love how it gives him quite a bit of control. There has to be careful with Jaime coming in. He should be going down there quite easily, but X gets a couple shots on safe and gets to jump in as well on the right side. Lead just getting more and more in favor of Mystic, and it was about 12 seconds left. There's not much of a chance here for Panafresh to turn things around. It needs to be now, and they do get some people on that save. They might just make it happen here. It's incredibly close, but it's not gonna be enough as Mystic will take the 3-1 victory over Panafresh. Somehow they make it work.
It's a huge win. It is a big one for Mystic. Definitely a bit chaotic towards the end. I mean, not just
a bit.
I mean, the draft.
Just a little.
It started with the draft and it ended on the battlefield. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised, to be honest, because I could see what Panafresh were going for, and that first game was very, very convincing with that same idea. And it really kind of should have been a bit of a rinse and repeat. We should probably be going to the fifth and final set. But again, those question marks that we had in previous sets around some of the decision making, it came back full circle. I think that it kind of was, for me, the team that deserved to win that won. But I felt like Panafresh just didn't do themselves justice today. They had some great moments, had some great ideas, but the mistakes kind of ended up shining through a bit more than some of their greatness, and that's kind of what I want to see a bit more. But I mean, again, you know, I feel like it wasn't a terrible performance from them. I think they had some good promise, some good moments themselves, but just maybe started to panic a little bit, and Mystic, you know, got away with it. I mean, Mystic, Teddy, are now in a great spot going into the final play day.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, to me here, what happened is Panafresh played better, but they also played worse.
Yeah,
which
exactly
doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's really what it is. They were consistently better, but constantly just giving so much away, and here, 13 kills difference, which I think doesn't necessarily, you know, give justice to this set, because even though damage-wise, kills-wise, even heal-wise, everything is in favor of Mystic, that's kind of what you expect with a bus play. You know, you're gonna be feeding a lot of damage, not doing the most damage most of the time, and then you still pop off, you still get to that safe. And as you pointed out earlier, they had a very like safe-centric sort of comp where you go for safe damage. You don't care about kills because you're all the way up on the map. You have a lot of mobility, a lot of ways to just navigate through the map, get to that safe, deal the damage. So I don't think necessarily stats, you know, mean much besides that. Even then, I think that I don't know. I feel like Panafresh should have handed this.
Yeah, I kind of prefer their comp. But one thing I will say, Trav, is like the Mystic comp, when it was in position, it laid down damage so quickly with that Penny-Tail raining down the fire as well as the Piper. When you had those damage gears as well, adding to all of that, I mean, it did shred their save when it all sort of came into full force.
I mean, and the Ruff's power up as well. It was a really dangerous thing. Damage gear, Penny Mortar, Ruff's power up, it's just going to do so much. It really is. But you expect more damage to come down on the opposing save. You don't expect them to have control. But the fly nooks forward, we saw it a few times, and you have 3 during the game. You have 3 gadgets during the game. You get Buzz Supers just by standing there in range. And I don't think they were using that enough. You know, it was straight off the start when me and Teddy kind of looked at each other like, what? He just pops a gadget when he can literally get super in like literally 2 seconds if he waits a little bit longer. It was a little bit odd, but you know, Mystic Esports, I think the control comp usually does thrive in quite a lot of these situations. It was a little bit questionable about that Piper, but when the auto-aimer came out, it seemed maybe a little bit more acceptable. It did waste a lot of Buzz Supers and Buzz Gadgets by having that, and I think that was the right route to take. But the first big Piper, no.
Yeah, no, I'm with you guys. When you said as well, like, you know, I don't know why they've done that, I was thinking, well, I kind of do, because I'm that guy. I love picking Piper on safe zone, but I would never really kind of advise it in like a competitive environment. In this kind of moment, in where we are in this region's meta, there's just too much that can really go up against you, and it can struggle massively. I mean, even up against, like, you know, an 8-bit, it can really kind of struggle with the tankiness of the damage station, and I don't know. I think there's especially when you pick it first pick, there's so much that you could have that just shows up that goes against you. We haven't really seen it for a long time this year, Teddy, when it comes to like what we're expecting to see on safe zone.
I think it's something that is like, I don't think Piper is bad on safe zone. I think if you're facing like a Bell or something like that, like, I think it's a very viable pick, but it's more of a reactionary pick. And when you initiate things, it just gives away so many weaknesses that your opponents can exploit. And the thing is, somehow yeah, Panafresh not quite able to exploit that. It's just a lot of those moments that were off, I think, in this matchup, and I think both teams played quite poorly, at least like worse than what I expect from them, because they've shown to us, like, I think that with their performance today, they would not be able to take down teams like Tribe, teams like, Navi, which those guys were able to win, during the season. And that's not the level they brought today. I think they were a little bit underwhelming on both sides. Panafresh, in my opinion, played better overall, but yeah, just threw a lot. Failed to capitalize on a lot of mistakes from Team Mystic. And Mystic, on the other hand, I think played kind of meh, but then had those moments where somehow they get away with murder. Yeah. And overall, it was quite a match. It was a fun one for sure, but a very odd one.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Navi as well. They're going to be on a 3-3 now in parring with them. I mean, Mystic and Navi are now on the same. Let's take a look at the leaderboards as well to kind of see how today has shaped up, because honestly, going to our final day, Trav, this is going to make a big difference. Reply Totem still sitting very, very high on might in that 16-0. Now the first sign of tarnish of the SK scoreline, despite both of those two teams qualifying already for the Challenge Finals. But talk us through some of the other changes, because it's going to be a very interesting final day.
I mean, look at Tribe and Sync. It makes me sad just looking at it. Like, the team that they are, to see them that low instead of, locking in a 5-1 or a 6-0, which they would have done in a previous season or in BSC. It's weird to see. We've got Navi, Mystic, and Chasmac all sitting 3-3, and then Tribe and Panafresh sitting 2-4, and Team Case of 0-6, still looking pretty dry down along the bottom there. But I mean, just looking at this leaderboard, Tribe, just the chances are minimal of them being able to go forward to the next phase, and it's going to be two of the teams have got to lose, right, to even be able to have a chance, and they've got to win, and they've got to have the head-to-heads against the teams who do lose. Like, what are the chances of that happening?
Teddy, I'm going to ask you the same thing. I mean, that's kind of what stands out to me here. Tribe being that low, it's a rare thing to see, especially for a team that in Season 1 came third in the Challenge Finals. Do you see them getting towards the Challenge Finals of Season 2?
It's very tough to say right now, to be completely honest. It's not looking great, but it is still trying, and I'm still expecting miracles. One of the things I'm seeing here on the leaderboards, I believe Mystic and Chasmac are facing each other tomorrow, and they're both 3-3, which means that one of those teams is qualifying either way, and I mean, that's kind of big. That means the other teams are playing for one spot.
Yeah, that's definitely going to minimize your chances for sure. We'll have the schedule as well coming up very shortly. I know from memory, the big one is going to be for me, Reply Totem versus SK, just because of bragging rights.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
at all.
Come on, the streak. Well, first match, we Navi versus FA Panafresh, Mystic versus Chasmac Gaming EU, Tribe Gaming EU up against Team Queso, Reply Totem up against SK Gaming. Trav, what stands out there for you?
I mean, Tribe are going to be sitting, watching two teams above them. Possibly, like, they can be knocked out by just teams winning, right? So they could get to their game and not even have a possibility of qualifying, regardless of the outcome, which is definitely a bit of a dread for them. But, those first two matches are definitely the most important for the teams playing in them. And not only that, but the teams not playing in them as well in Tribe Gaming. It's going to be a tough day for them.
What are your thoughts, Teddy, as well, looking at the schedules and kind of teams' prospects? Who do you think is going to be able to join SK Gaming and Reply Totem?
This is a wild one, because Navi and Panafresh, they're on 2 wins, 4 losses. So whoever loses is just out, no matter what. And the winner is going to have to wait for the next match between Mystic and Chasmac to maybe know some more. And at last, there's still a chance as well that Tribe gets a tie with other teams. So it's kind of all over the place. A lot of possibilities here, but obviously, yeah, the first two, I think, matter the most when it comes to actual people qualifying. Possibly the third as well, and then the final match is, as you said, ultimate bragging rights of who is the king of SPS. Is the streak going to end for Reply Totem? A lot of questions like that. But ultimately, when it comes to the challenge season, matches 1 and 2 and even 3 are going to be the most important ones.
See, at least Teddy values the streak, Trav. I mean, that's...
You shouldn't do. You just shouldn't do.
I mean,
it's yes, it's a streak, and but it doesn't matter. Like, Genuinely, if Totem lose, they're really not going to mind too much. They've made it to the finals again. They've won the last one, and they've pocketed a load of cash along the way. I don't think they mind as much as we do about their winning streak, which is definitely a little bit worrying from the casting desk.
Well, you know, it's going to be a nice way to round off the season nonetheless as we draw a close to Playday 6, but Playday 7, of course, still to come. It's going to be in about a week from now. It's going to be on the 8th of November, so it won't be next week. It'll be about a week and a few days from now from the same time, from 6:45 p.m. CEST. So make sure that you mark that one in your calendars. It is a Tuesday as well. So, again, so much is going to come down to those final moments, those final teams to join SK Gaming and Reply Totem in the Season 2 Challenge Finals. It's been an awesome day today. A lot of upsets, a lot of bumpy roads for some teams, but any sort of closing remarks before we finalize and end out the day?
Well, as usual, a big thanks to the players for providing us with, content and amazing matches through in and throughout the day and the 6 play days. So far, really a big shout out to everyone at ESL behind the scenes for making this happen. Snapdragon Pro Series for being a thing in the first place and giving all of us a job, and you guys for, making it always a breeze to work through and a pleasure to be in your presence.
I'm going to be blushing. Trap, any final words from yourself?
I mean, all I can say is exactly what Teddy said, plus I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to November the 8th to see who's going to be going forward to those challenge finals, because that is going to be possibly the most interesting day of SPS to this day. Yeah, absolutely so. It's going to be a very, very stacked way to end things, and it's going to be bittersweet as well. But again, what you can expect for the final play day is nothing but non-stop fireworks. And again, it is all thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It's been a phenomenal season, and it's very, almost coming to its end. But I've got to say, this year it's been such a great journey to be working alongside Snapdragon. And again, gotta say a huge thank you to Elite Gaming on that side, because it wouldn't be possible without them. We've had a blast here all season long, but again, it comes down to the last one, Challenge Day 7, still to come. Mark it in your calendars, November the 8th at 6:45 p.m. CEST. Mark it in your calendars. You do not want to miss it. Until then, from us on the casting desk and from production behind the scenes, it's goodbye for now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no.